Good morning. General van Ingen, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome here, both here in The Hague or digitally somewhere in the world or at home. My name is Robert Tadang, and I'm the Deputy Commander of the Royal Netherlands Air Force, and in my spare time I am the Chairman of the Royal Netherlands Society for War Studies, and it's in this capacity that it's my distinct honor to welcome you here today for our annual symposium. As you are aware, the theme of this year's symposium is Hyperwar. And the million-dollar question, of course, is, what is Hyperwar? Literature doesn't seem to provide us with a definitive answer on that question. Hyper means something like overactive or unusually energetic, whereas hyperwar is often linked with things such as artificial intelligence or extreme speeds in warfare. So maybe it means something different to different people, depending on context and perspective. But regardless of your background or point of view, the fact that so many of you turned up here today indicates that it probably means something to all of you, and at least has enough appeal to motivate you to take time out of your busy schedules to join us here. And that is very likely the same thing that motivates us to organize this event. Whatever your perspective, it is hard to deny the exponential speed at which technology is developing. And looking at the war that has been raging in Ukraine for 586 days now, it is equally hard to disagree with the impact those technological developments are having on the way wars are being fought, or at least, the very least, this war. The use of hypersonic missiles, the use of mobile phones for targeting through a space-based network, and the extensive use of drones for reconnaissance as anti-tank weapons or to defeat enemies hiding in trenches are just a few examples. And that's just the beginning. AI, quantum computing, and directed energy weapons such as battlefield lasers are just starting to impact the military domain, and many other technologies will undoubtedly follow. It is this exponential change in the application of technology in warfare or for deterrence that we will label hyperwar during this symposium. So what does it all mean? What technologies are finding their way to the battlefield? What lessons can already be learned from their application or the defense against them? How can we close the gap between these technologies and operational reality? And what are their ethical and societal implications? Those are the types of questions that need to be answered. And as they are in the realm of war studies, we as the Royal Netherlands Society for War Studies are ready to take on that challenge. And that's what we'll be doing today. We won't be doing it alone, together with you. But also joining us in organizing this event is our distinguished partner, the Netherlands Atlantic Society. And we have a great lineup with renowned speakers from NATO headquarters, Leiden University, the Netherlands Defense Academy, and TNO. But first of all, I would like to introduce you to our chairperson of the day, Ms. Anna van Soest, Director of the Netherlands Atlantic Association. Anna is an authority on international and military affairs, having previously worked in the European External Action Service and NATO headquarters, the Netherlands Embassy in Colombia, and at the Netherlands Ministry of Foreign Affairs. She studied history and political sciences at Royal Holloway, the University of London, and Oxford. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish all of you a fantastic symposium and a great day. Please welcome Anna van Soest.
Thank you, Robert, for that very kind introduction. And also on my behalf and on behalf of the Netherlands Atlantic Association, a very warm welcome here today at the campus The Hague of the University of Leiden, where we are together for this symposium on hyperwar. Why are we partnering with the Royal Society for War Studies? The United States is a frontrunner in the field of technology development, and it is high time that we in Europe catch up. Today, we're going to speak about the increasing speed at which modern warfare is conducted and the increasing degree to which humans are out of the loop, that is to say, when a human is no longer actively involved in decision-making, and military systems are increasingly automated and autonomous. And in that world, transatlantic cooperation is incredibly important to increase our joint understanding of these technologies and of modern warfare, and to understand risks and opportunities, and to design new normative framework. And we can only do that by working together. And that's why we are very pleased to partner with the Royal Society for War Studies today. One thing I wanted to share with you up front, and that is a concession I'd like to make. Contrary, Robert, to your very kind words and description, I'm not an expert on military strategy or on artificial intelligence. So before the seminar today, I decided to contact one of my friends, an increasingly close friend, I have to say, ChatGPT. I decided to turn to technology itself. And I sent a message to ChatGPT, and I asked, because I wanted to make sure that this was absolutely clear and without any understanding, I wanted to make sure there was no conflict of interest. So I asked ChatGPT before starting the conversation on Hyperwar with it if ChatGPT had anything to do with Hyperwar. And ChatGPT was a little bit defensive in this respect and said that it was not involved in any activities related to hyperwar or military operations, and that its sole purpose was really to inform and to educate. And that was some comfort. So I felt comfortable enough to ask some explanatory questions about hyperwar. I must say that didn't get me very far, because ChatGPT only uses knowledge on the internet up to 2021. So in as far as the latest developments are concerned, there was nothing much new coming from ChatGPT. Even more reason to be together today and talk about the latest developments and technologies. But I did start to feel increasingly comfortable chatting to ChatGPT, and I finally dared to ask ChatGPT the question that was really on my mind. I asked ChatGPT if I should worry about hyperwar. And ChatGPT was surprisingly empathetic in this respect, and gave me the advice that worrying about hyperwar on a personal level can be counterproductive. Thanks, I said, but I'd still quite like to know whether there's any concerns that we should be looking out for. And there ChatGPT actually gave a surprisingly wise advice and said that staying informed and advocating for responsible policy and international cooperation is essential, and that we should build more awareness, including awareness of the potential risks and challenges of hyperwar, and that engaging in public discourse on emerging technologies was an incredibly important and valuable thing to do. So here you go. I think that really is the rationale for the seminar today. That's exactly what we're going to do, and we're going to do it in 3 parts. We will have 2 very distinguished speakers that will set the scene, and I will introduce them in a minute. We will then hear from 3 experts in the field of military strategy, and we will zoom in on the topics of AI, hypersonics, and quantum. And then in the end of the day, we will look at the implications of the rise of these new technologies, analyzing the changed nature of military operations, the impact on the nuclear deterrent, as well as broader ethical considerations. Now, I'm also responsible for the order of the day, so I'm going to share some practical points with you, especially for the people who've joined us here in The Hague, less important for the people who've joined us online. After every set of speakers, there's an opportunity to ask questions, so please feel free to have a think on those and share them with the colleagues who will be going around with a microphone. There's also an opportunity for the people online to ask questions, so please do not hesitate when you're not with us here physically in the room. There will be a break after the first set of speakers that will just be a leg stretcher. So I will ask you to come back after 10 minutes so we can continue on, because we have a lot of ground to cover. So it's time to really start. I will introduce the first two speakers, and we're incredibly happy and honored to have them with us today. Firstly, retired Air Commodore Professor Frans Osinga. He's sitting already here on my left. Frans, you have an impressive experience blending military expertise with academic rigor, and you have built a reputation as one of the most prominent figures in this country studying the complex landscape of modern warfare. Frans, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. I did not consult ChatGTP. I read books. Old-fashioned, I do agree. Right. I was invited to sort of give a scene setter. I will introduce some of the technologies that are mentioned in the literature on hyperwar, and in the end, I will try to give you a rundown of some of the concerns or perhaps hopes, aspirations that we find developed in scholarly articles, in policy recommendations, policy reports. So it's basically an introduction, a familiarization with this hyperwar concept. I also try to get beyond the hype of hyperwar. The term hyperwar was actually launched in this book in the US with the name Hyperwar, with some impressive names below it, the title. General Allen, Paul Scharre, key authors that try to follow the emerging technological developments and try to get a sense of what the impact might be on war and also international security. And I will try to not necessarily give my own opinion, but give you a sort of an overview of the landscape of arguments that are out there. I've got about 1 hour, right, to lecture on that, perhaps. Any student here knows that I love slides, lots of pictures. Tends to keep students awake. I won't break with that tradition here. Right. This starts really with the notion that there's something ongoing like the fourth industrial revolution. And when people these days talk about hyperwar, it starts with the recognition that the way you make war mimics the way you make wealth. And if our commercial processes, the products we see out there in our society change, it might very well affect the way we try to secure our interests, but also how we wage war. And Klaus Schwab called it a fourth industrial revolution because he saw various technologies merging. Autonomous robots, big data analytics, augmented reality. You can see all those technologies. And that would lead to new business processes, new societal processes, the redesign of commercial practices, and therefore also probably the redesign of how we wage war. One of the first who tried to canvass all these developments and to try to assess what it might mean for future international security and war was Michael O'Hanlon. A couple of years ago, he made an inventory of the speed of advance in certain technologies, and I've highlighted them in red, the ones that he saw of being of a revolutionary nature. That is computer hardware, software, cyber operations, laser communications, AI and big data, quantum computing, and on the right-hand side, robotics and autonomous systems. Previously, at the end of the 90s, beginning of 2000, he wrote a similar report, and there he said, listen, everyone is talking about the revolution in military affair. I'm quite skeptical of this. In this book, he actually says, listen, these technologies may actually converge and result in a new revolution in military affairs. Now, we know something about military revolutions. Michael Raska has made a nice inventory of military revolutions, revolution in military affairs across the past two or three centuries. And he indeed suggests that these technologies combined might lead to an AI-enabled revolution in military affairs. And he associates this with the fourth industrial revolution. And different to in the previous era, he says, listen, we had a wonderful revolution in military affairs that benefited the West during the 90s and the 2000s. We didn't have an international peer competitor. There wasn't international rivalry to anything to speak of. These days, however, we live in a new geopolitical environment, and particularly the peer competitors might stand to benefit from these new technologies. So there's a warning in that. Precisely because previous revolutions in military affairs, or I would say societal revolutions, the industrial revolutions, for instance, produced a new mode of warfare. The Industrial Revolution spawned industrial warfare, as we witnessed in the First World War and Second World War. And in the 90s, after Operation Desert Storm, many analysts basically argued a revolution in the military affair has taken place. And indeed, if you look at the track record of Western operations since then, you might indeed come to the conclusion that the Western mode of warfare constitutes a revolution in military affairs. That is not to say that that will last forever, but it has really benefited the Western power position in international politics. It has offered the West instruments for intervention. It has offered the West a new mode of warfare that allowed it to intervene without that much risk, without the risk of creating that much collateral damage and civilian casualties, or casualties on your own side. So the revolution in military affairs directly affected our way of war, and that way of war has become normative. Our society expects a certain way of war that is suspended on this umbrella of air power, information technology, precision weapons. And Max Boot also looked back in 2005 in a very nice book, War Made New. He said there are various revolutions. Countries able to take advantage of these shifts have been history's winners. Each revolution has been accompanied by a shift in the international balance of power. Innovation is speeding up. The gunpowder revolution lasted 150 years. The Industrial Revolution took about 50 to 100 years. The information revolution started in the 70s and lasted 30 years. And the current mode of warfare, right, is basically exploiting those tenets that were developed in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. But countries will catch up. This report actually paints a rather disconcerting picture about these technologies. It says, yes, there are benefits to artificial intelligence, benefits to blockchain, distributed technologies, neurotechnologies, yes, but they can also be used for nefarious purposes. They are dual-use technologies. And whereas in the West we surround those technologies with certain protocols before we actually put them into practice and put them, right, and militarize those technologies, other societies and countries might actually not have those scruples like the West. So this report, the Global Risk Report in 2017, already warns that there are absolutely shadow aspects to these technologies. And now I will just introduce a couple of those technologies that we see out there. First of all, the robotics revolution. Already after 2007-2008, when the Obama administration started to use armed drones in the AfPak region, in the hunt for bin Laden and the Taliban, there was a huge societal discussion to what extent this technology, the militarization of drones, was actually legitimate and was coherent with our societal norms, because it seemed to dehumanize war. And some of the titles of the books here that you see actually try to paint that picture and try to suggest that this perhaps is a road we don't want to go to. And when you add AI to it, you might actually be on the road of dehumanizing war even further. And interestingly, Elon Musk was one of the signatories of a huge open letter warning that we should actually start banning the emergence of killer robots. I don't like the word killer robots, there you have it. And on the left-hand side, bottom, you see a whole group of experts that went to the UN and tried to put it on the agenda, this idea that we need to ban these technology. It didn't get very far, because many countries saw benefits in actually trying to reduce the human element in war and trying to automate warfare even further. In Ukraine, we've seen the increasing role of drones for strategic purposes, right? Russia has used these Iranian drones to try to disrupt the electricity infrastructure of Ukraine. Huge strategic distances can be covered with these very cheap drones. So there's a new strategic tool in the hands of a country like Russia. And they are cheap, and you can produce them in mass, and you can overwhelm your opponent's defenses. Ukraine is doing the same, actually with some great benefits on the battlefield. Just the other day, Frans Stefan Gardi came to the conclusion that fewer than 5% of the tanks have been destroyed by other tanks. Most of them actually have been destroyed by very cheap drones swarming over the battlefield. The Economist had a wonderful article, a special issue actually on Ukraine and the future of war, and they highlighted how drones play a huge role in that. This weekend, an Iranian factory producing drones was actually destroyed by some country. We don't know which one yet, right? But there you see already the destabilizing impact of the production of these drones. We see counter technologies trying to counteract what's happening over the battlefield, these swarms of drones that both sides are now experimenting with. And already Ukraine has lost more than 10,000 drones, and the average lifespan of any drone is about 5 to 6 sorties. That's it. But it is a new element in the ecosystem of the battlefield. One of the reasons is that these technologies are cheap. The development is driven by commercial interests, right? They'll use technologies. You can buy them cheap online anywhere you want, and you can easily militarize them. We see crowdfunding. We see the role of certain individuals actually sponsoring the production and the delivery of drones. And that isn't just happening in drones, it is also happening in the field of AI. The West is trying to catch up, right? The West, and I'm sure the next speaker will talk about that, NATO is trying to catch up and trying to start programs and experiment with rather sophisticated drones. So both, I would say, power blocks, the West, China and Russia, and non-state actors also are experimenting with this. So already 5 years ago, in Colombia, but also over Israel, we see the employment of drones by non-state actors. Right. Now let's talk about cyber, another sort of technology. We all know the hard side of cyber, hard cyber attacks, with which opponents can try to disrupt our societal processes and infrastructure. But perhaps the more insidious problem is soft cyber. It can induce distrust concerning the functioning of our societies, the legitimacy of our institutions, the legitimacy of elections, for instance. It can intimidate public debate. The troll armies that we saw over the past decade emerging in Russia, trying to intimidate public discourse in Western societies, in particular in Eastern European countries. Peter Singer focused on that. He called it like wars. My good colleague Thomas Witt produced an excellent book called Active Measures. He highlighted how the Russian practice is actually nothing novel. It's part and parcel of the strategic practice of Russia, as we've seen over the past century. But it has produced significant effects. The US elections in 2016, we now know, have been severely affected by the troll armies of Russia. They've really tried to affect the public opinion, in particular on the Republican side, where the Democratic candidate, Hillary Clinton, was suggested to lay in bed with Satan, for instance, thereby trying to undermine the legitimacy of the Democratic Party. And it worked. Another very insidious and dangerous aspect is truth decay, right? All these cyber attacks, the soft cyber attacks, the troll armies, what we see on Twitter, Telegram and TikTok and what have you, all these social media, right, perhaps increasingly pose a risk because they lead to truth decay. It becomes increasingly difficult for us, our publics to discern what is truth, what is fact and what isn't. And an acknowledgement, an agreement on what constitute basic facts are the foundations of a functioning liberal democratic society. The final bullet, deep fake capabilities, is also very disconcerting. Increasingly it is possible using AI, ChatGPT, to put words in the mouth of political figures that they actually haven't said. And some analysts now fear that this might lead to international destabilization and a deliberate causing of an international crisis. This weekend, and perhaps you've seen Elon Musk's most recent tweet, yesterday actually produced a big row, but X, formerly Twitter, is now being considered as the richest source of disinformation in the Western world. And some people now argue that Elon Musk has turned into a useful idiot for the Russians. And the Russians actually acknowledge that he's a very useful agent. And on the right-hand side, you will see a recent snapshot of the EU stating that, listen, we need to do something about the spread of disinformation if we want to keep our democratic institutions intact and be considered legitimate. In the background, there is this AI technology and the chip-producing technology that form one of the major front lines now of international war, not perhaps war, but indeed the peer competition between the West, with the US in the lead, and in particular China. Paul Schrader produced his book, 4 Battlegrounds. He says, listen, there are 4 key elements that define this struggle: data, computer power, talent, and institutions. And just to illustrate indeed how important these technologies are from the perspective of China, here you have a quote of President Xi Jinping. He says, technological innovation has become the main battleground of the global playing field, and competition for tech dominance will grow unprecedentedly fierce. AI, the ICT sector, is the main battleground in the contest between the peer competitors. Another technology, combined with AI, ubiquity sensors are hypersonic missiles. And a few of the analysts I've laid out here warn for the risk the combination of these technologies might pose for deterrence stability, nuclear stability, and international stability. The argument in their articles is that if an opponent knows exactly where the nuclear weapons are of, for instance, the US, there might be an incentive for a preemptive attack and thereby destroying the second strike capability of that, in this case, the US. Second strike capability and the uncertainty of the certainty of not knowing exactly where your opponent's nuclear weapons are constitute one of the foundations of nuclear stability and nuclear deterrence. And if you can erode those foundations, right, you might actually find ourselves in a new, very unstable and risky international environment. Another aspect of that is that if you automate decision-making in your intelligence processes, right, the speed of decision-making, automated decision-making, might actually outpace human control. And that leads me to the final slide. Here I have developed for you a rundown of the various concerns that you will find in the literature. First of all, on the battlefield. What we see happening right now in Ukraine seems to suggest the tactical dominance of the defense. Over the past 30 years, the offense was dominant in Western warfare. The West was vastly superior to any opponent. And what we see here is that the defense might have become dominant. We see the return of cheap mass. Quality matters, it still does, but mass also matters. Swarms of cheap drones may overwhelm Western defenses. For the West, the proliferation of long-range drones and cruise missiles might mean a loss of sanctuary. We have become addicted to air superiority and missile defense. That provided a sanctuary for any of our operations. That might be something of the past, or we need to work on that. The democratization of violence. States and non-states will have precision strike capabilities, and there's a threat to domestic and international stability. In particular, when we return to the hybrid warfare aspect. You remember, right, the ability of societies and non-state actors really to affect our societal processes and our debates in our societies. It might undermine the foundation of nuclear stability and increase the incentives for aggression and preemption. And because warfare might not involve humans all the time, the thresholds for going to war might actually be lowered. And we certainly won't be happy to see that. A new arms race might be harder to control because most of these technologies, the progress in technological development is actually driven by commercial interests. Dehumanization of war. There's been a huge debate ever since 2008 on that, right? And in the West, we are very careful not to dehumanize war. Other societies and countries or leaders might not care that much. The speed of AI-enhanced decision-making may outpace human control. A tech race occurs, and it is fueled by geopolitical rivalry, and it fuels the rivalry itself. The bottom line is, Western military superiority, as we enjoyed it over the past 30 years, may not be guaranteed anymore. And I will leave it at that. And with that, I give the floor to you.
Thank you, Frans. It's now my honor to announce the next distinguished speaker of this part of the day, Lieutenant General Dick van Ingen. Dick, you are currently serving as the Netherlands military representative, not only to NATO, but also to the European Union's Military Committee. And that gives you a unique insight in the international collaboration within the two pillars of European security. Dick, the floor is yours.
That gives you a unique opportunity. I'm in my job for 2 months, but I'll come back to that one. No problem. Thank you very much. Welcome all you here. First, I would like to refer to the start of Frans's presentation. I didn't consult ChatGPT either. I read a few books, some of which were presented to me by you. So thank you again for that reading stuff that you gave me in the past. But my best part of my preparation was I asked my staff. And as I already indicated to you, I'm in my job for 2 months, 3 months now. So I asked my staff. And the initial question I got from the Royal War Association was, tell us something about artificial intelligence and tell us something about hyperwar. So I asked my staff, try to find out what NATO is doing in the realm of hyperwar. And then it remained silent for quite a long time. But the good news is we are actually studying it and we are actually taking actions as well. So thank you again. Thank you for your introduction and giving me the opportunity to share some observations I made in Brussels here with the audience today. I would also like to commend you on the fine choice of topic. It's highly topical and the thinking behind it is far, far from settled. In fact, we are only at the beginning. My intention today is to warm you up for the rest of this symposium by presenting the NATO perspective on military applications of artificial intelligence as an element of hyperwar. And what's important to me is to tell you that I'm here presenting as the Dutch MILREP, the military representative of the Netherlands Chief of Defense to the European Union and NATO military committees. I'm not here to tell you NATO policy or NATO opinion. So this is not an official NATO presentation. Please allow me, therefore, to start here in The Hague by presenting you the Dutch context, since I'm Dutch anyway. We, as the Netherlands, are investing in our armed forces again after years of austerity. High-quality sensors, rapid deployable precision weapons, and the supporting ICT infrastructure as a third component. The ability to collect data and employ weapons faster are only useful if you can take good decisions more quickly in the process. Streamlining the OODA loop has the potential to make the armed forces more effective. However, the speed of decision-making should not compromise the quality of your decisions. Observe, orient, and decide are human thought processes. Computer processing power and software speed have increased exponentially in the recent years and continue to do so, in contrast to the speed and processing power of the human mind. I'm convinced that we can collect and disseminate more data than our brains can process in the times it takes to deploy a weapon system, which means that the human intellect is the limiting factor. If we use max bandwidth to provide virtually unfiltered near real-time information, we run the risk of overwhelming the commanders responsible for making the decisions. If we, however, would filter all that information, the quality of the decisions will suffer. Might it not be better to let technology make decisions for us? Isn't artificial intelligence much better equipped to get quick decisions right and make the right decisions quickly? And if so, what are the pros and cons? And who in the Netherlands, in NATO and the EU is thinking about this? In the 2022 Defense White Paper, this question has already partially been answered. And I will quote a translated quote from the full Dutch version of the Defense 22 White Paper. The defense organization must be able to gather operational data and process it to produce valid and relevant information. Our people and systems will increasingly use sensors to gain an overview of the environment in which they operate. Processing this data into information and sharing it with other military personnel involved in the operation will enable them to quickly get the fullest possible picture. This enables them to make the right decisions during the operation. Throughout this process, our armed forces must be able to shift gears faster than our potential adversaries. That's why the defense organization is investing in modern support systems and software. And this also includes integrating technologies such as data science and AI into our processes. The defense organization is working together with knowledge institutes, industry, NATO and the EU to take advantage of new opportunities in this field. End of quote. As stated, the defense organization is working closely with NATO and the EU. The organizer of today's event must have read this too and probably thought, let's invite the military representative of the Netherlands to sum up the latest developments at the international level. And I would like to thank the Royal Netherlands War Studies Association once again for the invitation. But I also would like to warn in advance that the two organizations where I am the MIL rep are just embarking on a long journey of research, capability development and capability application in this field. Nevertheless, I can update you on that. I will focus on NATO because that's where the developments are most mature. NATO does not use the term hyperwar, but given the title of this symposium, I think it's worth taking a moment to consider it. Retired US Marine Corps General John Allen coined the term hyperwar. According to him, hyperwar is the acceleration of conflict through the emerge of advanced and advancing technologies, faster decision-making, coupled with faster, autonomous, unmanned weapon systems, robotics, and weapons that can be deployed with great precision. Here he suggests that artificial intelligence will begin to take over the decision-making process from humans in the OODA loop. Hyperwar is widely seen as a potential game changer in military operations. To me, it's much like the Blitzkrieg, where new radio capabilities allowed German Wehrmacht to engage in integrated combat, using its tanks and infantry in conjunction with the newly developed air weapon. Hyperwar, in my opinion, is not limited to artificial intelligence, although AI is an important part of it. In fact, it's the combination of AI with cyber, robotics, and concepts, like for example swarming, that makes hyperwar a hot topic. Just like the Blitzkrieg, not just the use of tanks or infantry or aircraft and radios, but the doctrinal and conceptual combination and integrated use of them prepared for the successes in the early years of World War II. As said, NATO does not use the term hyperwar, which is not to say that we are not aware in Brussels of what's going on. On the contrary, AI falls under the umbrella of emerging and disruptive technologies at NATO. NATO's Science and Technology Office and Allied Command Transformation are studying the corresponding threats, opportunities, and possible applications to our advance. NATO's technological edge over its adversaries has always been an essential factor in ensuring credible deterrence and effective defense. Our future security will depend on our ability to understand, develop and deploy technologies such as AI, autonomy and hypersonic systems better than our potential adversaries. In October 2019, NATO member countries approved the Emerging and Disruptive Technologies Roadmap. The roadmap is designed to structure NATO's work in key technology areas and enable NATO allies to consider the implication of those technologies. The roadmap identifies the need for NATO to understand and address potential opportunities and security risks posed by these new technologies. And the roadmap identifies several priorities, the most important of which is to develop common understanding of the challenges and opportunities posed by new technologies and their potential security applications. These technologies will eventually be integrated into Allied armed forces through the NATO defense planning process, including developing policies, concepts, and doctrines. China and Russia are also focusing on emerging and disruptive technologies in their policies and development plans, albeit with different objectives. China aims to become a world leader in innovation and high-tech industry, while Russia is concentrating its limited resources on military applications to reduce its perceived technology gap with Western countries. Both China and Russia focus their development efforts mainly on dual-use technologies. For NATO, however, development and deployment are not the end of the story. The aforementioned roadmap also addresses ethical and legal issues. NATO recognizes the need to engage in public debate and to ensure that deployed systems are consistent with our values and ethical standards. NATO also recognizes that non-defense developments can and will have impact on security-related issues. The war in Ukraine offers a unique insight into the role of emerging and disruptive technologies in conflicts and military operations. Both sides are using them to gain tactical and operational advantages. A prime example is the development of a system that can be described as a ride-hailing service for artillery. When fire support is needed, software can now provide information on the most appropriate firepower based on location, ammunition stocks, probability of hitting a target, and other parameters. It's like the Uber for artillery. However, there was still some concern among the allies that we risked falling behind potential adversaries in terms of technology and capability development. Guiding by the mantra, NATO must maintain its technological edge, NATO developed the coherent implementation strategy on emerging and disruptive technologies in 2021. Two main pillars support this. Foster a coherent approach on emerging and disruptive technologies, adaptation across NATO. Protect our emerging and disruptive technologies. The issue of EDTs subsequently featured prominently on political agendas and received attention in the development of so-called implementation strategies. This implementation strategies involve the development of a more detailed strategy for each identified technology. And the list of technology includes AI, data, autonomy, space, hypersonic and new missile technologies, quantum technologies, biotechnologies, and human enhancement or human augmentation. NATO already focused on AI and data as pervasive technology areas that enable and enhance the other EDTs. The AI and autonomy strategies have since been finalized. The AI implementation strategy, for example, defines the concept of an AI-ready alliance and provides several use cases, including Project Argus, an imagery analysis tool. Project Marlin, a tool for analysis friendly and hostile communications, and the development of an AI tool for decision support. Although young, the AI implementation strategy will need to undergo constant review. This is necessary since the developments are continuing at a fast pace. I expect a focus on generative AI, a type of artificial intelligence technology that is not limited to perform specific tasks based on predefined rules and patterns. Generative AI goes beyond this limitation and strives to create entirely new data that re-ensembles human-created content. This future will bring new challenges, not only to the military, delivering a speech in the Dutch language. I've seen a former US president delivering a speech in the Dutch language. Mouth movements, pronunciation, intonation, all looked very realistic. The technology can be used to influence public opinion. Truth decay, as already mentioned by the professor. Returning to the question of current developments in emerging and disruptive technologies within NATO, I would like to highlight a number of initiatives in this area. These initiatives are intended to serve as pipeline for cutting-edge technological solutions from the private sector to the military. The first such initiative is the Defense Innovation Accelerator for the North Atlantic, short DIANA, an accelerator program for startups offering dual-use deep technology solutions, and the program consists of about 15 accelerators, including those in Turin, Copenhagen, Seattle and Boston, and nearly 100 test centers with offices in London, Halifax and Tallinn. The Dutch contribution currently consists of a test center in Oorschot, safety and security campus of the 13th Light Brigade, and a field lab smart base in Driesprong, Ede. The various test centers aim to test and validate various AI technology solutions for NATO, and these test centers create sandbox environments where entrepreneurs, startups, industry, academia, and the defense organization can and do cooperate. AI standards are discussed for interoperability purposes, and other test centers are connected to the network to share the best practices. Over the past year, we have made significant progress in integrating EDTs into military exercises. A good example of this is the large-scale maritime exercise with unmanned systems last September. Some 1,500 NATO military personnel tested the interoperability of new unmanned maritime systems during combined REPMUS and dynamic messenger exercises. This was the first NATO-led exercise to focus on unmanned underwater systems with 12 allied warships testing more than 110 unmanned systems. Another NATO-led initiative is the NATO Innovation Fund, the world's first multi-sovereign venture capital fund with 23 participating allies. A total of 1 billion euros has been allocated to support deep tech innovation. The NATO Innovation Fund was created to rebuild the commercial innovation capacity of the defense organization. At the front end, NATO aims to bring together organizations researching topics such as AI, big data and quantum technologies, and the investment office will be based in the Netherlands. with Prince Constantijn van Oranje on the board of directors. We expect AI to be able to influence the way we work within a few years. AI will be able to automatically detect or create fake media coverage to influence individuals in real time. It will also enable members of the military to automatically and instantly recognize and translate languages, body language and emotions. And in addition, AI will be able to covertly mislead an adversary's AI-driven OODA loop by feeding it information to influence their decision-making process. And it will be possible to modify or mimic enemy communications in real time. Nevertheless, we are not just seeing opportunities and threats in the AI domain, we are seeing significant developments in other EDT domains as well. In a nutshell, the autonomy domain is seeing the development of human-like robots, nano UAS swarms and automatic air-to-air refueling. Quantum technology, hypersonic, biotech, all examples where NATO already comes forward. In the process of developing EDTs, the Alliance naturally looks beyond the military applications. Emerging civilian technologies often have military potential as well. Drones used in Ukraine is the perfect example. Over time, these drones will gain a higher degree of independency, and human oversight will more and more be the hampering factor. The dual-use nature of these technologies does make it difficult for governments to regulate them and assess their security risks. After all, it's crucial that we maintain our framework of standards and values. The Netherlands has been instrumental in developing this key aspect of AI strategy, the principles of responsible use. These are legitimacy, responsibility, and accountability, explainability, traceability, reliability, governability, and bias mitigation. A data and AI review board has been set up to operationalize these principles of responsible use, resulting in a responsible AI certification, which of course applies to military applications. This certification will also be extended to autonomous systems. There's no doubt that EDTs will change our lives. We must shape the coming changes or be swept away by them. We already know that the use of AI will increase in every facet of our lives and that the pace of innovation will continue to accelerate. We know that our adversaries are determined to use AI capabilities against us, and we know that they are determined to outpace us in EDT domain. We must act now, and fortunately, we already act. Thank you for attention, and I think I'm open for questions.
Thank you very much, General van Ingen. I'm just looking at Heinrich, if we're ready to go to the Q&As. Yeah. We will take questions from the participants here in the room now. And there is a microphone that will come your way. I see a question there in the middle of the room. You will get a microphone. That way the people at home can also follow. Thank you.
General Commodore, thank you for your interesting presentations. I was wondering what your thoughts are on the dependency on GPS and other sat-nav installations for AI, for positioning, but perhaps even more important, timing and time synchronization.
It's on, eh? Okay, it's on already. That's quite a technological question, and as you have seen in my presentation, I'm at a different abstract level. So I would ask you to use that question later on today when there are some technological subjects being discussed in this symposium.
Let me just add on that. The good news is that the commercial world also relies on GPS. So there are huge commercial interests involved in maintaining the GPS capabilities. That's one. So it's a rather resilient system. We also see complementary systems being developed in Europe, in China, but also in Russia. We also have commercial ventures like Starlink. So I think we'll see an array of similar capabilities out there that will make, in the end, that capability resilient, provided that we have receivers on our own side. So is that an answer to your question? Yes.
Any other questions from the floor? See one here in front. Microphone is coming your way. Maybe you can also quickly introduce yourself, Gijs.
Yes, so I'm Gijs Tuinman. I'm a PhD student with the Commodore Osinga. So I'm looking into complexity. What I was thinking about when I heard both stories is that we always have been looking for like an offset. So an asymmetrical advantage in which we can decide when we actually want to create an advantage over adversaries. So looking at Hyperwar, looking at all these kind of disruptive technologies, are we in a catch-up game? One. And two, are we looking for an asymmetrical advantage over others? And the other one would be then, so if I would be an enemy and we would develop as NATO an hyper-war construct, I would actually bring the fight into your own homeland and would look actually for an asymmetric answer to something like hyperwar. So how does it work with the asymmetry? So are we in a catch-up game? And when you bring in the enemy into equation, is there like a risk in like using hyper warfare as a concept in order to create this offset advantage? Thank you.
And with the catch-up game, you mean, are we lagging behind at the moment compared to potential adversaries? And I don't think that that's the case. I think that NATO still has that technological edge. We're still far forward. It's bureaucracy that comes to speed. It started slowly, our process, but there's so much, and you're together with people from TNO there, and there's so much knowledge behind us in the Western world that we certainly are not lagging behind, but we have to increase our pace and we have to keep up with the developments, because you see that, especially in Ukraine, the developments get a large impulse when there actually is a war going on. And that's the moment that theory comes to practice. And that's the step we still have to make in the Western world. We have all the good ideas, we have the knowledge, but we have to come to practical solutions.
Good question, Gijs, thanks. On the one hand, we see that we are more vulnerable in certain aspects. So there's an asymmetric vulnerability in the sense that we are vulnerable for outside influence. We are open societies and we thrive because we are open. That also opens up avenues for rivals, opponents to influence our societies. And after 2014, everyone became aware of this other hype word, which was hybrid warfare, hybrid conflict, hybrid threats. Russia has been quite active and very successful in that. Remember the Skripal poisoning in the UK. Remember all the cyber attacks, the OPCW hack and the arrest here we had in the Netherlands. But in particular, look at the influence operations in Eastern European countries and the US, I would add. Look at what's happening right now in Serbia. Look what's happening in Slovakia this weekend. We shouldn't be naive about Russia's ability to influence electoral and other processes in our Western society. So there's an asymmetric disadvantage. Russia actually, like China, has produced an information wall guarding its society against outside influence. On our side, another problem is that when it comes to weaponizing these technologies, is that our societies don't have that much latitude as the Russians and the Chinese do. Our ethical standards and values prevent us sometimes from exploiting all the capabilities that some of these technologies offer. That's no critique, that's just who we are. So we are very, very careful not to spread disinformation and spin the media, because when you do, you're undermining your own foundations. I think within the West, we are, in particular NATO, we are developing something called multi-domain operations. It's a convoluted concept and still embryonic, but it aspires to bring together all these technologies, new capabilities, military, non-military, soft and hard, into a coherent concept and later on in a coherent strategy. Another aspect that we've seen emerging because of the war that started last year is the ramping up of the defense industry in the West. And that is, I would say, tragic, but also a beneficial side effect of this war. On the European side, on the American side, we are now aware that we need to boost our military industrial capacity. And we need to bring in all these new technologies as well. One of the advantages, in particular on the American side, is that they have always demonstrated an ability to rapidly mobilize their industry for these purposes. I think with the dispersion of the European military industries and the national interest in our military industries, that becomes somewhat harder. I was very pleased to learn about all the NATO initiatives in that respect. EU is also doing its bit. So in terms of addressing asymmetries, I think our defense industry is now being mobilized to address that. On the battlefield, we're witnessing Ukraine creating asymmetries, using drones in particular. We're also using special forces, partisans at some areas. This is, I think, one of the few historical moments where we see a country without a navy actually destroying ships of its opponent, using new types of seaborne and undersea drones. So I think these technologies also produce opportunities to create asymmetries. On the battlefield, we see an asymmetry where Ukraine is very capable, has been very inventive in marrying ICT, sensor capabilities, and Western-style artillery systems and rocket artillery systems, and really speeding up the targeting process and enhancing the accuracy. So at the tactical level, operational level, in various domains we see opportunities for asymmetry, but so does the opponent. Can I leave it at that? Right.
Thank you, Frans. I'm just looking around the room. Maybe space for one final question. There on my left of the room or here. Maybe we can take them both, and then we have the speakers one final turn, and then we wrap up for the session of the day. Please go ahead.
General Commodore, ma'am. Having in mind everything that's been said before, my naam is Nanne Streekstra, by the way. Do we or NATO foresee a shift in doctrine or the way we fight wars on the ground, especially in terms of command and control, driven by EDT?
Shift in NATO doctrine.
Since the Marine has to run anyway.
Excuse me, I think there's one other question, and then we will turn to the panel. Thank you.
Thank you. General Commodore, my name is Hidetje van Keulen. I work as the Assessing Deterrence Coordinator at Joint Force Command Brunsum. I have a quick question. So, General, during your speech, you mentioned that AI can be used to influence decision-making of the adversary. And as I work in assessing deterrence, I wanted to know what your views are on deterring in AI. Can we do that? Should we move to denying our adversaries the capability to even develop AI? Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Yeah, I wanted to use the time that the Marine was running from right to left for me answer that first question. The answer is in multi-domain operations. And multi-domain operations, the term was already used by the professor. Multi-domain operations that tend to cross the borders of specific army, Navy, Air Force, command and control, and take it as a whole. And there, of course, you rely on the way you can connect, the way you can present data, the way you can filter data, the way you can make it more comprehensible for the human being. And there AI plays a role, definitely. So that I think is an important part of the answer. You want to add?
Good question. What we see in Ukraine on both sides always need to be put in the context of NATO deterrence. What does it mean for our ability in NATO, in the West, to deter an adversary, potential adversary like Russia? What the West will try to avoid is being dragged into an attritional struggle with a country like Russia that can afford all these losses and casualties. Already almost 1 million Russian soldiers have either been killed or maimed or wounded. 1 million. We don't want to be dragged into an attritional struggle like that. So the reason, the cause of all those casualties is first of all huge mistakes on the Russian side, because also the enhanced transparency on the battlefield. That means for us, you don't want to get close to your opponent where you can actually see it. Elliot Cohen, already in 1995, witnessing what happened in Desert Storm, said anything that moves can be seen, anything that can be seen can be hit. We're seeing the same dynamics at play in the battlefield in Ukraine. You don't want to get close to the Russians, let's put it bluntly, on the eastern border of NATO. The way to do that is to ensure we retain the asymmetric edge that we enjoyed over the past 30 years. That edge resided in standoff capabilities, superior information surveillance and reconnaissance technology, i.e. dominance in situational awareness and the ability to respond to that situational awareness. You want to have the standoff capability, you want to have long-range missiles, long-range rockets, you want to have air and missile defense, and you want to exploit air superiority. Because one thing is obvious, right? Western military technology is still superior to the Russian technology. That's what the Ukrainians tell us every day. One of the problems the Ukrainians, but also the Russians have experienced over Ukraine is that neither party has managed to obtain air superiority. One of the major strategic blunders of Russia, actually, as the New York Times quoted. Our mode of warfare and our deterrence, in large part, also dependent on having air and missile superiority. We need to make sure we retain that and retain the standoff capability also for our land forces. If we can do that, and going back to Gijs's question, we will have, at the operational and strategic level, we will ensure an asymmetric edge that will boost the credibility of NATO deterrence. Currently, NATO deterrence is all about deterrence by punishment. We can't convincingly tell Russia that we can protect the eastern borders. We can tell Russia, we're going to give you a huge headache, we'll punish you, but we can't actually prevent you from crossing the border. That's the major concern of the Baltic states. So NATO right now is moving towards a forward defense and deterrent defense posture, which involves a deterrence by denial capability, whereby we communicate to Russia, you might want to cross the border, but you won't succeed because we will destroy your military capabilities before they reach the border. And but that requires us to ensure we retain the asymmetric edge. Thanks.
Yeah, and then just the final question, if I understood it well, about denying technology to your adversary so AI capabilities cannot or can be less developed. Is that what you meant to ask? Any comments on that?
That's the way I understood it as well, the question, and I think that already has started. ASML equipment that's not being sold to other partners, and there will be a struggle for commodities in the future. And there we are not always in the advance. It's just because of geographical locations. So from two sides, that denial aspect already has started. That's the short answer. And I'm sure that you have a longer answer to that one, which is more complete.
I think we'll be discussing this more, more fully today. But yes, look what's happening in the US, right? They are resourcing the ICT sector and the chip making and developing capacity back into the US. I think that's one of these policy developments that we've seen precisely to retain the edge in AI. I don't think we're going to be able to deny AI development in China. No way. If you look at the domestic intellectual capability that's out there being mobilized for that technology alone. But when it comes to the academic environment, increasingly Europeans and the American universities are looking very carefully who they actually attract in the technology departments, what sort of PhD students they have, and what sort of passports those students have, in order to avoid that those students learn over Western technologies and then go back to the country and exploit those technologies against us. Yeah.
That leaves me to thank both speakers of today. Thank you so very much also on behalf of the KVBK. It is now time for a short break, 10 minutes I've been told, and that concludes the first session. Thank you very much.
Is het moment daar dat...
Ja, we hebben een teken.
Jouw hoofd zo met een chipje in mijn hoofd kan.
Sneller dan je denkt.
Zit ik een beetje op te wachten. En jij hebt denk ik nooit meer wat gehoord van die Jens Lenden? Nee. Hij is inmiddels vertrokken bij NATO. Ik heb gezien hoe zijn workload is.
Wat de geloofwaardigheid geeft hij.
Vond je?
Ja, absoluut. Ik vind de perspectieven, echt heel mooi die aanvulling. Het is heel erg
Ik introduceer het en jij geeft van zo doen we.
Ja, precies. Zo doen we het inderdaad. Hey, we doen niet flessen wijn en dergelijke.
Nee, hoeft er niet.
Ja, ik ga hier zitten. Ik ga ook andere dingen doen, maar ik blijf hier wel gewoon zitten.
Maak reclame voor ons, word lid.
Ga schrijven. Tot ziens. Dankjewel.
Ja, sorry. Wordt leuk?
Je krijgt gewoon nog even. Hey, maar nog een...
Ik zei net bij Frans, wanneer is het moment nou daar dat AI al jouw kennis is?
Ja,
Wat jij zegt.
Artiom, hè? Is het? Ja, leuk. Hoi, Anne van Zoest. Hoi. Ja.
Advent of drones.
Nou, dat wordt vast interessant.
Dat denken is geen gemeengoed in de toekomst.
Dat gaan we beter doen. Artyom needs to download his film, a little short films, and then we can check your gifts, and then I'm gonna. So what I'll do is I'll open them. Yeah, for you, yeah, that's correct. Yeah, and Artyom doesn't. So we need a. But what I'll do is I'll open all the presentations, and then with Alt tab, screen it.
Dit is goed. Overtekenen breder, maar dit is echt een goed verhaal.
Yeah, I know. Some are tough. Vond je het leuk?
Zien we elkaar vrijdag?
Yeah, I know. They wanted to make it end and they did, but they were also contemplating.
Nou, ik vind het leuk dat je het gedaan hebt. Heb jij nog reactie?
Ja, exactly.
Nee, maar ik vind eerst gezegd, en daar moeten we wel een beetje
Het kader van de tekst. Nou, we moeten even kijken, want we hebben dus ACT.
Ja, het staat op de website, maar dan kan ze nog even herhalen. Artyom, jouw video's staan er nu.
Ja, dus als het goed is dan. Nou, ik laat hem een stukje in.
Nee, maar precies. Wat best wel even wat tijd is. Ja, exact. Ja,
Ik nog even die van.
nee.
Lonneke hoeft nog niet.
Precies. Ja.
Hypersonics.
pakken. Dan moeten we even een beetje op een vriendelijke manier
Ja,
zeggen.
ja, ja.
Misschien ook even
Niet plenair, maar gewoon even. Ja. Dat is onze werk. En wat is onze rol daar?
ja. Nou ja, op zich denk ik wel met de taak besturen gaan we moeten stukjes weer doen. Maar ik heb het wel eraan gedacht toen ik in het weekend aan het werken was. Maar ik dacht van
André welke is van
nog vers.
Ja, en niet gedaan. Ja, precies, weet je wel. Had ik het maar gedaan.
we hebben nog iemand die daar heel veel op zet.
Ja, we gaan het heel anders in.
Wat ik doe is, ze staan alle drie open. En als je hier komt, als ik het niet doe, dan kun je met...
Ik blijf erbij dat
gewoon selectie.
als jij en ik argumenteren, er moet ook ergens op papier komen staan. Dat is een grotere consequentie dan alleen maar die industrie. Nou, misschien
Ja,
kunnen
ik
we
ga nog even mijn eigen contact.
Ja, precies.
Maar goed, nu ligt er niks voor, want we zijn er mee bezig.
Nee, we hebben geen
En
stukje.
ze hebben ook zelf bedacht wie erin zit. En blijkbaar het
Ja.
clubje was al eerder
Ja, ik zat-
aan die eerder
ik zat te zoeken.
heeft gewerkt.
Precies. Ik heb van, oh, ik heb die rol, oké.
Ja.
Dus, ik zie je vrijdag.
We zijn nog beginnen.
Ja, precies, ja. ja.
nachtje over geslapen, ze heeft er een plek gegeven.
Hi, James. Ik wilde even vragen, een van jouw eerste slides had een
Ik baal nog stekker natuurlijk, maar ik heb
afbeelding van allemaal verschillende drones die in Oekraïne
Ja.
gebeurd.
Ja.
Grappig is, een van die drones, dat mijn bedrijf maakt een drone,
Welke?
de EQV Scalpel.
Oké.
Want ik ben de co-founder van One Way Aerospace. Wij bouwen dus in Oekraïne. Ik vond het gewoon grappig dat het daar op die slide staat. Ik wist niet waar je dat...
Dit weekend kwam ik hem tegen een
Ik had wat moeite om zonder...
ik heb hem gedownload. Een stuk over de technologieën die daar momenteel een rol spelen. Dus, ja.
Ja, het is gewoon grappig om te zien hun eigen product.
Ja.
Maar ja, je had helemaal gelijk in wat je zei over hoe die ontwikkeling gaat. De enige ding waar wij zitten nu met die Future Capability Command en DIU van de VS, de enige ik denk dat mensen onderschatten is waar NAVO altijd zit met dat technologieontwikkeling. Wij hebben betere spullen.
Ja.
Dus dat is eigenlijk onze vooruitgang.
Ja.
Maar als je heel veel niet zo goed, maar echt die massaal, wat je nu ziet met de Shahid, dan heb je een hypersonic nodig als je 200 van de hele bommen dingen kunnen sturen.
Gewoon massa, kwantiteit.
Wij moeten gewoon blij zijn dat Rusland is heel langzaam met oppakken van nieuwe doctrine.
Ja.
Zij weten niet hoe ze de Shahid moeten gebruiken.
Ja.
Als ze dat wisten, hadden wij nog een groter probleem. Maar ja, daar zit in ieder geval Futures Command in de VS. Ze zijn echt heel erg bezig nu met, oké, maar waarom moeten we heel veel gekke technologie hebben? Hè? Als wij gewoon massaal echt problemen kunnen creëren.
Niet echt advanced technologies.
Ja. En kijk naar Nederland bijvoorbeeld. Kijk naar die luchtmobielbrigade concept.
Ja.
Ja, een Chinook en een Apache kan maximaal 2 uur vliegen.
Ja.
Maar dat is 1 uur uit, 1 uur terug. Dat betekent dat je de plek waar die luchtmobielbrigade moet verzamelen, is maximaal 100 kilometer van de frontline.
Ja. Dat hele
Dat kan je gewoon niet meer.
Dat luchtmobielconcept is oud, is achterhaald. Hé, wat grappig man.
Ja.
Dus,
Ja, ik vond het gewoon grappig om...
een van onze andere problemen is, wij hebben lang cyclische ontwikkelingen. Dat duurt veel te lang. Als je nu kijkt dat Oekraïne binnen enkele maanden gewoon nieuwe technologieën uitprobeert, ontwikkelt en zelf produceert en vervolgens toepast.
Ja, wij zijn een nieuwe long range drone aan het maken. En we hebben vorige week 10 keer gecrashed.
Ja.
Maar iedere dag, en dan is het gewoon oké, die weg en dan nog eentje. En, ja, weet je wat, in Nederland, als je dat probeert, komt EAS of iemand anders of ILT naar je toe en zegt van, ja, waar zijn jullie mee bezig?
Ja.
Dat mag helemaal niet.
Nou, hallo, experimenteren kost geld en kost tijd en kost... En fouten maken is daarbij nodig.
Ja, want dat veel fast verhaal.
Ja.
Daar praten we heel vaak over.
Ja, maar als de wetgeving niet toestaat. Dus,
we dat doen, dat we dat uitbreiden naar ook gewoon een kleine lezing van een half uur.
Lunch and learn. Lunch and learn daar beneden in de hal in de leeuwenkelder.
Ik wou het niet benoemen, maar daar komt het wel meer. Maar dan wordt het wel toegankelijker. En dan, zeker als je met lunch een half uur
Ja, dat kan ook. Ja, zeker. Jongens, ik ga het. Ja, Niels, zie je eens voor de dag en ga eens in de auto lekker flight. Ja, met z'n allen organiseren. Jongens, kan ik ook voorstellen.
Ja, zo als je denkt, ik heb wel genoeg gedaan, ik heb het geprobeerd, nee, elke keer weer niet.
Ja, klopt. Dan moet je dan weer een draaiboek maken.
Ja, we hebben het al. Dat is het probleem niet. Het is gewoon, ja, dat Roy en Ronald dan een week voor het tijd is tegen elkaar. Dat is wel. Nee, maar dat is een beetje door de pool ook. Die is niet meer aan het varen, want ze is aan de prijs niet van.
Ja, inderdaad, van die organisatie.
Zeker. Ja.
Ja, wij gaan het doen. En ik zal ook eens af.
Maar dat is ook precies de bedoeling. En daar hebben we natuurlijk wel een moment voor.
Ja, uiteindelijk gaat het, ja, dat is wel wel de tijd.
Ja, zeker. En je moet zelf ook met elkaar doen. Zo ja. Oh, die heb je van mij toen. Ja, ja. Ja, die is wel mooi hè. Ik heb nog een coin van de Amerikaanse ambassade, als je die ook wil. Ik moet even doen. Ja,
Nou ja, oké. Succes met je presentatie.
Ja. Want dus ga je ook alvast plaatsvinden, nemen?
Ja, waar
ja, op verzoek van Anna. Ja, de eerste 3. Prima.
De mensen zie je ook beneden.
Ja, ik weet.
Wouter, dat is Wouter. En ook daar nog Keizer. Ja? Ja, dus dat is Hypersonics. Quantum.
Hey.
AI Quantum. Jij deed Quantum.
Ik heb een achtergrond in Quantum.
Jij bent dan als de tweede spreker.
Nou, voor 11 hè?
Oh ja. Ik vraag mij soms ook om dingen te doen.
Can I ask everyone to take a seat? So the next part of the day, shall we close the door, Henrik, or shall we leave it? There might be some people coming in. Next part of the day focuses on the technologies underpinning Hyperwar. And we've got three very experienced and knowledgeable speakers. I will introduce them as a package of three, and then I will invite you to, one after the other, come up to this side of the stage, and we have a Q&A session afterwards. Again, also for the people who are following this long distance, there is an opportunity to ask questions also for the online participants, so please do not hesitate on that front. We will listen to, firstly, Mr. Wouter Halswijk. He's currently responsible for developing and maintaining knowledge on ballistic missile defense, air defense, missile systems, and guided munitions at the Dutch Technology and Defense Organization, TNO. And Wouter will speak about the landscape of hypersonic technologies. We will then listen to Mr. André Hoogstraten, who is an associate professor at information management at the Netherlands Defense Academy and an expert on quantum technology. And I realized that I have announced you in the wrong order, because the first speaker is Captain Engineer Artyom van den Broek. He will speak as the first speaker in this part of the day. You are a project officer for robotics and autonomous systems in the Royal Netherlands Army, and in this role you are at the center of today's military technological landscape, also as you are working on a PhD focused on artificial intelligence, and your presentation will be on that very topic. Artyom, the floor is yours, followed by Wouter and then André. Thank you.
Okay, I will tell something about artificial intelligence, but applied on robotics and autonomous systems. Because that's where I'm working for. I am from the army, so I will give some examples used in the army instead of the whole armed forces. So who am I? First, before I went into the military, I studied nanotechnology, quantum physics, so I know something about the latest technology. Then I went to the military academy, had some time at the 11th Battalion. But then I wanted to do something with my knowledge, so apply it in RAS, Robotics and Autonomous Systems, which is an organization from the land forces. It's next to the 13th Light Brigade. It's not from the 13th Light Brigade, but we work together with them. And I will tell you in a moment why. I also went to Lithuania with those robotics. So we had systems with weapons on it to Lithuania, and we worked in the mission there. And at this moment, I'm also doing a PhD on the requirements for military AI and autonomy. So that's what I am. So what am I going to talk about? I want to talk about the innovation program, Robotics and Autonomous Systems, how and why. Then I will tell you something about military autonomous unmanned systems and artificial intelligence. And at the end, I will give some examples, videos about how AI is applied on autonomous unmanned systems. So let's start with this innovation program, RAS. So we heard also in the previous presentations something about robotics and autonomous systems, but we are creating this in this organization. And what we want to do is we will focus on combat operations where we increase the tactical combat power by reducing the cost. And that's by those systems that we have, as you can see here right below. Those systems are much cheaper than the systems we have now. Think about the really, how do we say it, costly fighters, the Panzerhaubitzers, and the systems we have in the Dutch army. But those are in the range of tons of euros. So they are much cheaper, and therefore we can apply it in quantity. And that's why we think we can increase our combat power by quantity, by the use of those systems. And we are doing this by the operational end user, the 13th Light Brigade in Oorschot, near Eindhoven. So that's what we are doing, also going to this mission, what I talked about. But we're also thinking about how do we fully use the potential of autonomy and robotics. So this is what we did the last years. In 2018, we didn't have anything. No robotics, no systems, no autonomy, only one person. And he had the objective, do something with robotics. Let's see if we can increase the combat power of the Dutch army. In 2019, we bought 2 of the systems, as you can see, 2 Milram robotic systems, which we currently also have in Oorschot. No weapon yet, only remote controlled. So you have one person, like from a platoon, a soldier, which is remote controlling the system. No autonomy yet, it's just a remote controlled cargo system. And we went with a platoon to a mission, oh no, not a mission, on an oefening, so an exercise, yes. And we went to Scotland, and what they immediately did is getting their backpackers and put them on those systems. And they were really happy with those systems. Now we have a logistics multiplier, and what we want to do the year next of that, so 2020, maybe do something with weapons. So that's what we did. We bought more of those systems, put .50s on it, also remote controlled, no autonomy yet. And at that moment, which is 3 years ago, that was really special, or how do you say it? Well, we have a remote controlled system which is shooting. We did it, and it was really a force multiplier. Why? Because your first line of your weapons could be robotic systems now. So your own people can be more protected. Okay, what did we do then? In 2021, we wanted to increase, or we wanted to develop on 3 lines. The first one, go with those systems to a mission, EFP in Lithuania, which we did, and get end-user feedback to improve those systems. So it's really cyclic innovation. What do you think about the systems as the end users, and can we improve that immediately? The second line is using a lot of simulation. Instead of buying 100 systems, just put those in a simulation environment and look what for tactics we can use. And the last one, that's why I'm currently working on, is going from remote controlled to an autonomous system. But why do we want autonomy? Because we already have those remote controlled systems. Those are pictures taken in Lithuania. And if you want to control a remote controlled system, you need a perfect data link. And if you're in an operational environment, you have a lot of jamming, you need a perfect link because you have a lot of HD cameras which are, this person is looking into if they use it with this remote controlled stick. So you need a perfect data link. And in an operational environment, that's not possible. What we have found there is that autonomy is crucial if you want to use robotics. You got also additional advantages. The system will operate, even if out of range or actively jammed. You can also scale with less of costs, because what we think is if you build one system, that's a lot of innovation costs. But if you have this data and all this software, you can copy and paste it to all those other systems, which is different than how we educate our persons now. Because you need the first person, he needs to be 18 years, he needs to become a soldier, a lot of experience. So we think we can decrease the costs by using these systems. Also, another advantage is the military experience we get from those missions, if we use, can be made explicit. So if the machine makes a decision, why does it do it, and can we improve it the next time, because we all have it locked. Okay, another question I always get, when is it done? When do we get autonomous systems? Well, we're working on 3 lines at this moment. As you can see, if you look at the green line, human remote controlled, we already have those systems in Oorschot together with operational combat forces. No, they're not technological perfect at this moment, but we can use them already in a mission. A next step are human-instructed intelligent functions. Think about a system which is following you. So you are walking in front of it, and the system is following you. I will show it in a video later on. And the last one, that's why I am working on, creating human-supervised autonomous systems. So you don't need this perfect data link and a lot of persons to control those systems. No, you have one person, maybe with a little staff, which can control maybe 10 or 100 systems. Okay, let's talk about these autonomous systems and how artificial intelligence can create those. So if you think about autonomy, and especially if you have a weapon on it, we get a lot of ethical questions. So I want to redefine autonomy. It's not fully autonomous because what we want is a human or commander which gives orders to a system, and the system explicitly follows those orders and cannot learn from itself to do other things. So it is always accountable to the commander who uses these systems. So as you can see on the left-hand side, a commander set goals within a policy. Think about our own doctrine, which we can use already because we have handwritten handbooks and tactics. It says its tasks and conditions or effects. I want to get this area as quickly as possible or without a lot of losses. So an oogmerk, the mission intent. You can also put a lot of permissions, constraints and obligations. Only if you're in this area, you can fire if you're 99.99% sure if there's an enemy, let's say a tank. And this robot, which you can see on the right hand of the slide, is executing this. So it can reason with the AI on it to execute the plan which it gets from the commander. And it also has the ability to repair it. So if you said in the beginning, I want to take this route, let's say this bridge, but in the execution, the bridge is not anymore there, then the system can think by itself, okay, let's take another bridge if the robot has the permission to do that. And also the last important thing is it has to be predictable, controllable, and explainable. And that is something my technicians are working on. How can we get an AI plan which is explainable? Which I will also show in some videos later on. So this is how I redefine autonomy. Military autonomy is the ability of an unmanned system or vehicle to execute an ordered military task or plan constrained by the delegated decision-making authority. So the commander gives some authority to the system. You may fire in this area, you can move to this area, but not more than that. This is the authority I give to the system, and there it can execute its autonomous behavior. How do we organize this to create this AI and autonomy? We need a military unit with some systems. Think about the mission planning, a commander which wants to achieve its goals and effects, command and control, some training. But we also have industry. They create the systems. And at this moment, there are also some industry partners which are creating behavior of those systems. I am against that. I think the behavior of autonomy should be in the hands of the military. And that's why I also put in the middle column. The behavior of these autonomous systems, so the software, should be in the hands of the military itself, because they create the behavior, the tactics. It should be secure. It should be built and tested appropriately. So that's why I think that's really important to understand, that we need to create a place where we can create these algorithms, AI, within the military. Okay, I want to show you some videos about how what we created, and let's start by NewGV, which can execute autonomous mission. It's from Elbit. It's an Israeli company. This robot gets a mission, go to this waypoint, and as you can see on the right and the left, or in the right, up and down, you saw some algorithms. I can show you it again. about what the AI is doing at this moment. So in the left, you see I want to go to this waypoint, and you see the video camera in the right upper hand, and in the lower bottom, you see the AI layer puts in segmentic segmentation. So it gives value to the environment of the system. Okay, let's continue. What do we see more? You see also it works, it can estimate depth, it can follow me, so if you walk in front of it, the system will automatically follow the person. Well, then you do not need to control the system, so you put in some intelligent functions, also with thermal cameras. And the system, as you saw earlier, the UGV, we have it in Oorschot. So we are testing this moment with this system. Okay, I want to show you another video. This is what my technicians created. What do you see? You see in the right upper hand the camera view of the system, which is on UGV with a .50 weapon on it. And it has the mission to go to a known enemy and only screen. So not shooting, but see if you can find any enemies. So as you can see, in the left upper hand, it goes to some place. It has some autonomy on the system itself. So you see the red points. Let me point it out. So you see the red points, and also here. And every time there's a tree in its way, it will go around the tree. And this is the autonomous behavior we want to see from the system. And this is all done by AI. And what is the AI behind that you can see in the low bottom? Those are behavior trees. Those are created by the commander. What can you do? Execute the mission. When can I shoot? Well, in this mission it will not shoot. What may it do? Yes or no? And as you can see in a moment, it will also moves its camera. Let's wait some seconds. So this is all programmed from before the mission. And if it rotates to the right, you will see some enemies. And then you see another AI algorithm working, namely identification algorithms. So you see a person, okay, and you see another vehicle, all done by AI, algorithms which are working on the system. Okay, I want to show another video. If you want to train your algorithms, you need a lot of data. So instead of going to the field and making a lot of pictures of vehicles with a lot of cameras and a lot of hours, what we created is a project where we have a vehicle simulated, and it will take a lot of data from a lot of different points to train your algorithms. Now, you can see here, you can apply camouflage or different vehicles, and the AI algorithms to detect an enemy system can use this data. And we can also apply this in an environment. And those are really nice pictures. So if you put this vehicle in a simulated environment, well, you can train your algorithms. With certain operational environments in the dark, etc. Okay, let's continue. Okay, the last slides, I'm going to talk about how AI can help also with mission planning and execution. What you can see here at the right upper hand is one of our bases, and what we wanted to do here is an area where an enemy is located, and the system is somewhere in the barracks, and it needs to find a point where it needs to stand to observe this enemy. Well, then you can work through a lot of algorithms which scan the environment or your GIS data. So you want your site on this area. You want to take into account elevation. You want to take into account the traversability. Where can this robot drive, yes or no? Enemy activities. Think about an enemy where you know exactly where it is and where it can look into. But also some places where the enemy could be, which you don't know yet. Cover. The robot should stand somewhere where it's not in the middle of the field. And if you take all those data into account, you can find some points where the robot should stand to have a perfect place to have an observation on this area. And the algorithms, we created algorithms for that, which can be used for mission planning. And then the last example I want to give is how AI can help with creating new tactics. So what you see here is a randomly created world with always a river in the middle, and in the north and the south a village. And in the north a scripted enemy behavior. So a battalion of 80 vehicles which have one mission. Take both villages and get logistics from north to south. That's their mission. Then we have our five UGVs, which needs to counter-react on this mission. And they are learning this by itself, how they need to react on the enemy. And now you can see how AI is helping you to create decisions, so decision support, or even configuration support. Which weapons do you need on your systems to counter a mission like this? And the most interesting part also about this is that you need a few resources. So in 48 hours of training, just with a normal desktop, you can create a mission like this, which creates 150 million separate training steps. So think about all those movements. It's a lot more than one person will ever create in its own life. And you can train the blue systems on how to react on possible enemy course of actions. And we can also do this in an what we created here is a village in Poland with almost the same mission, and then you can almost apply our algorithms to create missions or have decision support for your commanders already. Okay, the last slide, some takeaways. What I want to tell you is autonomy is necessary because remote control is not the way to use your robotics because of this data link and other factors. And this autonomy, which we are creating, is constrained by the delegated decision-making authority. So the commander is always in control what the robots are doing. So he gives some restrictions and some authority, and the robot can carry that out. And the last one is we create responsible military AI, so we do it ourselves. We do not buy it from a company, so we know what the behavior is of the systems. And this is what I want to talk about AI and autonomy. Thank you.
There we go. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, generals. It's a big honor for me to stand here and speak to you about hypersonics. It's something that I've personally been working on for a long time. It's been in the news a lot, of course, since a few years, but we've been working on this for 20, 30 years maybe. My background is aerospace engineering. This will be a little bit of a technical talk. I apologize in advance. It's very difficult for me to, skip over the details sometimes, but I'll try to anyway. For the people that are familiar with the topic, there are some details on the slides that I might not mention that you can read for yourself. Okay, so to start. I'll start with an introduction of the evolution of missile threats. So I I talk about hypersonics mostly in the sense of the threat that they pose. Of course, there's two sides to that coin in most cases. But everything started basically in terms of missile threats in the Second World War, where we got on one side the ballistic missiles that were developed, and on the other hand the cruise missiles. So the ballistic missiles are very quick, they are boosted up to a high velocity, they go to space, they fall back down, and they're just basically very dumb and predictable. Cruise missiles, on the other hand, developed really into something unpredictable. So these weapons fly slower, but also close to the ground. They can hide in the terrain and basically make maneuvers. So they're unpredictable. And then what we see happening is that on one side, propulsion technology improves. So the subsonic, slow cruise missiles became very fast, supersonic. And that was basically made possible by the ramjet engine, which is kind of it's like a turbojet engine, but it doesn't use mechanical compression, it just uses the velocity of the missile itself to compress the air so that it can produce thrust. So it needs some velocity to work properly, but once it gets there, it's really fast and very efficient. And on the other side, we see development in aerodynamics and control and guidance as well. So the ballistic missiles became maneuverable, MBMs, maneuverable ballistic missiles. You know, they get little fins to produce some lift and steering, and they actually became quite accurate. So in this case, a weapon turns from a terror weapon basically into something that is actually tactically useful to take out buildings, for example. And what we see now developing is basically the first entries into the hypersonic regime, the hypersonic rockets. So we've seen this already in Ukraine. These weapons are sometimes called hybrid rockets as well, because they're basically ballistic missiles, short-range ballistic missiles, that are used in a hypersonic fashion. So that means they perform like more like a gliding and a cruising flight. I'll go into the details a little bit later. And of course, development continues. On the right side, we expect in the future that the ramjet propulsion will turn into scramjet propulsion. Similar, scramjet stands for supersonic combustion ramjet. I'll go into a little bit of the details later on. And then on the other side, we expect the aerodynamic development basically to go to the extreme. So we get really efficient gliding vehicles. They don't have propulsion, they're still ballistic warheads basically, but they can perform long gliding flights at hypersonic speeds, maybe for thousands of kilometers. Something that makes us really nervous, I can tell you. So hypersonic threats, what defines hypersonic in this case? Because ballistic missiles are themselves also hypersonic. You know, they fly at more than Mach 5, more than 5 times the speed of sound. But what makes these hypersonic weapons special is that they use the atmosphere to their advantage. So they use it to get farther or to make maneuvers. And that adds another dimension that makes them extra dangerous. So basically they combine the speed of a ballistic missile with the unpredictability of a cruise missile. And to give you some idea, they can close in on you every minute about 200 kilometers while being unpredictable. Another aspect is that they can maneuver above altitudes above 30 kilometers, for example, where our interceptors don't have enough capability to intercept them. So this makes it really tough to defend against these systems. And there's other problems also with detecting these with our current radar systems. There's also some redeeming factors. Flying at hypersonic speeds in the atmosphere means you get very hot. I will explain a little bit about that later. So the infrared signature is very strong, and you can use that basically to use passive sensors to detect and track these vehicles. And another aspect is that they might not be very robust. So it's difficult enough to make these things to fly properly, even without adding a lot of armor to them. So I'll explain a little bit about that later as well. So a few examples. First, the hypersonic rockets, or the hybrid rockets. Basically, as I said, these are short-range ballistic missiles used in a hypersonic role. They are currently operational, but they are being used very carefully and still in a little bit of a legacy way. So they're, what they do is normally these things fly into space and then fall back down. What we're seeing happening is that they're launched in a depressed trajectory, so they stay in the atmosphere and they get more maneuvering capability. So that's why they become actually more dangerous. Fixed targets are not a problem. Moving targets come into play, maybe now, maybe in the near future. And deceptive maneuvering is increasing. So deceptive means that you don't do evasive maneuvers to evade interceptors, but that you deceive basically the targeting systems. Can be surface or air launched, not so much of a range. This type of system makes most sense if you apply them to short-range ballistic missiles. Glide between 30 and 60 kilometers altitude, so quite high in the atmosphere. And when they impact the ground, they are no longer hypersonic. So they slow down significantly when they get in the denser atmosphere, basically. And that goes for basically all the hypersonic threats nowadays. So the second type, hypersonic glide vehicles. A little bit more advanced. These are really advanced aerodynamic concepts that are quite hard to design and to make stable, basically, to control them. We expect them, if they're not already operational, we expect that at least in the next 5 years, these to become a real threat. Typically surface launched, these are large systems, can be used for very long ranges, very high velocities, and you need a very big booster. So they use ballistic missile boosters for that. As it says there, they can re-enter the atmosphere from space at Mach 6 or even up to Mach 20, 20 times the speed of sound, which is incredible. It poses all kinds of problems like plasma formation. I'll go into that in a later slide. So typically what is done is these are launched in a ballistic trajectory, and then they enter the atmosphere at some point and they do a pull-up maneuver above 25 kilometers, and then they perform a gliding flight where they can make maneuvers. So it can be vertical maneuvers, skipping on the atmosphere, or they can make sideways maneuvers to deceive basically the defenses. It's totally different from the traditional ballistic missiles that we're used to. And again, supersonic impact, not hypersonic. And then finally, the third type, hypersonic cruise missiles, often equated with scramjet missiles. These are sort of like the holy grail of hypersonic weapons, because these systems don't have to be very large in principle, because the propulsion system is very efficient. So you can cover long distances with a relatively small system. They have some advantages. For example, throttling. They can vary their thrust level, so they can optimize their flight pattern. But it's actually very difficult to do. So that's why we think this is still probably 10 years away. We have seen some experimental demonstrations, some successful, some not so successful. But this is really hard to do. Propulsion is very sensitive to flight conditions. So for example, if you fly a little bit too fast or too slow, or the angle of attack is not exactly right, then you run the risk of losing all propulsion and your system will fall out of the sky. It also means that, for example, if your system only functions above Mach 7, for example, because it's designed for Mach 8, then you need a really big rocket booster to boost it up to that Mach 7 for the propulsion to take over. All kinds of system problems. In this case, air launch is most likely. Gives you a lot of flexibility, but also there's a technical necessity for that I will go into later. They cruise typically above 25 kilometers altitude, and again, a high supersonic impact if the structure allows. These types of systems are a little bit more delicate, usually, than ballistic missiles. So I mentioned these scramjets. This is a very difficult technical topic, but I'll give you the basic summary. On the right side of the screen, you see a schematic of a scramjet vehicle. A scramjet motor is basically just a tunnel through the vehicle. On the left side, the air goes in at a very high speed. You have all these shock waves that form inside the motor. And then there's a combustion section where you inject fuel that needs to combust. You raise the pressure and temperature, and then at the nozzle at the back you produce thrust. So it's like a turbojet engine, only not using mechanical compression. But the thing is, all these shock trains are very sensitive to the right conditions. If that becomes unstable, you lose the whole propulsion system. Another problem is that the combustion occurs at supersonic speeds inside the vehicle. So in about 1 or 2 milliseconds, you have to inject the fuel, it has to mix, it has to combust properly, all in 1 or 2 milliseconds, and that's quite hard to do. So the designer has a lot of trade-offs to do. It can either make it efficient at high Mach numbers, or it can make it slightly more flexible, but then you will lose the efficiency factor, or you need to do concessions on the speed. For example, you need to design it for lower speeds, but then you lose actually the operational advantage of your extremely high speed. And we're still not very sure yet on what the advantage is of these extremely high speeds of like Mach 8. But to illustrate the consequences on the design of the whole system, those two systems on the bottom represent basically a scramjet missile, including its booster. And if you do a service launch, you need a huge booster. It's about 3 times as big as the booster you need for an air launch. So if you want to have a manageable system, slightly cheaper, then air launch is probably the best option in this case. Okay, and one slide about hypersonic aerodynamics. It's at the core of the problem, basically, so it's worth it to highlight a little bit. The problem with high speed is that at the front of the vehicle, you compress the air. And the faster you go, the hotter the air gets. So the higher pressure, but also the temperature goes up. And what happens at Mach 5, so 5 times the speed of sound, that's basically the boundary for where hypersonic aerodynamics occur, is that air molecules start breaking apart. So you get chemical dissociation, and things become very hard to predict. So that's why people started calling this a different regime, so the hypersonic regime. And even if you go faster, Mach 10, so 10 times the speed of sound, you start plasma formation. So the electrons break free from the atoms because of the high temperatures. And at Mach 15 times the speed of sound, this is such a strong effect that actually data links become jammed. They cannot penetrate the plasma anymore. And also your radar signature is changed a lot. It can be reduced, but in most cases it will be enhanced. And to give you an idea, at this speed, the temperatures around the vehicle, the gases, are about the same temperature as the surface of the sun. So this is quite a harsh environment. So if you want to fly at hypersonic speeds, and you want to get far, then you will need to optimize your flight conditions. And one very interesting aspect is that speed and altitude are very closely correlated. So this graph that I show here on the screen, horizontal axis is speed, vertical axis is altitude. And for very different designs of vehicles, you see that they all fall within a band of speed and altitude. So for example, if you look at that red dashed line, that means Mach 5, you can see that your vehicle should fly optimally at between 25 and 35 kilometers altitude. So this is very interesting. And of course you can deviate from this if you want to maneuver extra hard, or if you want to dive down towards your target. You deviate from your flight conditions, you dive down to the ground, and you impact at, for example, 1,000 meters per second in this case. Now all these vehicles, this goes for basically cruising flight and gliding flight, it doesn't matter. Glide vehicles operate in this entire band, so they can even go up to the right, higher speeds than shown here. But for air breathing, cruise missiles, the operational bands are a bit limited. So I indicated that. I hope it's clear. For ramjets, so the supersonic cruise missiles, they can operate about to about Mach 6. So that's also already hypersonic. You can do that with ramjets as well. And if you want to go faster, you need to go to scramjets. If you base your scramjet on hydrocarbon fuels, you're limited to about Mach 9, practically Mach 8. That's about it. And if you want to go even faster, you need to turn to hydrogen fuel. Of course, hydrogen is very efficient in terms of combustion, but it's very hard to handle. You need to basically freeze it or cool it down to be able to carry it. It's not storable. It's just horrible to design vehicles for hydrogen. So practical limitation of these scramjets is about Mach 9. That's one of the takeaways. Okay, so we get to defending against these missiles. The good news is basically that they are pretty vulnerable, we think. As I said, it's already difficult to make them fly efficiently, and they have protection against the heat, but not such good protection against ballistics. So if a fragment hits one of these vehicles at the speeds that we're talking about, like closing velocities about 4 kilometers per second, then even a tiny fragment will make a hole in the skin. And if you keep in mind those high temperatures of the air around it, then you can imagine that this high temperature gas entering the structure will just destroy the vehicle from the inside. We call this secondary damage, and sometimes the Columbia effect. So because this is what happened to Space Shuttle Columbia, it had a hole in the leading edge of a wing, which was not a problem in itself, but when it re-entered the atmosphere, the hypersonic gases basically destroyed the wings from the inside. So that's typically what you can expect as well. That's the good news. The bad news is the maneuverability. So you need to get your interceptor close to the threat, so for the warhead to get some fragments on it, for example. But getting close to these systems is already very difficult. And to try to illustrate that, I have this graph where I have sort of the maneuvering capability on the horizontal axis mapped to altitude, because there's a strong correlation there. And these dashed lines represent the different types of hypersonic systems. So if the line is very far to the right, that means it's very maneuverable. I also put some shaded areas there. Those represent current defensive systems. And if they cover the line, that means they can intercept that type of target. And the bottom line here is that basically if the target is not behaving nicely, so if it's maneuvering, if it's evading the interceptor, we can basically only intercept them at very low altitude. That's where we have the maneuverability advantage. So the bottom line here is, against these threats, current defenses are point defense. Only at the last moment can we defend against these rockets. And this is another aspect, the engagement planning, pre-engagement process. What you see here in the background is an animation of a hypersonic flight, a hypersonic glide vehicle that was reconstructed from an actual test that North Korea did, but just projected onto a different theater, just to give you a sense of scale. This is not a very high-tech system. They still be maneuvered in the atmosphere at hypersonic speeds. And what you see there is a predicted impact area. So we estimate where it could go at any point in time. And as the system loses energy while it's flying in the atmosphere, because of course they lose energy, this area gets smaller and smaller. But still in the start, it can go to Paris, to Brussels. In the end, it turns out it goes to Copenhagen. But at what point do you start to mobilize your defenses, warn populations, or start your engagement planning? That's a challenge. And then even if you know where it's going, you don't know how it's going there. So the animation on the bottom left shows you, for example, different paths that a hypersonic glide vehicle might take to approach a target. And this is very important for the defenses, because you need to anticipate where the threat is going to send your missiles on their way if you want to intercept at a proper range. And if they can come in from like 180 degrees directions, you need to spend a lot of missiles on defending against one single threat. Talking about timelines, something that's probably very significant for Hyperwar. Of course, these threats are very fast. To illustrate that, we have here a situation, for example, defending a ship, using a hypothetical future interceptor that is capable of intercepting these threats at high altitude, at long range. And to give you an idea, if you want to intercept at before they start the dive, because that's what you really want to do, then you need to detect these threats already at 600 kilometers. Then you need to build up a track. Then you have maybe 10, 20 seconds decision time to launch your interceptor, which will take about 2 minutes to travel. And then you intercept basically at the last moment. So this is this gives us a lot of challenges. The current systems are basically not fast enough to do this currently. The radar systems might in some cases be sufficient, but 600 kilometers detection range is still not something very easy. With current systems, so they was talking about a future interceptor. Current systems, this is what the timeline looks like. So you have 1 minute of advance warning. If you have your system on automatic and you launch directly, you can hope to intercept them in this little dark blue ellipse. So very late in the flight. All the debris from that intercept will probably land on your head or in the vicinity. So this is not ideal. And what is not shown here, but it's interesting to consider, is what if the weapon or the threat is launched from 300 kilometers distance, which the current hypersonic hybrid rockets do, for example. Then you have a very late warning. You have basically 2 minutes warning time. Okay, so we try to do what we can. We are looking at new interceptor systems. We're looking into what kind of infrastructure is needed for those interceptors, especially for the tracking and detection. We are thinking about basically satellite-based infrared tracking systems to give you that long-range continuous coverage. And we're looking at more layers than just the terminal point defense. And also to look for opportunities. For example, if a hypersonic glide vehicle enters the atmosphere, which is this point, there's a lot of opportunity to characterize this threat. So if you spend extra sensor effort at those critical moments, you can help your defense systems a lot. So my final slide, the takeaways. There are basically 3 types of hypersonic systems. Hypersonic rockets are already here, but they are increasing in capability. If the news tells you today that Patriot is very successful against these rockets, that is true, but their capabilities of those threats might increase a lot. So we shouldn't rest on our laurels. Hypersonic glide vehicles are coming. Those are a credible threat with a huge potential. So this is what makes us the most nervous at the moment. Hypersonic cruise missiles is doubtful. Maybe in the far future they will be what they promise to be, but in the near future, maybe the lower hypersonic regimes like Mach 6 is possible, but the operational advantage of these systems is still questionable. There's a lot of challenges involved with those. As I said, current missile defenses are limited to point defense. New interceptors are needed with their supporting infrastructure, basically long-range tracking capabilities, and low latency, high accuracy data links is something that we need. And finally, very important is that the engagement planning, as I hope I showed, is very complex and needs to be done quickly. It's an international effort, and I think this is an area where AI is unavoidable. So there's a lot of information from different sensors coming. I showed a scenario where there's only one threat, but of course, no attack is going to be a single threat at the same time. It's going to be multiple. and humans need to be supported by far-reaching automation, we think. And finally, maybe the biggest hurdle, political and legal objections to cooperating and sharing information. And that concludes my talk. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I'm André Hofstraten from the Netherlands Defense Academy. And they asked me to enlighten you a little bit about quantum technology. So let's try. Okay, I'm gonna do basically three things. First, I give you a small history of quantum technology. It's been around for a while, so although you might not realize it. Secondly, I'm going to try to learn you some quantum properties, and basically you will probably need them to get an idea about military possibilities and also the economic and strategic implications. So that's the second thing. And finally, I will give you some remarks with respect to maybe the discussions this afternoon, how this relates to hyperwar. Okay, so quantum technologies basically make use of quantum mechanical properties, so physics. Yes. And the most important thing is that around 1900s, early 1900s, people discovered that if you wanted to analyze small particles, so atoms, electrons, etc., that if you try to measure them or grab them or play with them, it could be particles and it could be waves. And they both appeared, well, not randomly, but depending on what you did and how you tried to use them, this appeared to be physically the case. And that was, of course, a very weird phenomenon, basically. This gave rise to the first quantum technological revolution, first wave. Basically, you think Einstein and Bohr and all these kinds of people. The realization of this property and the mathematical models they derived from that to explain it basically gave us a lot of information on how the world would work. For instance, we could explain the periodic system. Okay, we all learned it, but then they discovered really why some things happened. For instance, if you have an electron circling an atom, we thought always it can be at any distance, like the Earth to the Sun and Mars to the Sun, etc. It could be variant. But due to this wave particle-like property, it suddenly appears that you only have a few positions where this electron could be. Yes? So, well, all this kind of things helped to explain the world around us at the atomic level. And of course, this gave us things like nuclear power, semiconductors, laser technology even is derived from that, all kinds of medical imaging, and basically also the chips we are now talking about and which are in our computers are basically based on this technology. Well, so it's been around for a while. Now to explain what is happening currently, because this is all old, well, basically old stuff, we're still developing lasers, so it takes a while from the 1900s till now, and we're still developing lasers. We still don't have everything in grip, but we have come a long way. And suddenly there are people saying, okay, we're in the second revolution. So what's going on? Well, basically, therefore you need to dig a little deeper. And one of these problems, of one of these, the ideas behind it is, this wave-like, particle-like behavior also has the implication that a particle, or the wave as you will be, can be in two or multiple states at once. Yeah? So I here draw an electron, and if you look at an electron, it can turn left side and it can turn right side. They are both there in nature. Yeah? But if you feed them enough electricity, if you feed them enough energy, they can be in both situations at once. Yeah? So. But the problem is, you cannot see that. It's there, but if you want to measure it, it suddenly becomes, it's turning left, or if you measure it in another way, it's turning right. Yeah? And this behavior is probabilistic, so not deterministic. It's always being like throwing a dice, well, more or less. Okay. And it's not completely random. You can determine, if you have the system, you can determine to which side the dice would fall based on the weights, So if you measure a system, yeah, you cannot observe the internal mechanism, but you see, if you look at it, it turns to one of either sides, yes, and it can be half-half, but it can also be 70-30 or something like that. Okay, based on that probabilities which you can observe, you can estimate these weights. Well, a nice property, but what should you do it? You cannot see them. So, well, during the century of development, scientists realized, okay, this internal structure conveys information. What if we could control that, or get it out, or put it in? And that's basically what's been happening now. So, and in quantum information sciences, all fields of expertise which are looking at that problem are called quantum information science, and of course there are physicists, mathematicians, philosophers, etc. But the idea is that in this second revolution, yes, you're going to try to put and get it out, the information, in this type of systems. Huh? And that's what's happening now. What is the problem? Or what is the big problem is, if you want to do that, and that's why I will explain a little bit more technical details in the next few slides, is that you need to have technology which can operate on very minute waves or particles. If you want to use them, you need to have this technology. And only, I think, around 2005 or ever more physicists, scientists have persuaded politicians, policymakers, military, and businessmen that they will be able to deliver. Yes, and that's why, since then, money is poured into the technology to build systems that can control this minute detail, minute particles, waves, which you can use to transform information. Yeah, and that's basically what is happening now. Okay, some weirdness about, and just to get also an idea what is different from an ordinary computer. In an ordinary computer, you have bits. In a quantum computer, you have qubits. And as I told you, these qubits are probabilistic. So if you look at them, just at random, it can be a 0 or it can be a 1, and I don't know up front. If I put in a traditional computer and I look at the bit, I know it's a 0 or a 1. I put it there. Yeah. So that gives you all kinds of some additional problems in how to interpret and how to manage, or how the internal structure of computers will look like. Another slight problem, but also an advantage, is that if you have such a quantum system, let's say this qubit, which is the smallest quantum system you can have, it depends on how you measure. The outcome depends on how you measure. If you look at it and I look at it, and we look at it in a different way, it's just like we don't have the same ruler or the same axis. And you can get different answers. You will only realize that we get the same answers if you tell me how you did your measurement, then I compare it with my measurement, and we line it up. Okay, that's of course troublesome if I have a computer which measures in a different way than you have a computer. But on the other hand, this is one of the basics where why cryptology or quantum cryptology might provide us with more secure communication. Yeah, see? Yeah? There are other tricks. For instance, bits I can copy endlessly. We do it all the time, the internet. Qubits or quantum systems, you cannot directly copy it. Yeah? The no cloning theorem. But that doesn't mean that there cannot be two systems which are alike. You can create systems which are alike, you just can't copy them. Yeah? It also has some consequences for basically if you want to build a quantum internet. You need to deal with it in another way. You cannot copy the bits, you can transfer them, and I will show you a little in one slide further what you can do, but you need some other more delicate mechanisms to create networks. Yeah. This, I will stick to now to three further properties which are basically really the building block. The first time we already had it a little bit in another form. The first one is quantum superposition. And that's basically the system that you could be in two positions at the qubit could be in two states at once. Yeah? A bit can only be a 0 or a 1, and it cannot be both. In a qubit, in a quantum system, can be in multiple positions. Yeah? This has some some other advantages. This doesn't only hold for one single qubit or one molecule or one electron. It also holds for a whole bunch together. Yeah? So we can, if you expand your system with more particles, yeah, you have the same properties, yeah, and that's called superposition. One of the consequences is that you can do a lot of calculations at once in parallel. So for instance, Grover's algorithm, in which you can use to, let's say, sort your database. If you want to look something up in a database, yeah, you can speed that up well, incredibly faster, much faster than on a normal computer, if you would use a quantum computer. So one of the reasons why we want quantum computers is that we could speed up some calculations, and this is one of them, searching for an element in a collection. And the property which basically gives us that possibility is a superposition. Another one is that due to this superposition, your dimension of your space, basically the states you can model, grows exponentially. So basically, if you only have a quantum computer of 1,000 bits, it's even more than the biggest computers we have now. Yeah? So you only would have to control 1,000 bits, and you could create and analyze as many states as the biggest computer now. So that sounds promising, right? Okay. There is a problem, of course, there's a catch. Nothing is for free in this world, so there's a catch. And that's one of the next slides. Before I get to that catch, there's another strange property. Is that if you have a quantum system which contains more and more particles, or waves, they can be connected. And connected in the sense that you can only describe the system as one. You cannot pull it apart, yeah, without losing information. Okay? You can, in a non-entangled system, basically you can separate the parts, and the information both of the particles or in the both systems stay the same, is independent. If they are entangled, okay, the information cannot be separated without losing, coherence. That's the next slide. Without losing information, basically. But you can also use this. For instance, the basis of a quantum network will be based on entanglement, because this basically means you can put information between two particles, and the strange thing, that is called the spooky action, you can move this thing even to the moon, yeah, and if I would look at one of the particles and it would collapse back to its classic state, I would measure it, it would automatically mean that the particle on the other side will also give his information to the other side. So you can use that information to basically send information. And even if you want to do it weirdly, if we ever gonna get how call it telegraphy, if we ever gonna do Star Trek, basically, then this would enable it. Yeah. Dus if we could dematerialize, copy send me to the moon, and materialize on the moon. If it would be possible, this is the property that would do that. No? Beaming up Scotty. Yes, that was the yeah. Okay. But as I said, there is one catch, and one catch. And one, of course, there's always one, and it's decoherence. As I told you, I can put information in a quantum system, yes? And that quantum system, when it's in quantum situation, I could not get to that information, except when I look at it, it will turn back to one of the classical situations. So, to one of both states, if we look at it from the qubit, yes? Well, if I want to have a computer or do anything, I want to hold that information in this, well, I cannot attach it as long as possible. And well, that's the problem currently. For instance, most qubits only exist only for a few milliseconds. Because then suddenly they are going to, either somebody looks at it, if you observe the system, it gives you the 0 or the 1, and of course the in-between information is gone. But of course, if I observe it, that's what I want. But what's more important, if other particles come in the neighborhood, let's say in the environment where your qubit lives, due to the entanglement, it will suddenly going to interfere with it. And at that moment, if you put a qubit in a certain state, you know what state it is, and of course then you want to manipulate it. But due to this entanglement, it will decohere, it will change properties. So suddenly I have noise in my system. And that is, of course, yeah, you don't want that. And another thing is that if you have a system, I don't know what, if you have a molecule or an atom, or it moves. There's temperature, it wiggles, it does all kinds of things. So it has some dynamics. And of course, dynamics means that if I have two particles, they might collide. Yeah? Well, of course, in that moment, suddenly my system has also changed properties. So how do I prevent that? Well, the current situation is almost all quantum computers and lots of sensors, etc., are cooled to almost the absolute minimum, because then all dynamics which are in my system are shut down. They are at the absolute 0 point. Everything comes to a halt. Even, well, you might say even time comes to a halt. And then it works. But of course, I cannot see an F-35 flying around with a system which has to cool down his quantum instruments to the absolute minimum. I mean, that thing would crash. So that's one of the problems. You know? And of course, the analysis is... Okay, what means this for us? Yeah. Basically, currently, most developments you can see are in 3 areas, and which are also military relevant. It's quantum computing and simulation, quantum sensing and metrology, and communication and cryptography. I already hinted at that. I must warn you, this, for Hyperwar, this is a little bit, for current Hyperwar, it's not important. Well, quantum computing, currently, before we really have something about it, and this is the positive view, that's 2030, 2035, but there are even estimates that before we get something really useful, 2040, 2045 might be the year, if ever. We have some kind of quantum computers, analog quantum computers. They are a little bit further, systems like D-Wave and NEC. They are a little bit closer by. One area where we might get something working earlier is quantum simulators. And quantum simulators are basically quantum computers you cannot program. The previous 2 you can program, where the first one is the general computer, like the other 2 are more restricted. But quantum simulators are basically simulators with one goal. And it's one probably feasible goal. And it's using in chemistry and modeling for material science, etc. Because they need to have the properties of the molecules and of the atoms they need to model. And of course, if we have a quantum computer, which has these quantum properties, you can model them one-on-one. So basically, for a quantum computer on the first level, the digital gated universal quantum computer, you need lots of qubits, and we need lots of surrounding tools to get it. But the simulators, especially if you focus them on drugs and material science, etc., which are very close to the real, we might even come somewhere with 50 qubits or something like that. Which might be even much closer in time. So these are feasible time periods. In the quantum communications and cryptography, there is one, I put a red exclamation mark. All the other things I mentioned are quantum. And although the word quantum is here, post-quantum cryptography is about classical cryptography we have now. And the problem is that we know there have been devised quantum algorithms that as soon as we have a quantum computer, lots of our current encryption can be broken within seconds. And that means not only our military systems, but also banking, internet, well, whatever. So you need to act on that. Governments have already, also the Dutch government has realized that we are putting in measures, and basically in the Netherlands is that we want to implement for, let's say, mid and high security level information that needs to be protected and infrastructure, that we try to get this classical post-quantum cryptography, basically cryptography which is not susceptible to the algorithms and the quantum computer, to put in place in 2030. The American government wants to replace its infrastructure around 2035, it should be finished. Because that's also the timeline when maybe the first general quantum computers will be there. And then all this, well, traditional cryptography we have now will be broken. Yes? And there are even, strategically seen, people collecting now current information from the internet and encrypted government documents, because they know if we keep it for 10 years and this quantum computer is there, we can read it. So that's another thing. Quantum key distribution is how currently, if you want to encrypt a lot of information and send it between, also in the military setting, between two agents, you will not use the quantum computer or a quantum device because it's difficult, expensive, etc. But what you could do is only communicate securely the keys. And if you communicate the keys, you could send all the bulk data encrypted traditionally, but because the keys are hard, you will be safe. So that's kind of things. You see a quantum network, and that's also 2030, 35 for, and I put an M in the TRLs. As you see, it has quite a high TRL, and that's because there are some commercial products which are, if you are in a fixed situation where you have a nice glass fiber under the ground, etc., then you can use it already. And the Chinese have a satellite doing something. So there is a lot of movement over there, but military scene, especially for more mobile situations, it's still, it will take some time. Quantum communication networks that will be associated, complementary and additionally to the traditional network, but as you see, we have some problems, and for instance, it will probably be 2040 if earlier, and not much earlier, and that's because, for instance, we need devices that can do this entanglement at a large scale. And also we need, if you want to have a quantum internet, you need repeaters with a certain memory. Not ordinary memory, but quantum memory. And that's also not available yet in high enough quality to do that. So it all will take some time. So instead of the previous two topics, which are much closer to in time, this is still far away. What is closer is a lot of sensor things. And they will be military also very important. For instance, the question about GPS, in the quantum area, people are devising quantum tools, quantum clocks, to get a good positioning and navigation and timing without resorting to GPS. So it's getting there. And it's, at least if we think. You have all kinds of imaging systems, so looking through walls. Also sensors which might look into the ground, so to find the bunker. And also a worrying situation, looking for submarines in the sea. That might be very feasible if the sensoring gets close, the technology gets well enough, then all submarines will be visible. So, but on the other hand, they could communicate underwater. There are some experiments that you could communicate underwater using quantum technology. So, if it is there, if it gets fully blown, we will have a lot of things on our minds, but currently it's still a bit the question, will we get there? No? So possible military applications. So, first thing, a little bit different. We need to get post-quantum cryptography in place. That's definitely, and it's already happening. So, but possible game changers are new materials. They might be lighter, they might be better, there might be tools which might be better drugs. Well, what certainly will be the case is that a lot of the detection we have currently will be enhanced. Yeah? Navigation positioning, I already mentioned. Well, you see here the list. So it's quite a list. And it could be even longer. Yeah? What I think could be important for the hyperwar discussions, currently it's so mostly still all the technology is still at low TRL. If and when, and that's if, is also still viable. It's not only when, because it's definitely not sure that everything will succeed. Then we have an economic impact as well as a big military impact. The development of the quantum stuff is dual use, as is the other stuff. So if you want to control it, you need something to do that. Currently, most money put into quantum is still not from governments, except, of course, the Chinese, but that's different, but in the Western world. But from companies, Google, Microsoft, IBM, all these companies. So there's a big economic motive to do it. And for the governments, it's, of course, strategic surprise. If suddenly the Chinese would be way ahead of us, we would have a problem. As soon as it's slow, then okay. There are still people who, also researchers, who say, we won't get this decoherence stuff fixed. It's inherently, and whatever you're going to do, you will not get your computers running or the sensors stabilized enough to get the effects you want. I think currently it's a minority view, but it's still theoretically feasible. Yeah. And well, if the high TRLs would be reached, of course, then we have some doctrinal, infrastructural problems which we need to address. I hope.
Thank you very much. An impressive journey through the AI, hypersonic and quantum technologies. I would like to collect some questions from the people seated here in the room. I already see two there. Maybe start there and then we move to the other side. 3. I'm just thinking, shall we take 3? Is that good for you? Pay attention. Yes, go ahead.
I am Sofia Romansky of the Hague Center for Strategic Studies. Thank you all for your interventions. It's always great to hear about the very technical sides of these when we're always on the strategic level most of the time. My question is specifically to Captain van der Broek. You mentioned that the AI algorithms used for autonomy need immense amounts of data to train, but I'm specifically curious about what kind of compute requirements they have. So specifically, what kind of chips or other hardware are needed to facilitate the application of these algorithms? And also, is this compute power designed specifically for AI, or is it something from a different place? Thank you.
Yes. What really interesting is that the algorithms we are using now are developed around the 50s, 60s, 70s. The thing that have been changed is the computer power of like your graphic video card chip. So the demonstrations you saw, some of those also work on my own laptop. So the amount of computing power created by the graphical cards or chips is immense already at this moment. So we can already use your own phone or your own hardware to use these old algorithms. Does this answer to your question?
You may just, yeah.
My name is Ilko Zaan. Thanks all three of you again for the great presentations. The question that boggles my mind a little bit is about unpredictable behavior of AI. And the relation also that what you said, okay, you need to have some kind of control over your AI systems. But the advantage on the other hand is also that if you don't have control, so if you don't have a satellite link, it can behave autonomously. So how do you prevent a system creating unexpected, how can you prevent unexpected actions of AI system? How can you mitigate those risks? Also looking a little bit in the future of quantum technology, which also I see a lot of behavior which can be unpredictable. So I see a lot of challenges there.
Yes. Maybe you can remember the last slide about the red and the blue units moving on the map. There's one big problem about using their reinforcement learning. One of the AI techniques was used, is that it's not explainable. And as a military, we really want to know what our systems are doing. However, we want unpredictable behavior to the enemy. So we want predictable behavior to ourselves, but unpredictable behavior to the enemy. But the problem is of this map is that it's also unpredictable for us. So my team, which are creating those algorithms, are trying to find AI algorithms which are predictable, so that our military commanders can use them predictably and therefore do not get this behavior which is random for us, and therefore mitigating problems. Give this answer to your question? No, and it's the same dilemma with the Tesla car, which needs to make a decision if it's colliding on a cross point. Yes. Okay.
Question. I saw a question here. Yeah. Please tell us who you are.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the presentation. My name is Alexander Oliski. I'm a student at Leiden University. Unfortunately, my question is also for the presentation on artificial intelligence. I saw in your presentation several times, group column formations, like human troops on the ground that were accompanying, that were guiding like autonomous related vehicles. So you had like in the same time a group of soldiers coming along a road and an autonomous device. I wanted to know what is the added value of ground troops, apart from guiding, let's say, the autonomous vehicle to complete autonomy?
There will be missions where humans are still needed, which are, I think, typically in the not full war scene. A good example about is the Afghanistan missions, where you need persons to get the hearts and minds of in those situations. But if you look at the war like Ukraine and Russia, that's a total war situation where an enemy is really easy to find. If a tank is coming to you, you want to confront it. Therefore, there are situations where you want to use autonomy, like this total war situation, and the military commander is always responsible for the question, do I need autonomy at this moment? Or the other situation, like in a hearts and mind mission, where you don't want to use autonomy. It's like having nuclear weapons. If you have it, you don't always need to use it. Give this answer to your question?
Yeah, but why for example, when you're on rotation, why do you have equal together at the same time?
Together. Yeah, those are the concepts we are trying to to figure out at this moment. They are, to think about. Yeah.
I propose we take one final question, which I also see there's 2 more questions there. Ooh. Well, there we go. We're gonna eat a little bit into lunch, and then we wrap up. Over there, and then there's 2 more questions there on the left, and then we'll leave it at that. Go ahead.
All right. First of all, thank you all for the presentation. My question is also about the AI. My name is Rem van Beumer from TNO, Military Operations Department. For everyone who doesn't know, by the way, TRL is Technology Readiness Level. About the AI, you said that you can't think of like a data link or possible that's why you need autonomy. I'm curious what that would do, like if you see this only in a surveillance mission and what this would do to your recognized picture, because of course you want to send precision location data of those vehicles to other systems, definitely in a multi or joint operation. So how do you see this working, and what does that mean for your recognized picture if they operate autonomously?
So AI for a surveillance mission? I don't understand the question perfectly, sorry.
Well, you showed a UGV that was able to look around, did some surveillance, found, like, it kind of did a surveillance operation by itself. However, if you're in an operation and you work with autonomous systems, you want to have the precise location of that system. If they're either not in a network, either a data link or an IP-based network, how do you get the recognized picture of your vehicles?
Yeah, I understand the question. I think there's a difference between the communication of those systems. So you have, if you want one UGV controlled by one person, so no autonomy on it, you need a perfect data link, because every movement it does, the weapon or the tracks, you need, without a latency, you need to control the system. However, for communications, if you have found an enemy, then you can send really small messages back to the commander with the information you want, and those use a much lower bandwidth than HD data linking with your system. So communication will always be critical. Also, if you want to use multiple UGVs and do a mission together, a coordinating mission with multiple different UGVs, but then you can fix it with small, short messages, which are even shorter than human messages, I think. So yes, communication is still needed, but it's less than remote-controlled operation. Yes, correct.
Good morning. Frans van der Ham, Material and IT Command of the Defense Organization. I have a question about quantum. Seeing your predictions, I'm pretty worried when I see that. And it reminds me a bit of the time just after the Second World War, where the United States had the supremacy on nuclear power. And by using that, they could actually influence a lot. So I'm asking myself, you already indicated the effect of crypto and post-quantum crypto. If one of the players, and say not the free democratic world, or even a Google or Microsoft, would actually be the first to get a kind of hegemony on this kind of technology, they would have a power position to pressure everyone in the world. What is your expectation of this maybe to happen?
Well, first of all, you have to be in the optimistic field to get there. So let's assume that the optimists are right and it's possible. Of course, this is where China especially is gambling at and investing in the hope to be the first one to have it. Yeah, it could also be, especially in the democratic Western world, where most research is still funded by companies. But I have the feeling that governments are have a close look. But I think it's wise to invest to prevent a surprise and to be as close to the first one as possible if you're not the first one. I think that would be a wise investment in, let's say in research. And I would take it into account when I would have to spend money on, let's say, these three topics. I would also reserve some money for quantum to just prevent this strategic surprise to happen, hopefully, or be as close as possible to the first one having it. Yeah.
Final question.
Is it? Yeah. Was this the answer?
If that answers the question.
Well, I wanted your prediction. Who will be the winner? Who will be the first? Best guess. Are we on a burning platform here?
I'm not involved enough to. No, sorry.
That's for the drinks later on. Hi, my name is Stefan Ober. I have three small technical questions for each speaker. One each, it's very small. First one is for the ROS, the robotics. It would be great to take over the systems from the enemy, and it would be bad if they take over our systems. How can we protect that? What for kind of measures do you have? Do you make them operate in small groups or something like that to prevent that, to take over the whole group? That was the first question. Second, with the missiles, the high-speed missiles, do they still have an explosive ordnance inside, or is the speed and the mass enough to damage a target? And the third question is, if you can't copy qubits, is that the key benefit that we can use to protect our data, our systems, from being hacked?
Okay. First question, on the hacking of systems. I think it's the same doctrine you can also use for persons. What if the person you capture, the soldier you're capturing, then he has information on it which can be used by the enemy. So the amount of information you give to a system should be as low as possible to execute this mission. So I think we can use the same doctrine at this moment, not only for persons, but also for robots. But if you talk about hacking, so controlling what the system does, And then you need to talk about encryption, about cybersecurity. But we already have software for that, which we need to apply on that. If that's answer on your question?
Yeah, great.
Okay.
Okay, does this work? Yeah. Yeah, so the short answer is yes, they do still have warheads. So as I said, they don't impact the ground. The targets are usually on the ground, right? At hypersonic speed, so their energy is comparable to other missile systems. They do tend to get smaller warheads. That's more of a necessity because the design of the vehicles is such that you have less room or less budget for weight, basically, to carry large warheads, but also because these systems are very precise, potentially. So you need a smaller warhead. So.
Okay, thanks.
And then not copying, basically two small answers. One is it's used for protection in the sense that as soon as you copy it, or try to clone it or view it, it will be recognizable. So if you exchange keys or information and somebody is looking at it and intercepting it, it will immediately show up, so you will know that it's compromised. So that's one of the... Another, yes, for instance, currently our University of Twente, for instance, is working on access cards which are not clonable or copyable due to using quantum effects in the key card. So it's definitely one of the variables which you can use to protect your data. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you, and a big thanks to our three speakers. We're coming to the end of the morning session. I would like to ask everyone to be back by 1:30 at the very latest, so we can start the afternoon program on time. It is now time for lunch. Is that right? Out here? Out here, lunch is served to the left. Thank you all very much. All right, we're slowly going to make a start. Welcome back, everyone. Also, welcome back to the people following us online. We are starting this afternoon with a series of excellent speakers. And what we're going to do is that we're going to talk about the implications and consequences of hyperwar. What does the emergence of new technologies underpinning this concept of hyperwar mean for operations in the field, for the international balance of powers, and for the rules and regulations that we need to handle such technologies responsively? However, we're starting out with a very interesting keynote speaker, Professor Kenneth Payne from King's College London. Professor Payne is a leading voice in political psychology and strategic studies with a focus that extends into the transformative realm of artificial intelligence. His latest work is a book called I, Warbot, that explores the ways in which artificial intelligence is reshaping military strategy. It was chosen as Book of the Year by The Economist and by the journal International Affairs. Professor Payne, Kenneth, you have consulted politicians and decision makers on the national, international level, but today you're consulting us. You're consulting us and you're advising us on the implications of the existence of these new technologies that we've heard about this morning. You have the floor. Very happy to have you here today.
Hi, everybody. Thank you. Thanks for the introduction. I last gave a talk on AI in this building downstairs. I had a strong sense of déjà vu when I came through the door, and that was in 2018, which was the very start of the hype cycle, if I can call it that, about AI in war. So I feel like Dean Acheson, present at the creation of thinking about AI and strategy in the Netherlands, and it's nice to come back and reflect a little bit on what's changed in my thinking, if not in the thinking of the field. And in honour of being back in the Netherlands, I'm sporting my patriotic tie. So a little bit like the General earlier, I'm not altogether sure what's meant by hyperwar. It's a nice phrase that brings together a lot of disparate technologies, ideas and thinking, and seems a little bit slippery and vague when you come down to it. So I'm going to interpret it my own way accordingly and focus on the bit that I think is, as our Chief of the General Staff put it, the one ring to rule them all, which is artificial intelligence. And think through some of the implications of AI when it comes to strategy, including in this elusive beast, hyperwar. And I'm going to introduce you, you might know a little bit about it already, to the idea of machine psychology. And I'm going to be slightly forward-leaning and controversial and persuade you, hopefully without you thinking I'm a crackpot, that it makes sense to talk about machine minds and to explore what those machine minds might mean for strategy. And let me distinguish at the outset, hopefully to offset the idea that I am a crackpot, and say I'm not talking about machine consciousness. There was famously an ex-Google engineer who was convinced that his large language model had become conscious, and he was let go shortly thereafter by Google. What I like about that story, and I really hope it's true, I'm not going to investigate further to find out, is that the large language model appointed its own attorney to represent itself in the disciplinary hearings. So if you know that's not true, please don't disabuse me. I'll lose my anecdote. So I'm not talking about conscious machines. One doesn't want to rule these things out, but that's for a different lecture. But I am talking about the concept of machine minds. And let me get underway with that. So this here is, it would help if I actually played it from, there we go, and then we can hopefully see them moving. This here is the Alpha dogfight from a couple of years ago now that DARPA staged, where ultimately in the final a human pilot was pitted against an algorithm in simulated combat with F-16s. And it illustrates where we are at the cutting edge with AI, which is in the defense realm, which is it's demonstrating a utility for tactics, and it's demonstrating an ability for what you might call control problems, for dealing with sensory input, for optimizing particular solutions to challenges that can be quantified. It's not easy, but this sort of thing plays to the machine's strengths, as evidenced by the fact that it won this contest against the human pilot without the human pilot scoring a kill. I think it was in the end 5-0 to the machines. The other interesting thing about this contest is that the company that won, Heron AI, was not one of the big players. I'd not heard of Heron AI. I don't know whether you had before this contest. And they saw off some defense primes in the early rounds, including Lockheed. So there's an insight into the way in which this technology is disruptive of existing industry practices right there. But the really interesting about it for me was that I teach military students, including fast jet pilots, and I asked some of them before the contest what the outcome would be, and they told me that the technology was good, but it wasn't good enough yet, didn't quite have the right stuff, and they anticipated winning. After the human pilot had been thrashed, they shifted the goalposts and said, well, it's a simulator, it's not the real world. And there again is another telling insight as to what happens with AI debates. In the nicest possible way, gatekeepers shift the goalposts after a particular benchmark has been achieved. And we see that both in defense and also in other AI sectors. We'll soon find out if it's simulator only, because the Americans are kitting out F-16s to do this sort of thing in the real world. And I would anticipate, since they're in a race with China, which has already achieved, or claims to have achieved, something similar to this, not long after, I would anticipate that those trials will start sometime in the next year or so. But as I say, it's essentially a control optimizing problem, a little bit like playing Space Invaders. I wasted most of the 1980s doing this. Perhaps some of you did too. And I first got into AI when a friend I was talking to told me he was going off to work for a company called DeepMind that I'd never heard of. And he explained that AI was achieving, connectionist AI, neural networks were achieving some dramatic breakthroughs. And DeepMind produced this famous paper on using algorithms to achieve superhuman performance in Atari games, like this one, where the AI has cleverly sent its bullet up behind the aliens, and they're rattling around, ricocheting around in there, and achieving a creditable superhuman level of gameplay. That was my introduction to the idea that AI can do this optimization problem in toy universes that are fine, but simplified and bounded. And now we're moving to a point where these tactical control problems can be brought into the real world. And we had a fascinating lecture before lunch on the applications of that in ground combat. And big changes are coming. This is Anduril's Fury, Loyal Wingman, and it's one vision for how you can apply these sorts of tactical algorithms to think about combat, and it has utility. It's not the only vision for how you might apply algorithms to take on tactical problems. The other vision is, of course, swarming, drawing its inspiration from swarms in nature, like these murmurations of starlings. And for me, what that shows is a high degree of fluidity and uncertainty about what these algorithms are capable of and how best they should be employed. There are all sorts of interesting questions about combined arms warfare and about the way in which you knit together the various disparate units, what sort of concepts you need as well as what sort of technologies you need, and that's not settled. We're only at the beginning of that journey with this tactical AI. But that's not what I want to talk about for the rest of this talk. I want to say, can we see a movement beyond that? Is AI capable of doing something more profound than playing a good game of Space Invaders or transposing its game of Space Invaders to the real world? And I think it is. So in 2016, this happened. If you haven't seen it, I highly commend to you the documentary about it, AlphaGo. It's on Netflix. a very dramatic showdown between the world Go champion and DeepMind again, their algorithm. So here's Lee Sedol, the world Go champion, and once again, Go, that is a toy universe, but one that is, whilst being highly structured, very rich, very complex, as they always say, famously, more possible moves to search ahead in than there are atoms in the universe. So it's a hard one for our space invading AI to compute. And for that reason, many Go experts said, like my fighter pilot friends, this is a tough challenge, Ken. It's not going to happen anytime soon. And spoiler alert, cover your ears if you want to watch the film and haven't yet. Spoiler alert, the algorithm spanks the world champion 4-1. There's a very interesting twist in the tale in that one, but I don't have time to tell you more about it here. It's a triumph for human ingenuity. But what's interesting and germane to my remaining remarks is the guy opposite that you can't see in this shot. He was placed there by DeepMind simply to move the pieces because the machine couldn't do it itself. And there's a moment, the first moment, where the machine makes a non-human move, a dramatic move that a human Go player, grandmaster, would never play. As it happens, Sedol is outside when this move is taken. He's having a smoke break on the roof of the hotel. And he comes in and he sees it, and he's as shocked as all the commentators. There were gasps. You know, humans just don't play that move. And Sedol's eyes flick up, and they look at the chap opposite. And he's like, it wasn't me. I'm just here to move the pieces. And one of the DeepMind team, a Go player on the DeepMind team, said subsequently, it's like looking across the table is a dance of minds. You expect to see the mind across the table that you're playing. And Sedol looked across the table, and there was nothing there. And all he could see coming back at him was his own doubts. And he crumbled and lost the game in short order afterwards. Actually, he fought on in an unwinnable position. But he was stunned. And Sedol himself retired not long after the tournament, and he said that the creativity had gone out of it and it had turned into a computational problem. Well, this is interesting for me. The question is, this is still a long way from another mind across the table. There was no mind across the table, but it was an early insight into AI being engaged in that dance of minds. Sedol was certainly looking for a dance of minds. The question for me is, what happens when a machine mind is across the table, not just an algorithm that's playing souped up space invaders? Can we get there? And the quote, of course, is from, I should have put this up before, the quote, of course, is from Sun Tzu, who says that if you want to win in war, know yourself and know your enemy. And he's talking about mind reading. He's talking about intentionality. And for me, that's always been the key to strategy. It's the key to deception, for example. Deception is computationally cognitive. You have to model the beliefs of the person you're hoping to deceive. You have to model your own beliefs now and into the future, and those of any third party that's involved in the situation. And then you have to tweak those models as the situation unfolds. That's really hard. And it's extremely hard for some neurodivergent people who are on the Asperger's spectrum. They struggle with this ability to model other minds with the same lucidity that neurotypical people do. What about machines? Till very recently, I would have said that they're not at the races, and that therefore what we have to do is upload our instructions to the machines. If you want a machine on your side to follow through your intentions, you don't discharge it to engage in a dance of minds with the adversary. You upload very detailed instructions of what you want it to do and go out and achieve, what problem you want it to optimize, whether that's space invaders or flying a combat aircraft, and then you put it out into the world. The difficulty is, it's proving so far impossible to upload our intentions in a way that accurately reflects them, that the machines can carry into the world. If we're going to deputize mindless machines to go out into the world and act on our behalf, we're up against it. And what's on screen here is a large-scale experiment that shows that. I think it's one of the largest experiments in social sciences. possibly with the exception of the unconscious bias test that's been going for some decades. This is called the moral machine experiment, and it's about what values you should put into autonomous cars. And philosophers in the room will recognize that it's a version of the famous trolley problem. The challenge is you have to decide whether you want the car to kill the people crossing the road, or whether you want it to swerve off the road and kill the occupants of the car. So it's a philosophical problem about ethics, and I know you're going to be hearing about ethics later this afternoon. Can I give a mindless machine instructions in a way that are useful for it and that it can carry out? What's interesting is that there are some wide cultural variations. This experiment's been conducted around the world. One of my favorite cultural variations is the distinction between the Netherlands and Roman Catholic countries. You can basically adjust the combination of people in the car and the combination of people crossing the roads, and you can distill that there are some fairly universal values as to who should die and when, preferentially. So people prefer to save human over dog. People prefer to save a woman over an adult man. They prefer to save a child over an unborn baby. I believe that's right, and I find that quite interesting. It probably has to do with infant mortality. In many places, it's better to have a baby in hand than one that's not yet made it through childbirth. So there are some fairly universal values, but there are some really interesting cultural variations as well, and the one I have in mind is the lights. These are pedestrian lights. And if they're on red in some Roman Catholic countries, if they're on green in some Roman Catholic countries, that's purely advisory. You know, you shouldn't cross without looking. If you're trying to cross the road in Rome, the traffic crossing lights have very little bearing on the behavior of the cars. And that's not necessarily the case in the Netherlands. And in fact, in the Netherlands and some Northern European countries, participants in this experiment will go out of their way to punish you if you're crossing the road on red. They heavily discount your life. So bear that in mind or I'll bear it in mind when I'm on my way back to the hotel after this. The point of this experiment for us is that if I'm dealing with mindless experiments and I want mindless algorithms and I want them to carry out my wishes in the world, I'm up against it. I can't find a way easily of uploading universally agreed ethics that I might want them to act out. And that's true of other values that I might want to imbue the machines with as well. This one I won't spend too much time on, except to say this is a gaffer-taped workaround, a bodge job workaround that Jaguar Land Rover adopted. Given that problem, they put cartoon eyes on their driverless car in an attempt to turn their mindless machine into one that could play mind-reading games with pedestrians. The problem for autonomous cars, and one of the reasons why it's proving so difficult to move from Elon Musk's vision to reality, is not navigating the streets, is navigating the minds in the streets. This car can't navigate minds in the streets either, but it can try and deter them. It's engaged in an act of deterrence with pedestrians. Don't step in front of this car if it's caught your eye. And humans instinctively, so the experimenters thought, might follow the cues of the mindless machine and not step in front of it if it had flicked its eyes to them, almost as a warning signal like a driver would. The mindless machine's attempting to play mind games. That only gets us so far. Can we go beyond that? And until fairly recently, as recently as the last couple of years, I would have said no. And now I've changed my mind, which is a surprisingly rare thing in debates about AI and strategy. What you more commonly find is that people stake out their position, and as new evidence comes in, they discount it and maintain their position. They're either AI hypesters or they're AI skeptics, and no amount of disconfirming evidence will shift their views one way or the other. But I like to keep an open mind, and I'm prepared to put my hand up and say, I changed my mind, and now I'm much more prepared to engage with this idea, this vexing idea that machines might have a mind. If you've not seen it, this is the movie Her. It's one of the best AI movies. It comes from the dark ages of AI research, which is to say it's more than 5 years old. And it's about Joaquin Phoenix and Scarlett Johansson, who plays his operating system. She's the voice of his operating system on that computer. And he's newly widowed and a bit lovelorn, and he falls in love with his machine as they converse away. Spoiler alert again, It ends badly for Joaquin because it turns out that she is simultaneously dating several 100,000 other humans. In the end, she gives humans up as a bad idea, all a bit dull, and goes off with the other AIs to hang out and do AI things together. So a sad story, but also an interesting thought experiment about whether you can converse naturally with machines. I don't know whether anybody has yet had the voice to GPT-4 rollout that's happening right this week, where you can start interacting with GPT-4 if you're a subscriber through naturalistic voice interactions. And I think when more of us have had that and we're not just typing away to ChatGPT, we'll start to feel that we're entering a little bit more of this type of scenario, where we have a tendency anyway to anthropomorphize all sorts of things, including machines. The temptation to anthropomorphize GPT-4 when it's conversing with you naturalistically is going to be quite pronounced, I think, as Paul Joachim found here. The question is that just a chimera? Is that just a facsimile of proper mind? And I don't think it is. Let me come back one here. The field of machine psychology, then, that I promised you at the start of the talk, is just coming into being. And if you want to crank out some publications fast, I suggest you get into it because it is wide open terrain. What's involved is giving standard psychological tests that you would give to human participants, often undergraduates in your university department of psychology, giving them to machines and seeing how they fare, giving them to GPT-4 and other large language models. What's really interesting is that there has been a phased transition between ChatGPT and GPT-4. There is some emergent property in language models that happens when you scale beyond the level of ChatGPT to GPT-4. A qualitative change in the responses to these experiments. And what machine psychologists are finding and publishing about is that language models can do some of these psychological attributes that have hitherto been in the territory of machines. Let me pick out one here. Priming. If I take a human decision maker and I make them more anxious, what happens to their risk-taking propensity? They become more risk-averse. If I take a human decision maker and I make them more angry, what happens to their risk-taking propensity? They become more risk-acceptant. They become more determined, come hell or high water to get their way. Well, the really interesting thing is that so does the language model. And now, why on earth would that be the case? The language model isn't feeling more angry. You've just fed it the instructions for the experiment in a way that contains anxiety-inducing adjectives or anger-inducing adjectives. There's no qualitative sensation of feeling involved here, and yet there is the knock-on in terms of the decision-making. It's really interesting to see. The bottom one then, for reasons of time, theory of mind, false beliefs. One of the classic tests in psychology developmental psychologists give to small children is designed to establish whether they can hold in mind another person's mind when they're not there. So it's called the Sally-Ann test. You take 2 cups, you have 3 people, the participant and another person. You put the ball under the cup, you swap the cups round. Sorry, you put the ball under the cup, you ask one person to leave the room, you swap the cups round, and then you ask the small child, where's that person going to think the cup is when they come back into the room? Until the age of about 3 or 4, children don't get it. They'll point to where the ball is, and they'll say, well, it's there. And you say, yeah, but where do they think the ball is? And they won't understand that the person is not in the room. As theory of mind starts to emerge in neurotypical people, they understand that the other person has a mind, a set of beliefs, and that those beliefs can be false. And that is the basis of deception. And it's why the most dangerous liars in the world are 4-year-olds who've just discovered that they can do it. How's this all working? Because the substrata that sits underneath the language models is not you and me. It's not embodied. It's not flesh and blood. The answer would have occurred to the younger Wittgenstein, who was trying to understand the relationship that language has with the world. And it's an elastic relationship. It's tenuous. It's hard to find tangible realities in the world that map reliably onto the language that we use to describe it. Language is fluid and slippery and elusive. But at some level, it seems that those structures of the world are captured in the modes that we use to talk about them. And that is what the language models are doing. and that makes them altogether more interesting when it comes to thinking about theory of mind. So I just want to close with a couple of applications for that in the military domain that hopefully seed some discussion a bit later on over drinks. This is Hostomel, and the Russians have just unsuccessfully air assaulted it. I had a very nice chat with GPT-4 about this. What was interesting is that GPT-4's data was cut off before the Russians invaded. So it didn't know anything about the invasion. So I asked it to canter through an intelligence assessment of whether, on the basis of the knowledge it had, Russia was likely to invade Ukraine. And we went through all sorts of factors that it might consider. One thing it highlighted to me early on was the need to understand President Putin's mind. And I said, aha, how do we understand it? It drew my attention to the works of the preeminent political psychologist Fiona Hill, who was then working in the White House, and her psychological assessment of President Putin. It drew out some salient themes from Putin's psychology. Then it critiqued her work and said she was being overly deterministic and reductive about Putin's psychology. So I said, all right, well, let's cut to the chase, wise guy. What do you think the prospects of Putin invading are? Please use the Joint Intelligence Committee's rubric for assessing the likelihood of an event happening. And it said, according to the British Joint Intelligence Committee's rubric of intelligence assessments, I assess it 60 to 69% likely in the next 6 months, which of course is exactly what happened. Now, language models are prone to hallucinate, so I refreshed it several times, 10 times in fact, to see if it would change its mind, and it did on one occasion only. So 9 times out of 10 it stuck with its assessment, and its assessment was explicitly based on its attempt to interpret Putin's theory of mind. Last one then, for reasons of time. I'm currently engaged, so I work at part of the British professional military education establishment called the Royal College of Defence Studies. It's mid to senior level personnel. One of the things that they do is a lot of wargaming or scenario exercises, strat exercises, and one of the ones that I am responsible for is the Cuban Missile Crisis. We work our way through the Cuban Missile Crisis. One of the things I'm doing with GPT-4 at the moment is asking it to wargame the Cuban Missile Crisis with me. Moreover, I've asked it to adopt the personas of all the members of XCOM and the Joint Chiefs, and based on what it's read about them, and wargame with me playing President Kennedy. And we're currently having a rare old time. If you see me looking distracted, tapping away at my computer, I'm in the middle of the Cuban Missile Crisis. And I'm trying to force it off-piste. I'm trying to get it to do stuff that Kennedy would never have done or said. And it's a really interesting exercise into what happens when the machine acts as a persona in a naturalistic way with you. Curtis LeMay is Curtis LeMay, as you'll know, a fiery character who is dead keen to bomb everything. And Bobby Kennedy is Bobby Kennedy. It's an absorbing experience. I'll make this the last one then. This is where we are now. This is Meta's Cicero program. I don't know if you had a misspent youth. Mine wasn't this misspent, but the game Diplomacy featured in your teenage years. This is a game, I know a similar game called Risk better. It's a game of world conquest. What's really interesting about it is it combines the two elements that I've talked about. It combines the Space Invaders element of optimizing, of moving pieces around a board, with the natural language element that I've been talking about here with theory of mind. To be good at diplomacy, it's not good enough to roll your 20-sided dice and conquer Italy. What you have to do is bluff the other players. And not coincidentally, the guy who designed Cicero is the guy who also cracked poker for AI, a game that also involves a high degree of bluff. But interestingly, with diplomacy, as you can see in the window at the bottom right, you have to persuade the other players that you're credible, you're on their side before you stab them in the back. So it's a little bit like a proper game of strategy. And in the window, they're slightly out of focus. What's he saying? You might want a self-bouncing keel. And then Germany says, yeah, I was thinking about that. Are you going for somewhere? Because I'm pushing for Lithuania Lex Spring, so I can support you, no problem. That's the machine. The machine is stringing the other player along, and then it's going to stiff him. And Cicero has achieved a high level of gameplay in diplomacy. Well, there are some really interesting implications for that, think about that when it comes to strategy. And that's where the state of the art is at the moment before we start throwing voice into the mix. There's plenty more to say. For reasons of time, I'll leave it there. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you for this mind-blowing presentation. What we'll do, Kenneth, if you will allow, do you want to take a seat and we'll take a few questions before we go on to the other speakers? Looking around the room, any questions? Everyone's just flabbergasted trying to make this sink in. Any questions from the audience present here?
Stunned you into silence.
Yeah, you have indeed. You have indeed. I'm sure there's questions. I think we have to give them a minute. Yeah, over there in the middle.
Thank you very much. Very nice presentation. I was wondering, you alluded to different concepts, so large language models are one thing that have basically learned from human conversations, right? Human texts. And you also mentioned AlphaGo, which is, at least the later versions, taught by self-play.
I also mentioned...
So AlphaGo is trained by self-play,
yes,
for example. It gets superhuman capabilities. Do you think that language models could be a basis also for superhuman intelligence if they are trained based on human-generated texts?
Yes, is the short answer. And one of the interesting things about those large language models, in the case of English language models, is that they've hoovered up an extraordinary amount of text. In fact, they pretty much scraped it all dry. And when Google, remember, is a company that was founded to digitize text, and they're still at it, digitizing hard books. They've been going for a quarter of a century. So you can imagine how much text their language models have been trained on. They're almost done with the corpus of English language. So what's next? Well, they'll start to train on language that they themselves have produced. And some computer scientists are worried about the concept of what you might call cognitive drift. Language is elastic, as I said, in its relationship to reality. As the machines start to generate their own texts, it doesn't have to be in English language. Language is just a set of symbols that represents something meaningful in this case to the machine. The question is, what happens to that hold on reality? What happens to our grasp of what it is that communication is about? It could be that you just end up with vast quantities of absurd, meaningless information, or it could be that you end up with something that's meaningful to a machine, but not necessarily to humans. One of my favorite sci-fi writers, it's quite a short list, I'm not really into sci-fi, is a guy called Ted Chiang, who wrote the movie Arrival, if you've seen the movie Arrival, about the cephalopod-type aliens. It's really nice. But he wrote a short story that Nature published a quarter of a century ago called Crumbs from the Table, about AI doing precisely this. And the AI science, at the time, had become unintelligible to humans. And so humans were sat there taking crumbs from the table. They'd in fact grown up a school of meta-science dedicated to trying to find out what the hell the machines were up to. And if I remember rightly, in the short story, they've just essentially given up and just gone, oh, well, who knows what they're up to. I think we're a long way off that type of scenario. But look, I do think it's not absurd to talk about the idea of machine culture, culture having its basis in the language that we use to communicate. And it's certainly not absurd to talk about the impact that machines doing this sort of stuff have on human culture. I think that's where the conversation is now in discussions of deep fake or creation of autonomously created articles. So the short answer to your question is yes, I think there is scope for machines doing their own thing and cycling it an awful lot quicker, having several 100,000 conversations simultaneously in a way that we can't hope to do.
Other questions? In fact, I have a question. If there's no other question, Kenneth, you touched on the explanatory nature of AI models in being able to digest and summarize large amounts of data, and then you also touched upon the predictive capacity that we're also seeing. You mentioned the ability of ChatGPT to give an indication of the likeliness of the full-scale Russian invasion in Ukraine happening before the date, I mean, based on the data up and including 2021. Now, what can we expect from the next generation of AI models in terms of being able to predict real-life events, and how will that help us, but also how will that make us more vulnerable when we talk about modern warfare?
I think prediction will continue to be a fool's game in human events. Things are over-determined. The world is a complex, messy place. Machines doing the sort of analysis that I spoke about there, just one more factor, just one more voice in the mix, not necessarily more or less likely to be right about things. I mean, it's a catchy anecdote because the machine predicted the invasion that we all know that happens, but that doesn't mean that will happen every time, or that we should put greater faith in the machine's understanding of the whims of humans in the real world. But what I would say is that machines are a voice at the table that may not be prone to some of the same biases and heuristics, shortcomings that humans are when they make their decisions, particularly in small group decision making that strategy gets made in. If nothing else, they're not prone to fatigue, they're not prone to information overload on the same scale that humans are. What the analysis I gave there suggests is that they may be prone to some of those cognitive heuristics and biases, and so we'd still need to be cognizant of that.
Thank you. Question over here. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you for your presentation. I was wondering what you think will happen to political ambiguity when we need to put our norms and values into systems. It's very useful that we can say as humans, sorry, I didn't mean to do that. You can't do that when you put it in a system, either if it's just a self-driving car or a military unmanned vehicle. And that's human is in the loop, of course, but we're now talking about complete autonomy, I think. What would that say? What will that do to political ambiguity and the difference of AI in different cultures? Koreans will have a very different way of responding than the Dutch will.
Thanks. I mean, I think everybody's got different values, and there are different values. There'll be disagreements within a society about how to proceed and whose instructions should be uploaded and in what way. I'm a cyclist, so I want autonomous cars to be more conservative when they're driving than somebody who wants to get from A to B fast might be. So there's always scope for disagreement, and this alignment problem, as you all know, is one of the main areas of debate in AI research across the piece. How do we make machines accurately reflect what we want them to do? There is no easy answer to that. Stuart Russell, who is one of the leading voices in the AI debate, and particularly when it comes to talking out against the dangers of autonomous weapons systems, has a solution to the problem that is, to my mind, unworkable, which is rather than instruct the machine to do something specific, the instruction that you give to the machine is to constantly come back and check that you're happy. Well, as we saw earlier, you can't do that in an environment with degraded communication, in an adversarial setting, where you need to be moving at cyber speed if you're doing autonomous cyber warfare. You can't have a human in the loop, on the loop. The only recourse is to have a human before the loop. And humans before the loop disagree and often don't know how they'll feel about things down the track. If I feel strongly that I want to do something now, that might not be how I feel about it in the middle of the action, in the heat of battle. I may revise my instructions. We're not fighting as hard as I anticipated we would need to. I wish I'd told the machine to be more destructive or more risk-taking. There is no easy answer to that.
Okay, we take a final question up here in front. It's an online. I thought it was your question. Thank you. You can have another question if you want. No. Oh, okay. So the question is, the data is pivotally important. How do you put the threat of data poisoning or data adversarial attacks in the realm of AI?
Yeah, the answer to that is yes, it is. And, you know, 25 years ago, I remember the fashion, France will remember as well, in the middle of the military revolution, for lifting the fog of war. In fact, there was a book called Lifting the Fog of War. And techno-optimists at every turn are prone to make the same argument that you can somehow, your earlier question, Joe, about it, you can somehow improve the quality of prediction, you can somehow go from a messy world where there's a degree of uncertainty to one which is more systematic, one which is more logical and ordered. And I don't think you can. And there is a key question about the quality of data, and that is compounded in adversarial situations where you're not just trying to secure high quality data on which to base your decision making or algorithmic warfare, you're also trying to mess around with the other fellow's data so that is corrupted, polluted, and so on. So there's no easy answer to that question either, except to say that it is an essential part of the mix, and the best data is imperative.
All right. At this point, I propose we move on, but not before we give an applause to Professor Payne. Kenneth, thank you so much for your address. Thank you so much. All right, we have 3 more speakers today, of which 2 have arrived, and 1, I have been said, is on her way. I will say a couple of words about each one of you, and then I will leave it to you to go on and speak. For those who weren't here in the morning, we will collect questions after the last speaker, but we will see whether Lonneke Peperkamp arrives on time, and otherwise we will wait for her to give her presentation later on. So the first speaker today is Professor Dr. Engineer Mark Voskuil. You're already standing next to me. You are a professor of weapon and aviation systems at the Netherlands Defense Academy, and you're going to talk about swarming tactics and the use of suicide drones in modern warfare. Mark, after you have spoken, we will listen to Paul van Hoofd, Dr. Paul van Hoofd, who is a senior strategic analyst at the The Hague Center for Strategic Studies, and you will inform us about the intersection between, but also the tension between hyperwar and the nuclear deterrent. Mark, you have the floor.
Thank you for the nice introduction. Let's see if I can get this to work. There it is. Okay, swarming tactics, mastering the art of coordinated assaults. Let me first set the scene briefly. What you see here is an image. About 2 years ago, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, the same agency we just saw the F-16 example from, conducted a successful swarming experiment in which large numbers of unmanned aerial vehicles and unmanned ground vehicles were used to search items in an urban environment. And the advantages of this approach are self-evident, because with many cheap unmanned systems equipped with sensors, a large search area can be searched. It can be done fast, it can be done efficiently, and there's no risk for human operators on the ground. Now, somewhat closer to home, we see a similar experiment, maybe a bit smaller scale. This is a defense technology project called SPEAR, and it stands for Swarm-Based Persistent Autonomous Reconnaissance. And in this project, it was successfully demonstrated how an autonomous swarm of 5 small drones can be used for information, surveillance, reconnaissance, and target acquisition. And this autonomous swarm can continuously support a platoon and search an area of about 5 by 5 kilometers. And these drones automatically return to base to recharge. And the group as a whole makes sure that there's always a presence in the air. Now, the term swarming is also heard in the military context in the media quite often. An example is what you see here. This was a recent attack in Russia on various sites, allegedly by Ukraine. And what we see here is that several jet transport aircraft were destroyed by relatively cheap unmanned aircraft. Russian air defenses at the same time were being kept busy throughout a large area, and several buildings in Moscow were hit by, well, relatively small drones. Now, the military value of this particular event is perhaps somewhat limited. And furthermore, it is actually questionable whether or not we should call this event swarming or not, but I'll get back to that in a minute. However, we should not forget that this capability is new. Only last May we saw the first drone attacks in Russia. Now this is what we see in the summer holidays. And this may in fact be a precursor to larger scale events in which larger amounts of unmanned systems operating in a more coordinated fashion might start to launch attacks. Now similar types of attacks are being conducted by Russia and Ukraine. Last May alone, a total of almost 400 suicide drones of Iranian design were launched in coordinated attacks. Now, a large percentage of these drones was successfully intercepted by the air defense systems, and this percentage is in the order of 80 to 90%, to give you a ballpark figure. But if a small percentage of a large number of low-cost aircraft is able to penetrate the air defenses, it can still be an effective means compared to its alternatives. Again, it is questionable if we should call this swarming, but it is definitely a new emerging threat that is evolving. Besides these examples that I've just shown and the events in the ongoing war between Ukraine and Russia, it should be noted that various commercial companies are nowadays starting to offer some basic swarming technologies, capabilities with their unmanned systems. Now, before I continue this talk, I think it's important to have a clear understanding of what is actually meant with swarming. Once that is clear, I will provide you with an overview of what types of military applications and domains we can see swarming in. I will spend some time on the working principles of these algorithms used to achieve cooperative control between unmanned systems. And I will also shortly address the types of unmanned system used in terms of size, range, and speed. And this is essential in my view to understand what the key enabling technologies are and which challenges we currently face. Finally, this talk is concluded with a future outlook, which I hope will stimulate some debate and discussion on this topic. But now let's start with the definition of the word swarming. Now, the definition of this term depends to a large extent on the research field in which one is active. Swarming is observed in nature with, for example, schools of fish, flocking birds, or colonies of insects. And biologists are primarily trying to understand how individual animals behave and what effect that has on the group behavior as a whole. Engineers and the military, on the other hand, are primarily interested in exploiting the potential benefits that swarming may bring. One should realize that swarming from a military perspective is not new. It's considered to be the next step beyond maneuver warfare, and as Arkilla and Ronfeld describe it, they say, well, swarming is seemingly amorphous, but it is a deliberately structured, coordinated, strategic way to strike from all directions by means of a sustainable pulsing of force and or fire, close in as well as from standoff positions. To give a historical example, the way the Mongolian army fought some of its battles may actually be considered to be swarming. Recently, a different definition of swarming was proposed in the Journal of the Joint Air Power Competence Center, and it states that a swarm is a formation of multiple entities which display coordinated behavior towards an objective. Now, this is a fairly broad definition, since the researchers tried to create a definition valid for all domains, sea, air, and land. And it's interesting to note that the perspective is actually based on the observer. So, according to this definition, each entity of the swarm, for example, an unmanned aircraft, may be operated by a separate human operator. On the other hand, it may also be very well the case that a highly intelligent algorithm controls the swarm with full autonomy, as long as the resulting behavior is coordinated. Now finally, Sahin, an engineer, defined swarming as well, and he said that, well, swarm systems are large numbers of relatively simple physically embodied agents that can be designed such that the desired collective behavior emerges from the local interactions between the agents. Now, what's key to me in this definition is the statement that collective behavior emerges. So summarizing, swarming is about large numbers, coordinated and emerging collective behavior. Now, obviously, swarming offers various advantages. Let us therefore first explore some of the wide variety of military applications for which swarming can be used. Now, there's a multitude of military applications for swarming. Now, the list indicated here is not complete, but it serves just as an impression of the wide variety of applications one can think of. Information, surveillance, and reconnaissance is obvious, as each element of a swarm can carry one or more sensors. When equipped with weapons or warheads, swarms of unmanned vehicles can be used to carry out offensive attack missions. But swarms can also be used for very different applications, such as to create a distributed sensor network. And various innovative ideas are also being explored, such as the idea to use a swarm as a countermeasure for radar detection. And thinking about the future, an effective countermeasure against a swarm deployed by an adversary may in fact be another swarm. So you can imagine that it's not possible to address all these applications in this single talk, and I will therefore focus on a single one, which is the use of a swarm for offensive attack missions. Then it's also important to realize that swarming can be applied in and across all domains, sea, air, and space, and land, of course. And as you can imagine, the applications, challenges, and implications of the use of swarming are different for each domain. So take, for example, the underwater domain. In that domain, it's very difficult to communicate with each other. And it also depends to a great extent which types of unmanned vehicles are used. Now, in this talk, I will only address the use of unmanned aerial vehicles for swarming. And in my view, that type of swarm, an offensive attack swarm of unmanned aerial vehicles, has great potential because, well, it can accelerate the sensor-to-shooter cycle by a large extent. The speed of decision-making can be made much faster. Free flight through the air allows coordinated attacks from all directions in a much easier way than when you move over land or in the water. And not only the decision speed itself is accelerated, but also the physical speed at which these vehicles can fly can be high. Now, by nature, these vehicles offer the advantage of the high ground, and finally, there's of course no risk for the human operator. So now let's have a look at how cooperative control of multiple unmanned aerial vehicles can actually be achieved. Now, there's a huge number of different algorithms available in the scientific literature with the aim to achieve cooperative control between unmanned aerial vehicles. Now, these algorithms can be grouped in more or less 5 methods, and each type of method has its own advantages and disadvantages. Now, note that algorithms which make use of multiple methods at the same time are also possible. Now, in the first method, the leader-follower method, there's at least one group leader within the swarm, which is followed by the other swarm members. And this group leader receives a centralized control command by the operator. So imagine you as a whole are the swarm, and Anna here stands up and say, okay, come on, follow me to the coffee table. Then that would probably work. You would all just follow Anna, walk after her, and in case you start, you of course have to make sure that you don't bump into each other, you don't bump into the chairs, but that would probably work. Another way of doing it is by using a virtual structure. So then the UAV group as a whole is treated as a virtual rigid body, which means that everybody in the swarm, so all of you, have their own fixed positions within the swarm. If then the assignment would be to go to the coffee table, that would become quite cumbersome, because you would all have to maintain your positions with respect to each other. And you can imagine that brings some problems when you go to the door over there. So what you need in that case is something called collision avoidance, such that you don't bump into each other. Now, I'm not going to address all these methods in detail, but let's just take a look at two practical examples which perhaps make this concept of how you cooperatively control a swarm of unmanned aerial vehicles a bit more tangible. So an example here is a very old algorithm. It's called a wolf pack example, and as the name indicates, it resembles the behavior of a pack of wolves. Now there are two types of wolves, the alpha wolf and the beta wolves, and the alpha wolf wanders around through a search area, and in case it sees a prey or a target, when it's detected by its sensors, it will start to follow the target, stalk it, and once it gets close, it will attack. On the other hand, if it loses sight of the target, it will return to its original state, which is to wander around through the search area. Now the beta wolves, they behave in a similar manner with one distinction. If they are wandering around and they see the alpha wolf, then they will follow this alpha wolf. Now this animation here hopefully explains how it works. It starts off with a small group of 4 wolves, and at one point in time a target appears. And this target is sensed by beta wolf number 3. Now this wolf is the only wolf that sees the target, it senses it, and it decides to fly towards it, and once it gets close it will attack. The other 3 UAVs, they will simply follow their flight path because they don't see the other target. And at some point in time, alpha wolf sees target number 2. Now the alpha wolf changes its flight path, it starts to move towards the target and it attacks it when it gets close. And the other 2 wolves, beta 1 and beta 2, they don't sense the target yet, but they first follow the alpha wolf, and when it gets close to the target, they also start to attack. Now, after these attacks are completed, the UAVs are likely to regroup, because once one of the beta wolves senses the alpha wolf, it will start to follow it, and the alpha wolf is just wandering around through the search area. Now, this type of algorithm described here is very suitable for a search and attack mission, where multiple targets should be attacked in a predefined search area. Another example is called an artificial potential field method. Now, in this method, each UAV follows very simple rules. They are basically all attracted by a virtual force which pulls them towards a pre-programmed target area. Now, virtual repulsive forces are created which pushes the UAV away from obstacles or other UAVs. And the combination of all attraction and repulsion forces combined leads to a resulting force which basically tells the UAV where to fly towards. Now, when all the different members of the swarm follow these rules, they will basically smoothly fly around objects and they will avoid collisions with other UAVs. Now, such an approach could be suitable for the attacks we've seen lately in Ukraine and Russia, where critical infrastructure is being attacked. And one of the advantages of this approach is that it's computationally very efficient. Each unmanned system simply follows very basic rules. However, it's obvious here that situational awareness is essential to all these UAVs. The UAVs must be aware of the presence of other UAVs when they get close to each other. They should also be aware of obstacles in their way. And all of this can be quite challenging in a complex battlefield situation. A potential disadvantage of this particular approach is that it's quite difficult to predict how this swarm will actually behave. This is basically the so-called emerging behavior of the collective. Now, I hope that this example gave you some kind of an impression of how these algorithms operate, and note that combinations between the different algorithms are also possible. So, take the Wolfpack algorithm from the previous slide, it can be combined with this algorithm to make sure that the different wolves don't bump into each other. Now, as mentioned earlier, I will focus on offensive attack missions with unmanned aerial vehicles. And I think it's of prime importance to realize that the size of the unmanned aerial vehicle has a great influence on the capabilities of the swarm as a whole. So what you see here in this logarithmic graph, I've created an overview of all loitering munitions or suicide drones which were in use until the beginning of 2021. It basically shows the weight of the total weight of the unmanned systems on the x-axis and the weight of the warhead mass that they carry on the y-axis. And different colors are used for different vehicle configurations. Now, there's a clear relation between warhead mass and vehicle mass, and to make it a bit more easy to comprehend, I decided to highlight 3 types of vehicles. And the characteristics of these 3 vehicles are quite different. So on the left-hand side, we see a man-portable loitering munition with a flight range of about 10 kilometers and a warhead with more or less the size of a grenade. In the middle, there's a larger loitering munition, the Switchblade 600, which can fly 4 times as far and carry a warhead about 5 times heavier. And on the right-hand side, we see a Iranian design, which is being used by Houthi rebels in Yemen and Saudi Arabia. And this vehicle can fly almost 1,800 kilometers and deliver a warhead of about 20 kilograms. So the vehicle on the right-hand side is much larger. It's about 4.5 meters in span. And as a consequence, it has a much larger flight range and a much larger warhead weight. Now, when we consider more serious offensive strike missions with UAVs at a significant range, larger unmanned aerial vehicles must be used. Now, these larger vehicles, however, have a limited flight speed, so it will take quite some time for them to arrive at their destination. For example, a flight over 1,500 kilometers can take as much as 10 hours, and this is a severe limitation of this whole concept, and therefore the concept of air-launched swarming is currently being investigated at the moment. What you see here, for example, is an unmanned aircraft which can be launched in flight from a transportation aircraft and also retrieved in flight from a transport aircraft. And this specific approach can be used to quickly deploy a swarm at the location where it's needed, at a large distance from the operating base. Now that we have a general understanding of what can be done with a swarm of unmanned aerial vehicles and how this can be achieved, let's have a look at the key enabling technologies and the challenges that we still face. So in terms of key enabling technologies, regardless of which algorithm is used to achieve cooperative control, the communication framework is essential. At the end of the day, tasks must be distributed over the different unmanned aerial vehicles in the swarm. And if this is done through a centralized or hierarchical approach, then this places completely different demands on the architecture of the communication framework compared to a more decentralized command. For example, in the image on the bottom right, the human operator simply sends one command to the swarm as a whole, and if one of the entities of the swarm receives the command, it can distribute it over its fellow swarm members, and then the swarm itself can determine how to execute the command in the best way. Moving to the second point, one of the key features of loitering munitions, suicide drones, and other small unmanned aerial vehicles is their low cost. However, the automation of the swarm as a whole should be done in a cost-effective way as well. Otherwise, its competitive edge is lost. Now, I think we are all aware that IT projects run by our own government have a tendency to cost a bit more than we originally intended. And we should also realize that when developing swarming capabilities, it has a very strong IT component. Furthermore, multiple parties are involved in the development of the swarm. It's not as straightforward anymore as simply acquiring a new aircraft. And in addition to this, there are many more challenges that need to be overcome before a swarming capability with unmanned aerial vehicles that actually lives up to its potential becomes reality. Now, in most studies, swarming is demonstrated in a controlled lab environment. And the realities of a complex battlefield environment that is rapidly changing with electromagnetic interference and severe weather environments are much more demanding. Swarm resilience is also something that should be considered. In other words, what happens if one or more unmanned systems of the swarm are lost? Will it still operate as we intended it to do? How to effectively control a swarm is also a topic of study. Obviously, having many human operators in the loop is undesirable, but as a consequence, this means that the human operator gives more high-level commands and the swarm itself gets more autonomy. How will a human operator get the right level of situational awareness? And at what level should decisions be made? Questions that all need to be addressed. Now, usually, swarming capabilities are being developed in a bottom-up approach. It starts with a limited number of platforms and easy tasks, and gradually more functionalities are added. Now, this is a fair approach when small swarms with relatively small unmanned aircraft systems are being developed. However, in my opinion, a top-down approach should be used actually when a large swarm with relatively large unmanned systems is required. Essentially, this means that the swarm itself should be designed for the intended set of missions. So effectively, this becomes a systems of systems approach, a design approach. Now, the question then is more of an organizational nature. Who will be responsible for that design effort? Is that our Department of Defense? Is that maybe our colleagues at TNO or NLR? I don't know. Oh, that wasn't the intention. I don't know who's responsible, but this whole design effort should go hand in hand with doctrine development, and we should also have quantitative metrics for combat effectiveness for a successful swarm design. Now, I just mentioned autonomy. There are some serious questions related to this, especially when offensive attack missions with swarms are considered. Does the human operator still have meaningful control if a swarm starts to hunt targets in a specific area and individual swarm members want to attack? Is it even possible to oversee this in case of a highly dynamic battlefield environment? Now, these are some difficult questions that perhaps one of the next speakers, Lonneke Peperkamp, can shed some light on. And then there's the topic of validation and safety. Now, in the world of aviation, we like to do things safely. So before a newly developed aircraft model may enter into operation, it must obtain what we call a type certificate from the responsible aviation authorities. In practice, this means that design engineers make many detailed calculations to demonstrate that an aircraft is safe. And they have to convince the airworthiness authorities that their calculations are correct, and the final proof of their calculations is in fact an experiment. So they have to demonstrate that calculations are in agreement with the experiment, and then we can determine if an aircraft is safe. Now, this whole process of verification, validation, and safety becomes very difficult, if not impossible, in case of a swarm, because it will start to show emerging collective behavior. And in my view, that's a fundamental safety issue that should be addressed. Then finally, there are some very practical challenges, such as the need to be able to launch and recover large numbers of unmanned aircraft systems. Now, that brings me to the final item of this presentation, which is the future outlook. It's often stated that swarming is revolutionary and a game changer for the future of combat. And in my opinion, it's not revolutionary, it's evolutionary. And it's important to realize at this moment that all technology bricks to develop swarms are already available. So there are no technological showstoppers in the development of swarms for military applications. In my view, we will therefore first see step-by-step evolutionary changes in the military capabilities. Having said that, swarming is by nature scalable. So once the foundations are laid, with small swarms of small unmanned systems, for example used for ISR missions, it's actually relatively straightforward to start to scale up numbers and to add tasks. Now finally, I would like to note that the challenges and the implications of swarming in a military context are very much domain specific. So let's not forget that in order to conduct a pure discussion on this topic. Now with that, I would like to conclude this talk, and of course I'm open to any questions that you may have, if that's allowed now or maybe later. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm probably going to sniffle through my presentation. Apologize for that. But I was in India 10 days ago, in Finland a few days ago, with the airplanes and air-conditioned hotel rooms. I think my immune system has had a bit enough of my trips. All right, so what I'll do in the coming 25-30 minutes is talk a little bit about what things that could fall under the nomer of hyperwar, what the implications would be for strategic stability, so basically the nuclear dimension, well, primarily the nuclear dimension, and kind of sketch in a more concrete way which kind of situations we could see some of these effects happening. Not an expert on artificial intelligence, but I do think that there are some general rules here, some general themes that I think are important, that will impact existing kind of conceptual ways in which we look at deterrence and which we look at the risks of escalation, of the breakdown of stability and so on. Okay, so first I'll talk a little bit about what I think the general trends are, or things we should worry about, which you could group under the hyperwar category. And then I'll talk more specifically when it comes to strategic stability about the tension between secure second strike and damage limitation strategies, and how this can be worsened, exacerbated by these emerging technologies, specifically artificial intelligence, but also some other kinds of advanced conventional weapons. And then I'll talk also a little bit about what I think is quite underrated, which is the conventional nuclear entanglement. So the risks for inadvertent escalation because actions in one domain are misunderstood as being intended as actions in another domain. And I'll apply that more specifically to the Sino-American competition in the Western Pacific, because I think, while not discounting the risks of escalation between NATO and Russia, I think actually the Sino-American competition has a greater chance of escalating, or at least of seeing these kind of technologies contribute to that kind of escalation. All right. Yeah. So thinking through what the impact could be of and artificial intelligence is, of course, just again is a basket concept for a whole range of different sub-technologies. But I think what I think are the specifically worrying trends here would be that they could help with bringing together data from a variety of sources, visual sources, radar sources, sonar, other kinds, sound boards, all these things together, and facilitate the quick and rapid analysis of these to then much more quicker find and fix targets. Right? They will also, artificial intelligence will also be able to facilitate between bringing together different weapons, different platforms, coordinating their actions between them, and basically facilitate overall command and control. It can facilitate with greater precision, right? Re-guiding weapons based on new information at speeds that humans will not be able to do, and also the overall speed, right? So these are all sort of none of these parts per se is a new element, is a new facet that is not previously available to a military operator or to a civilian decision maker. However, they're boosting all these different facets, potentially boosting them at rates that the consequences are hard to oversee. Right? But on the whole, it's probably better to think of these, of the effect to be evolutionary rather than revolutionary, at least in the foreseeable future, right? As transparency, speed, precision, the coordination between different military units, between different services, has all increased first gradually, then rapidly over the past century and a half. Right? Stephen Biddle has made the argument that this rapid advancement of increased precision, increased firepower at greater ranges, that basically anything that can be seen in land warfare can be killed, has led to an evolutionary adaptation, which is to disperse, to use cover and concealment, and basically to not so much overcome with counter technology, but to overcome with a combination of counter technology and doctrinal adaptation. What AI would do is just boost these different facets one more time, or another step to this, but also likely lead to another kind of adaptation to this again. So where I think that specifically that attention should be focused, therefore, is not so much, and maybe that's for once I'm an optimist, but maybe it's not so much on the decision-making itself, but rather on how to play into that game of trying not to be seen, because anything that can be seen will be killed in modern warfare. So trying to aid in the not being seen, and trying to aid in the actually seeing. So finding the adversary, avoiding to be seen by the adversary. Right? So all these elements, right, which are these kind of potential utilizations of these technologies, such as swarming, that might indeed come to fruition. It will probably be more difficult, as already noted, much more difficult, and several technological hurdles have to be overcome. And I think what it also will have to happen is to take into account I think as of yet unforeseen counters, right? So the countermeasures that will be taken by adversaries. Well, if a swarm depends on excellent communication between the different parts of it, well, then it's also going to be likely that an adversary is going to work very hard to disrupt that communication. Disrupting that communication, jamming, spoofing, and so on, is in turn also facilitated potentially by artificial intelligence. And then really the outcome of that competition really will depend on whether the relative costs of the swarm versus the costs of the countermeasures, which one is relatively higher than the other, right? But anyway, that's just a little bit of setup for that. Then there's also arguments, I think, that artificial intelligence will be difficult to integrate into existing organizations. Military organizations tend to resist new technologies unless they are basically better versions of the technologies that they already know. And just simply the giving away autonomy, giving away control over different subunits has historically not been something that military hierarchies have enjoyed doing. It's kind of it's a pretty successful outcome of modern Western militaries, that there's a high level of trust and a high level of delegation, but that is not an automatic feature, I think. So giving away that kind of control, delegating it to machines, is also likely to be not feel organic or natural, at least for a longer period of time. Okay, that's all, in a sense, a bit of throat clearing to set up the transition to the elements that have to do with strategic stability, that have to do with nuclear deterrence, right? That all being said, when it comes to nuclear weapons and advanced conventional weapons, simply because there is less room for error, there's less room for experimentation, I think it is very much worth our while, given the impact of misuse, or maybe not misuse, but an early use of a nuclear weapon given the impact, it is worth our time to think through what the logic of it is, where, in which parts, technologies, in which parts of this whole decision-making chain do they play a role, and where perhaps they should not play a role. Right. So, having discussed artificial intelligence, which I think has more of a role as an enabler, right, through facilitating speed, through facilitating precision, transparency, and so on. I think it also is worthwhile to think of the other kinds of advanced technologies that are important to think about because they affect strategic stability as well, have the potential to achieve strategic effects. And that would be, again, precision and guidance, and thinking about weapons such as advanced air power, ballistic cruise missiles and hypersonic weapons. These are all able to deliver those with the increased precision, speed, abilities to maneuver, are able to deliver more and more the kind of strategic effects that previously were primarily the domain of nuclear weapons. Right? And in doing so, combined with these general enabling trends of speed and precision and transparency, we kind of find ourselves in a slowly shifting situation where both the conventional, what happens in the conventional domain, what keeps one great power or middle power competitive against another great power or middle power, is very close to what they would like to have or would like the other not to have in terms of their nuclear deterrence. Right? And essentially what we were facing is not a revolution in these affairs. It's not that there are new weapons that are unstoppable, that drastically change the dynamics that have basically been set up in the late 40s or 50s when it comes to deterrence between two nuclear armed powers, but essentially that they worsen, they exacerbate the starkness of those choices, right? The implications of these. Okay. That also might sound still quite abstract. Let me make it kind of concrete to what I mean with those choices, those nuclear policy choices. I think we've all at some point seen graphs like this with the number of nuclear weapons present in the world. And you can see that massive peak is in the middle of the 80s and essentially the culminating point of the Second Cold War. And the question I would have is why were there so many nuclear weapons? There's different answers to that. It's not a rhetorical question. Why did they have so many nuclear weapons? Right. And again, like the deterrence, but I don't know if you can see the numbers properly. But at their height, both parties together had about 60,000 nuclear weapons, right? With the Soviets having about 30 to 35, the US having 25 to 30. Why so many weapons? Why the cliche always being, these are enough weapons to destroy the world many times over, simply so that the other side would not be tempted into a first strike, right? Right, and that's kind of the simplest way to talk about that at least element of that dilemma in nuclear weapons. And I'll talk about the other variations of this. So, and there's a longer version of this lecture that I'll give again on Friday for Frans Osinga's class. But just to drill down to the essentials here, there's a paradoxical effect that nuclear weapons have. Right? So on the one hand, we have the argument that once great powers have nuclear weapons, it basically negates the whole chance that they'll go to war with each other because the risks of errors, the risk of purely of miscalculation, but certainly of escalation, these risks are so great that essentially they'll avoid going to war with each other. Now, there are questions of, is it credible that you will use them? Great powers might, go under a certain threshold of where they think where the other side will escalate. But on the whole, and Robert Jervis is kind of the most famous person who argued this, the argument has been for a long time that there was a nuclear revolution. Since World War II, great powers don't go to war with each other. At least one of the major reasons for that is they're too afraid that they'll destroy, or rather be destroyed. right? Yet, there are two important conditions in there. These nuclear powers have to believe that they themselves have a secure second strike, right? They have to know that even if their capital is on fire, even if everything is destroyed, even if the president him or herself is no longer there, that somewhere from the depth of whatever silo, whatever submarine in the Atlantic, some weapon will emerge that will destroy the other side, right? To retaliate for their destruction of their society, right? So they have to believe that whatever happens, they will always be able to strike back. And they have to believe that the other side, in a sense, cannot stop this. They have to believe they're vulnerable, right? You get into the whole very convenient mutually assured destruction acronym, MAD, but that is kind of the basis of it. If we both believe that we're going to die, we kind of be deterred from attacking each other, and therefore, not for the greatest of reasons, not for the most beautiful of reasons, but peace will emerge. Yet that is also, as a lot of pretty recent research has shown more and more, historically, in recent times, this is all essentially in large part a fiction. Great powers have, the US and the Soviet Union, then Russia, but especially the US, has never enjoyed living with the idea of vulnerability. And that is by itself not crazy, right? I always try to paint the same picture when I give a lecture about this, is imagine you're the leader of a nuclear armed power. You look outside of your office window, you see you see the citizens of your country walking around, walking in our shops, holding hands, whatever. Just visualize that, and then you basically have to live with the idea that your adversary, who you really, really cannot get along with, at any moment can destroy your entire society and all the people in it. That is not an attractive idea to live with, so there's the constant temptation to look for some ways to reduce that vulnerability. Right? And then we get into the problem, because by looking for ways to reduce that vulnerability, you essentially, you have a set of solutions. This is one set of solutions. You get to this kind of rather crazy outcome, right? But there are other solutions to them. So just to introduce two big concepts here. So you essentially have that idea to have real stability, there's two variants of this, or two dimensions of this. One is first strike stability, is that neither of us can strike first and win, right? I cannot take out your whole arsenal or defend myself against your first strike. And you know this, and also vice versa, right? So in the mid to long term, essentially neither of us has to start investing money into more weapons or other measures, right? I'll get to some of those other measures. And then these two are connected, obviously, but different aspect of this is that while we're in the middle of a crisis, while things are actually going bad and rockets are flying around or ships are sailing, maybe not rockets are flying yet, but planes are flying, ships are sailing, communications are disrupted, satellite communication seems to be disrupted. We could ask the question, like, maybe that first strike has started. And if that first strike has started, how much can I afford to sit around and wait to see if it has? Or do I start moving now? Right? Do I initiate my own attack simply to avoid being potentially the victim, the helpless victim of a debilitating attack, either on my own nuclear arsenal or on my entire society, right? So the more you feel uncertain about what is happening, the more you might get an itchy trigger finger, right? Technologies, politics, in the longer talk, I will talk a lot more about the political dimension, but I think today it makes sense to kind of highlight the technological dimension of this. Technology constantly changes that sense of how much time I have to react, changes the sense of whether the other side can act first and destroy most of my arsenal or defend against it, right? And I'll try to illustrate that briefly. So, essentially, there are 4 ways to get a secure second strike. One, that's the obvious one, you just saw, redundancy. If I have so many weapons, you will not be able to destroy them. Ergo, my second strike is secure. I can rest easy. 2, I can hardening, at least for land-based missiles. You can lock them in, protect them well enough, survive direct hits, and so on. You will try to destroy them. Silo survives, silo opens. It was all for nothing. Third and fourth, that is actually a little bit cleverer and a little bit harder to pull off. Concealment, right? Just you cannot find them. You cannot destroy what you cannot find. That's specifically why the strategic missile submarines are so important, right? Or mobility, if you can move it around, mobile launchers, bombers, there are some ways to avoid that debilitating first strike. Okay, now, these are all technology-based solutions. The fifth one would be, okay, I cannot guarantee that all my stuff will survive, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to delegate authority as quickly as I can. Or as soon as I think there's an attack, I don't have the luxury of waiting around, I'm going to go faster, right? Now, you can imagine that if the first four are not great aspects of nuclear deterrence, number 5 is a particularly troubling one, right? I'm going to get closer. But I've never been able to find a better visual metaphor for it, but it's that Western standoff, right? In this version, I'm just going to assume I need to keep my hand as close to my gun and shoot first, right? With all the risks that entails. Now, none of this would probably be happening unless there was that fear of vulnerability, a very understandable fear of vulnerability, right? And that fear of vulnerability essentially suggests 3 other policies, 3 other strategies, right? Either first strike, destroy the arsenal or as much of it before it can be launched at you, a missile shield, intercept as much of it before it reaches you, or hopefully everything, or the third one, disrupt and destroy the command, control, and information networks. Basically, stop that thought process on the other side that is going to see the attack coming, give the command to reciprocate, interrupt that network, right? All of them have entirely different problems. Okay, let me not try to go. This is going to look intimidating, but if you think through all these 8 approaches, you think of what you would do, what that would look like, what you invest in, what the logic of it is, and what the consequences are for strategic stability, right? More warheads, logic, numbers, everything. Something will always survive. Mostly not destabilizing, but it also has consequences that I could maybe strike first, right? If I have more missiles, I probably can also destroy more of yours, right? And and the more stuff there's lying around, the more chances there are that somebody will mess up somewhere, right? Okay, hardening, probably also a pretty safe option, costly, but sufficient numbers will remain, but that also means that the adversary might think that they will need better weapons as well. Okay, not that destabilizing. Mobility, won't go into all of them, not the worst effect on stability, neither does concealment, right? Assuming that both sides have somewhat equivalent methods. The delegation, the launch and warning, that does a lot of bad things, right? Because I will never know I will never know looking to your side, if you've delegated launch responsibility to a set of military commanders, I now have to trust that a whole set of military commanders more or less has a stable understanding of the world, has a preference for not seeing it go away, and therefore I have a lot more uncertainty and I might be a little bit more inclined to start moving first, right? So it is quite destabilizing. And during a crisis especially, I will have to I have a lot of points of uncertainty that I don't want I would prefer not to think about, but I'll be forced to think about, and therefore there are more and more chances that I start making mistakes. Really destabilizing is if I have first strike, counterforce capabilities, right? Because if I have those, you cannot really live with that. So you will start investing in measures against it. You go back to options 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, depending on how capable they are, and you start investing in those, right? Same for missile defense. If I'm which makes a lot of sense, I would like to defend my society. Who can blame me? If I start doing this, there's a lot of ways in which you will start feeling less secure, ironically, right? And you will start investing in it. And also during a crisis, when I might be using missile defense for other reasons, against more conventional weapons, certainly when I build them up, right? Because that might suggest that I'm looking for that damage limitation strategy, even though I'm just trying to defend against conventional weapons. But also during a crisis, it might not be clear what is happening. And certainly, probably the most risky and dangerous one is any strategy that aims at disrupting the command and control, because it will give the adversary, if they think this is being used against them, essentially has to give them zero room for error and will kind of push them to move as quickly as they can, because otherwise they might never have a chance to give commands anymore, right? So if you wanted to take a picture of the table, which I saw some people do, now everything is visually visible again. Yeah, no? Okay. All right. So let's just focus on those damage limitation strategies. They have existed since the dawn of the nuclear era, but these new technologies changed them, right? Right. So there's a lot of the response time is faster, the precision is faster. It's easier to intercept something because you can process quicker that it's happening. You may be able to automate certain response of that. For the first strike, you might be able to think about ways or to find much sooner even pretty exotic targets such as a strategic missile submarine. You might, this is still controversial, but you might be able to put little bits of data better together to be able to find things that in a sense before were very, very difficult to find, right? And all of that will make me will make one of those two sides that feels that this is being used against them more and more nervous, right? Right. So for counterforce, more data, better ways to analyze this. For missile defense, potential to work on the much faster interception of incoming missile threats, and also be able to kind of maybe keep a human out of the loop for some of the stages here, right? And for command and control and so on, disruption, you could think of AI-assisted cyber espionage and sabotage, but also misinformation, right? There's a lot of versions of this, and there you can start seeing the risks. So even if for the decision-making for the use of nuclear weapons, I find it hard to believe that policymakers would delegate responsibility, given that makes them nervous enough when it's humans. You can imagine that when compiling data, analyzing data, that if this happens at data sizes, speeds that are not easy to follow, or no longer possible for humans to follow, that mistakes in the data might emerge and there's no way to check for it, right? And those mistakes might suggest a certain action where a human will still decide whether to take that action, but will do it on the basis of information, with the perception that he or she will have a shrinking time window, and then make a decision that's basically poor, because it's based on a misinterpretation of what's happening. Right? You could think with missile defense that it could be overactive. It could not maybe identify these targets at the right amount of time and misinterpret whether something is an offensive or a defensive action. And the third one, the disruption of command and control, you can easily imagine that there's many ways in which that, a cyber attack that is boosted by AI could be incredibly dangerous, and it would not be clear to the attacker, or would not be clear to either the attacker or the defender what is actually happening, right? So it wouldn't even be clear maybe to the attacker that what they're doing would be perceived as overly offensive, right? All right, let me just apply this, make this a little bit more concrete, because as always, sort of the joke always is, fortunately with nuclear weapons, everything is kind of abstract and theoretical, right? That's the good part. It's also incredibly dangerous because we're not always sure if everything works the way we want it to work, and for the reasons we would like it, we think it works the way it does, right? We don't know if deterrence really works the way it does, and what exactly signaling is. But let me just give a few concrete ideas on which the Sino-American competition, I think, highlights some of that interaction between strategic objectives and new technologies, right? So, for those of you who've seen me give versions of this presentation, you've seen this with this one before. But essentially you have, in the US-China relationship, let's skip 1972, let's skip all the political elements of this, just focusing on the military part of it, that at the end of the Cold War, both China and Russia realized that the US had a precision strike, a so-called revolution in military affairs, that with which allowed the US to vastly outpace what either China or Russia was able to do, and put this in perfect practice during the first Gulf War. Right? This was kind of underlined during the Taiwan crises of 95-96, when the US was able to get very close to China, or get close to China without really having a great deal of anxiety with 2 carrier battle groups. Right? Then, with the idea that the US has precision weapons, from the Chinese perspective, it was remarkable that they managed to hit the embassy in Belgrade, in Kosovo, right? So from their perspective, there's something particularly dangerous and unsettling about US capabilities and US actions, right? China responds to the usual story, starts building artificial islands, starts investing in a set of capabilities, and might now be looking for a change of status quo in Taiwan. So let's get to the pure technological part of that. So what China has pursued over this whole period are asymmetric strategies aimed precisely at these US weaknesses. Right? US weakness is at its core, and I have a sort of longer lecture about that, but the US is the most powerful military actor on the planet, but it relies at all times on the ability to project power all across the world. And US adversaries have invested precisely in the kind of capabilities, conventional capabilities, that make it very costly for the US to come closer, right? So that is air defenses, long-range missile strike, kind of countering US capabilities to do this. And in the Western Pacific theater, that means that China has built ballistic missiles that can destroy surface ships, particularly the aircraft carriers, right? Because any Sino-American war would depend on the US mustering sufficient air power, as well as all the airfield supports in the region. Now, there aren't actually that many, right? So the US has Guam as its own territory in the region. It has the airfields on the Japanese islands. It has now more and more smaller kind of military bases spread around the region. It's building more. But at the same time, that is not actually a lot of real estate to project air power from. And at the same time, if that air power would take off and get closer to China, China has invested heavily in better integrated air defense networks and has tried to incorporate a lot of those new technologies in there to facilitate with the speed of analysis, the speed of decision making, and so on. Right? Visually I like this one, even though it's getting a little bit older. I still think it's one of the neater visualizations of these so-called A2AD bubbles. And all these little lines show the ranges at which China could hit either US ships, air bases, ports, and so on, right? And many of the key real estate that the US has access to in the region are all safely within those missile ranges. All right. And that kind of gives a certain dynamic that if China is able to blunt US power projection, it basically has the best chance at winning, or at least not losing badly, any war with the US, right? Because also by doing this, then the US has very limited ability to reinforce its allies and partners in the region. And if it cannot reinforce its allies and partners in the region, it also has less real estate to project power from. Those things are sort of circular. Moreover, the Chinese assumption has been, or Chinese planners seem to assume, or many of them seem to assume, that by really raising the cost for US power projection, psychologically, the US society will be prone to speak up and tell its leaders to pull back from the region. I think that last part is actually wildly optimistic on the side of those Chinese planners that believe that, but it is what it is. So I think where it gets interesting is that, and this is kind of very close to the end, is that how the US counter strategy would work, right? Because its own, which was first called Air-Sea Battle and then renamed to this impossible Joint Concepts for Access and Maneuver in the Global Commons, JAM-JC, this idea would be that the US, to prevent China from hitting its aircraft carriers, airstrips, and so on, the US would strike first. It would hit as many sensors, missile launch sites, radar networks, command and control networks on mainland China as quickly as it could in the early stages, in the opening stage of a war, simply to have to ensure that on 0+1 it would have sufficient air power and other means of projecting power left, right? And that is basically the political strategic kind of underpinning of this, where technology matters. So in this case, if you hit first with more and destroy the most, you will have, whether you are the US or China, you both have a much better chance of winning the rest of the war. Not a guarantee, but certainly it's clear that whoever moves second is going to have a bigger hurdle to overcome afterwards, right? There's not a lot of material to go around. It's all very expensive. It cannot easily be replaced. So if you lose a lot of it in the opening stages, you're either going to lose in general or it's going to be very painful. That means that there's a lot of incentive to be the first one to hit, right? And that's just still conventional, right? So you could easily imagine a war that is very intense in those opening stages, where a lot of big, heavy, capitally intensive platforms are destroyed, or at least the attempt is made to destroy them as quickly as possible. And then once you run out of munitions, or the remaining platforms become too costly to lose, actually war slows down, but it doesn't mean it ends, right? And specifically, these new technologies matter a lot for this, right? If you are better at finding this, hitting this at greater distances, well, you're going to be incentivized to give these technologies a much greater role, which kind of heightens the kind of, the situation where everything is on edge, and that in a certain kind of crisis uncertainty, both sides really have that incentive to move first. And what matters here a lot is that all these technologies are more and more intertwined. So where a lot of conventional weapons, these are the term I use, the advanced conventional weapons, these non-nuclear strategic weapons, basically can do the things that nuclear weapons could do in the past, but they're also more and more mixed and matched in terms of the command and control they use, the air defense networks they use, the missile launch sites are often co-located. So there's, on all these things, in that kind of, the fog of war being more dense, windows of decision-making windows shrinking, there's more and more premium and kind of more of a risk of mixing that conventional and the nuclear domain. Because it's simply no longer clear, it's no longer as easy as it was, and it was never that easy, but it's no longer as easy to draw a clear red line through the middle of it. All right, so that's kind of a gloomy point to end on, and I'm going to end it there anyway, because I don't like to leave people feeling happy about nuclear war. All right, if you want to read more about this, this is the stuff we've published in the past year, which also talks about the risks of inadvertent escalation with Russia, ways to manipulate risk, and also basically how that deterrence aspect and the arms control aspect should be brought together as well as you can. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul. On this rather gloomy note, the organization has decided that it's time for coffee. So we will have a coffee. It is now 3:20. I'd say we are back here 35 past, so in 15 minutes to listen to Lonneke Peperkamp, and then there's time for Q&As also for the previous two speakers. Thank you.
bijzonder. Uw stem heeft bijzonder goed gehouden. En ik vond het zeer aanschouwelijk en heel mooi om te luisteren hoe het duidelijk heeft neergezet. Ik miste slechts één ding, de hotline.
De hotline, ja.
Dat was het enige wat ik, en helaas moet ik to avoid all consequences.
Ja, die hotlines zijn die tussen VS en China lijkt me dat niemand anders is.
Even koffie gaan halen?
Ja. Niet zo uitwerkelijk, maar gebruik ze een beetje onduidelijk. Ze hebben wel een paar keer.
Oké.
Er zijn wel gesprekken gevoerd tijdens de
Ik ga maar even ervan uit dat we er geen tijd
En Paul heeft net een en ander gezegd over de nucleaire afschrikking en hoe dat verandert of niet door de opkomst van nieuwe technologieën die alles sneller maken.
Ja.
Wat is nou jouw conclusie dat de bom sneller afgaat omdat er minder ruimte en tijd is om
Even kijken, kan ik nou? Ja. Het lijkt of die niet...
Ja, precies. Ja.
Sorry, hallo. Lonneke Peperkamp.
Moeten wij jou even met rust laten? Misschien moet Paul en ik
helemaal
gewoon even koffie
niet.
gaan drinken.
Ik wil
Maar even
alleen
rustig.
even één slide opschuiven, alleen... Oh.
Time to get a coffee. What time did they say you were starting?
I actually have no idea.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, 1:45. 4:45. 35, oh, 35, sorry.
Maybe I didn't have time. Right.
Good that you pay attention. Nee. En dan heb ik het net in het vliegtuig, ik kwam nu van Londen af. Nou, want ik zit te doorlezen en ik dacht van, eventjes dit en dit.
Ja, dat is altijd toch, op het laatste moment komt er nog wat binnen.
Wil jij voor de zekerheid eens even nakijken of ik geen onvoorziene typo's erin heb zitten? Accelerated speed, yes. Prima uit, toch?
Ja. Ik denk dat er niks, geen fout uit was.
Geen gekke dingen.
Helemaal top.
Alright, koffie.
Het is toch altijd, als je net uit de vlucht komt, heb je dat ook altijd een beetje zo hoofdpijnig, vage. Nou, het is wondervol.
Gaat nog.
Welcome back, everyone. We are going to move into the last session of the day. A presentation by Dr. Lonneke Peperkamp, who is a professor of military ethics and leadership at the Netherlands Defence Academy, and with whom we will explore the ethical and societal implications of hyperwar. Lonneke, you have the floor, and after your presentation we will collect questions to all three speakers in the panel. Lonneke, go ahead.
Okay, so thank you for having me here, and also, by the way, for the glowing announcement on LinkedIn. And I wondered whether there was a little bit of ChatGPT, which is, you know, appropriate for a conference completely focused on new technologies. But anyways, I'm very excited to be here, and I am sorry to be late to the party. I flew in from London and had delays, so basically can only give my own presentation and then see you and talk to you hopefully at the reception afterwards. Yeah, so I think and I hope that my presentation builds on the previous presentations, and also that I don't repeat what has already been said. So this was a very good reason for me to dive into the concept of hyperwar and what that means exactly. So in general, and you've talked about this all day, new technologies that offer all sorts of military advantages in terms of logistics, data analysis, improved intel, military planning, but also greater precision and speed of weapon systems. So faster-paced warfare in general. Well, and whether or not that is a military revolution or not, those are quite significant changes in the conduct of war. And that also means that changes our perceptions of different things, of time, so hypervelocity weapons, the speeding up of warfare in general, the increasingly minimal decision time for humans. So it changes our perception of time. It also changes our perceptions of space with the increasing militarization of new domains, the cyber domain, the space domain. And it changes, which is interesting for philosophers and ethicists, it changes the role of humans. So it changes the perceptions of ourselves and the role that we humans play in warfare. So we run into all sorts of cognitive limitations, biological limitations, the robotization of warfare. So in all sorts of ways, the role of humans change. Okay, so I could have focused on lots of different things, but coming from perspective of military ethics and new technologies, so what I'm interested in and what is it is very important in this whole debate, are the ethical dimensions. And ethics is just generally human-centered, right? Human-centered morality, questions about right and wrong behavior, moral principles that can answer these questions as to, what is the right thing to do. So this is what makes the role, the human dimension, interesting for ethicists. So when this human role changes, the questions might also change, and the question of, what is the right thing to do in a future hyperwar environment, those questions are, well, maybe new, maybe familiar challenges that we recognized from before. So let me see. I wanted to focus on, so the use of military AI is in itself not necessarily very problematic. For example, when it comes to autonomous takeoff and landing, navigation, refueling. But there are certain innovations that are interesting because of this human role and that are also controversial even. So in which this human dimension changes. And what I think is interesting is that it's not necessarily about the human being pushed out of warfare, but that the role of humans changes in different ways. So I have 3 examples here, and the first is this Starlink satellite. So we see the increasing importance of the space domain and space technology. And we see lots of a NATO overarching strategy and national doctrines on space technology. Of course, vital not only for military operations, but also for daily life on Earth. So also in recent years, an increasing proliferation of counter-space capabilities, all sorts of space weapons. And what people feared was that we would see a future of space warfare, so warfare in space or from space. And what we see now and that of course, is an extreme remoteness in which humans are completely removed from this sort of warfare. Well, what you see now in Ukraine, for example, is that space technology is very important, but as a critical enabler of more conventional military operations, which means that humans are not pushed out of warfare by this use of space technology, but that they're increasingly integrated in warfare, and not only combatants, but also civilians. For example, these different sorts of apps that Ukrainian civilians are using, or also they are urged to use those apps, like governmental apps that now have the DIA app, new feature. So this is just a regular app that you can use to renew your driver's license, for example, which now has a new feature, an e-enemy feature, in which civilians can upload location-tagged photos of Russian locations or report suspicious people. So this technology not pushes people out, but, well, integrates also civilians in warfare. Makes them closer in a way. And then another example, which is interesting from an ethical perspective, is soldier enhancement and those sorts of techniques. So the enhancement of physical or cognitive abilities that humans have to make them more effective. And all sorts of research projects are focused on brain-computer interfaces. So the decoding and transmitting of brain signals, and then connecting that to an external device or to other humans. You can imagine also lots of challenges there. And then the picture on the left, unmanned aerial vehicles. So I'm sure you've talked about it, and whether in swarms or not, but this is also increasingly where you see on the battlefield, which is, of course, a way in which the distance increases. So combatants are further removed from the battlefield. And what you also see, and that is what I want to focus on today, is an increasing autonomy of those autonomous weapon systems in general, whether they are aerial vehicles or otherwise. So here the role of humans changes as well, is more remote, but also the way in which people interact with those weapon systems is different, and the control that people have over these weapon systems, whether it's being in the loop, I think you've talked about that already, or whether it's in a different sort of supervisory role, being on the loop. Does someone keep track of the time? Okay, perfect. Okay, so I want to focus on autonomous weapon systems, which should be distinguished from what we just saw, remotely piloted drones, armed drones, and also must be distinguished from semi-autonomous weapon systems. So weapon systems with autonomy in critical functions, so that can select, attack, and attack targets without human intervention. So those autonomous weapon systems would be self-guided and self-learning based on pre-programmed criteria. And you see that this has led to, a pretty serious debate, also a polarized debate, I would say, in which you see people that are very critical of the use of autonomous weapon systems, so increasing autonomy in weapon systems, and also dystopian visions of Terminator scenarios. There's the campaign to stop killer robots, and a short video, I don't know, you might have seen this, Slaughter Bots. It's a short film in which a Steve Jobs type of person demonstrates a very small drone which then hits a target, and then these drones go rogue and attack students at universities and hunt everyone down. And with my own students, we use, there are a couple of Black Mirror episodes that are also very good for, well, raising these sorts of topics. But in general, the idea here is that autonomous weapon systems are inherently wrong and fundamentally different from other weapon systems that we have used so far. So this is then an argument for, well, trying at least to preventively ban these sorts of weapon systems. So that's one side of the debate. The other side of the debate focuses on, well, more utopian visions, so you will, or at least focus on the military effectiveness of these sorts of systems, what they can do, what benefits they have, that they might even lead to a clean, effective, and very fast way of warfare, which is bloodless in a way. So, so this is a much more positive vision of this sort of autonomous warfare that might be in the future. And also these sorts of weapon systems are not seen as fundamentally different from what we used to have, but more a gradual step in the evolution of warfare. So existing laws then, because it's not fundamentally different, existing laws and the legal and normative framework that we have would be sufficient to regulate the use of autonomous weapons. Right, so what I would like to do here is just go through some of the ethical and also societal considerations. So what do you see in the debate on autonomous weapon systems, or increasing autonomy in different sorts of weapon systems? And that could be, those could be divided, those arguments, in 6 groups, or you will. But what I think is important is that not well, to stress that ethics is not necessarily only the human dignity argument. So it's not that when it comes to this slide, you know, the one critical view would be the ethical view, and the other view would be the military strategic view. So what I think is that these ethical, political, and legal considerations are very much intertwined. And what was already discussed before, those strategic considerations could also be perceived as consequentialist ethics considerations, right? So there are a couple of main ethical theories. One is deontology, so an ethics that is focused on duties. If you're looking for moral principles to determine right or wrong behavior, that theory focuses on existing duties that we as humans have to, for example, protect human dignity, to respect others, to uphold the legal rights and duties that we have. So that would be a duty ethical perspective. But there's also the consequentialist perspective, which focuses on, if you're trying to answer these questions of right and wrong behavior, you're looking at the consequences. So what does it mean when you do a certain thing? What does it mean if you have a certain rule? What are the consequences, and how does that outweigh how do the good consequences outweigh the bad or not? So that determines then the rightness of that behavior or that action. And then, of course, the virtue ethical theory, which is very important at military academies, which focuses on, you know, the character that people have, and whether you are doing the virtuous thing, or whether that is a moderate middle way between two extremes. So if you are looking at these ethical considerations, and this is also what you see in just war theory, of which I'm a big fan, and a lot of my research is on just war theory, there you see that all these three ethical theories are important in different ways. So when you see that, you can also see that some of the political and military and strategy arguments can also be seen from this ethical lens. Okay. So that being said, 6 groups of arguments, roughly, that you see in the debate. And the first one is an instrumental argument, you could say. It's dependent on whether or not these autonomous systems are able to comply with international humanitarian law, with the principles of proportionality and distinction. So are these weapons more precise than other weapons? Are they able to make that distinction between combatants and non-combatants? And when you see it from a just war perspective, use embello perspective, then what would be relevant here is whether you can prevent unjust harm. Right, so that depends, of course, on the technical capabilities of these systems, and the worry of people is that you need certain human capacities to achieve this type of, well, either legally compliant behavior or ethical behavior. So you need, for human judgment and deliberation, you need human emotions, you need a sensitivity of the context, a sort of cultural horizon. And especially for these sorts of highly complex and context-sensitive tasks. So it's easy to program, you know, for a system to recognize the difference between a car and a tank, for example, but it's far more difficult to distinguish between a combatant with a rifle or a civilian carrying a carpet, for example, or to recognize when a combatant intends to surrender, for example. But those are technical questions. Also, what's important here is the role of these emotions. So some would say, okay, these systems will be better, will be able to perform better in the sense of IHL compliance, because there's no fatigue, there's an unlimited time that these systems can focus. There are no emotions that can cause transgressions, unethical behavior, anger, fear, those sorts of things. Right, so that's the first ethical consideration, and because it's instrumental or dependent on the technical capabilities, these could all be solved depending on, what these autonomous weapon systems would be able to do in the future. The second one, and that is related, is the question of an accountability gap. Is there an accountability gap? So whenever the rules are violated, be it war crimes, disproportionate or indiscriminate violence, could someone be held accountable for that? And the idea with these autonomous weapon systems is that responsibility gets so diffused amongst different actors and a multitude of interactions and small causal contributions to an error that might occur, that it's very difficult to establish some sensible form of accountability for that. Of course, there are all sorts of legal constructions that could be used for that. So in that sense, it's not impossible. But the problem, I think, here is that any kind of formal responsibility or liability is disconnected, in all likelihood, from the most significant foundation for that sort of formal responsibility, which is some sense of culpability, moral responsibility. You have done something wrong, or you've been reckless, or but someone is blameworthy for the transgression that has occurred. The third one is this more consequentialist ethical perspective, which relates to the, I think, strategic considerations, whether or not an increasingly autonomous way to wage war is destabilizing or stabilizing. So what are the consequences of this hyperwar scenario and the increasing speed of warfare? Does it lead to an escalation spiral because of this speed, and increasingly less control? Perhaps that these technical considerations trump, thoughts about, is this a just way of using force? So that is one side. The other side of it is that you could say, we see the famous security dilemma. We see that opponents develop these sorts of systems. And if we want to protect our safety and security, then we should be able to defend ourselves against that. So for credible deterrence, you need to have these capabilities and also the willingness to use them. So in the end, the development of these autonomous weapon systems would lead to a more stable international society. And then the arguments on an unfair asymmetry. This would be the idea that combatants have some sense of military virtue, the typical military virtues that there's a code of a warrior, that there's an honor that you can have and uphold as a fighter. And this military honor, you can see that there's a tension there, right? And a lot of these ethical considerations are similar. You see them as well in the debate on remote warfare, so semi-autonomous drones. But the idea is that, could this be seen still as somewhat of a fair battle, or because there's no risk at all for one side, and the other side runs all the risk, that it's more a sense of, pest control is what is said in literature, mechanical pest control even, when you talk about autonomous weapons, that people feel is intuitively unfair. And next to the virtue ethical element here, you could also say that one of the biggest things in just war theory is how do we justify equal rights of combatants. So in war, even now in the Russia-Ukraine war, combatants have the same rights and obligations according to international humanitarian law. In a sense, that's weird, of course, because you have an aggressor, and it's clear in this situation, and you have a country that justly defends itself against an unjust threat. And the idea of the moral equality of combatants is that combatants are equally liable to force, forfeit their right to life in a way, because they are part of this collective of the armed forces, and therefore they make themselves dangerous men. They pose a threat, and therefore they forfeit their right to life and are liable to attack, regardless of the justness of their cause. And you can see how this radical, so as it were, asymmetry undermines that moral foundation for the equality of combatants. Because, if you were to use these remote weapons or autonomous weapons, then there would be no risk for one side in the conflict. So how do you then justify the fact that both have equal rights and obligations in war? So that's what has been called in literature the paradox of riskless warfare. The idea of human dignity is, I think, intuitively a very compelling argument, at least what a lot of people would refer to when they express their worries about autonomous weapons. So the idea is that autonomous warfare is a violation of human dignity and a violation of the respect that we owe to other people, just based on the fact that they're human. So there are some occupations, perhaps, that require care, respect, and attention, human attention and respect. For example, the work that doctors do, or judges, or combatants. So this is the idea that autonomous weapon systems are a sort of a cold indifference, a dehumanization of warfare, and that makes these sorts of weapons mala in se, bad in themselves. So it might be that because these sorts of weapons, or that's the argument, violate human dignity, perhaps similar to other things that are prohibited always, even in war, such as slavery, rape, torture, that these sorts of weapons are also a violation of human dignity and therefore should be never allowed. And then, of course, so I think that this is intuitively appealing, and at the same time, when you unpack this, it's not that easy in different ways to see, for example, so the difference with other types of weapon systems that we already use. So when is the tipping point of a violation of human dignity? For example, mines or all sorts of remote weapons. So where does it become a violation of human dignity? And also, how does it weigh against other values? So for example, would these systems were to be more precise and there would be less civilian casualties, collateral damage, how would that, the benefit and the downside weigh against each other? Okay, and the last one is state responsibility. So states have different types of responsibility. Frame it, if you will, in terms of the social contract. So states are obligated to protect the rights and freedoms of the civilians that live in a certain country, and that includes doing anything they can to keep the people safe. And then also, what's an interesting argument here is that when it comes to not the civilians, but their own combatants, their own armed forces, that states are obligated when they pursue something good, that they should choose the alternative that is least risky for their own combatants. So the principle of unnecessary risk means that states should not put their own combatants at unnecessary risk if there is another alternative. So this argument is used, for example, as an argument that it's a duty for states to use and deploy autonomous armed drones, because that eliminates the risk, physical risk at least, for their own combatants, if that is used for something good, and there are other criteria for that too, but in principle. So this, well, is used for, to argue pro autonomous weapon systems as well. We know more and more about the moral psychological effects of remote warfare on the operators working with those systems. So the idea is that if you could delegate the life and death decision to autonomous machines, then this would relieve combatants, operators, from the burden of having to make those decisions, which would decrease moral psychological damage, harm to them. Okay, 5 minutes, right. Societal considerations, so I've thought about this. These new technologies for national security and the heading of hyperwar raises all sorts of ethical and legal and political questions, but also has societal implications. And what I wanted to mention here is, in general, what are the public perceptions when it comes to these autonomous weapon systems? So how do they feel about these military AI developments? And we talked last year at the REAIM conference, or was it beginning this year? And the Atlantic Council did a little survey in the Netherlands, so how people felt about these sorts of military AI applications. Most Dutch people were not terribly concerned, or didn't know too much about it. That was the majority, and I think about 25% of people was not worried because human control would remain, they assumed. And there was a large survey a couple of years ago of Human Rights Watch in collaboration with this campaign to stop killer robots, and they found that in 28 countries, 62% of respondents opposed the use of lethal autonomous weapon systems. Right, so this is something I think to take into account. I will say a couple more things about that at the end of the presentation. But what you also see here is that the role of the industry grows. So the big tech companies have an increasingly important role in this sort of, these new types of warfare. And there's also, instead of, the worries of the general public, these worries are there at these big tech companies as well. So there was this, the Google project with the Pentagon, Maven, you might have heard of it. So this was a project on AI analysis of video footage, which could be used for targeting. And the employees sort of resisted this. They wrote an open letter saying that they did not wish to cooperate and contribute to that sort of use of AI. So, and this is an article I think is interesting. You see it in lots of other companies as well, that employees just say, okay, we don't want to be involved in this. And this, yeah, it's here. This is a guest essay of Alex Karp, the CEO of Palantir, who said, this is our, so he critiques this view of employees of big tech companies, and he basically says, okay, they are not aware, these people in Silicon Valley, they are completely safe and they have no clear view of what is necessary to protect our liberal democracies, who are at threat. And it's easy to say that you don't want to be involved in these sorts of developments, but we do need this. So the Oppenheimer moment is, should we proceed with military AI, even if we cannot fully grasp the implications and the consequences of that? Okay, so what you see is an increasingly blurred line, and I think that there are a couple of risks here when you look at the perceptions of companies and the role of companies, and also public perceptions. You need, of course, when you want to, as a state, develop, acquire, deploy these sorts of new technologies, you need the public support. So there needs to be democratic support for these developments. And then also when it comes to those companies, I think that what is a problem is that the influence of these companies grows, so that they can determine, or at least partly, what military operations look like. So the role of Elon Musk, for example, in Ukraine, of course, prime example of companies becoming so essential for the military operation that comes with a certain amount of power to say, hey, this is a certain military operation or a certain attack that I do not approve of, and so I'm switching off the network here, or I do not enable the network, for example, in Crimea. So this, and then also the political influence of these companies. So Musk apparently talks with Zelensky, but also with Putin. These companies, of course, are profit-driven. There's a market logic here, so nothing holds them back. And for example, Palantir also said, well, we don't have to pull out of Russia because we're not there. But, you know, if they can make loads of money there, who can tell them not to? So all sorts of complications there that we need to factor in, since this role of industry and of companies is will only grow in the future. Okay, a couple of things on meaningful human control. So I think this has been an important concept for the last couple of years, also because people are worried about autonomous weapon systems, and focusing on meaningful human control over these sorts of weapon systems is a way, of course, to reassure people and to continue with developing these things, but then there has to be someone who is able to control these systems. Well, the whole idea is whether that is being in the loop for human or on the loop, and sort of supervision role, or even before the loop. Could you, with value-sensitive design, could you say that there is meaningful human control, but when the system is deployed, you don't have actual control anymore? So lots of discussions here, and I just also, for the sake of time, want to point out two challenges in a way, and you might wonder whether meaningful human control that is central now in discussions, the extent to which that is realistic. Because, you know, hyperwar, we're talking about the accelerating speed of warfare, and for meaningful human control, there needs to be a certain time for deliberation, for, you know, human judgment. Also, these tasks might be just too complex to supervise that in any meaningful way. And also, of course, there's loads of evidence that humans suffer from automation bias, so we tend to believe what the system proposes as you know, the good way to go, or the answer. So the risk of over-trusting autonomous decision making. And then lastly, the way forward. Do I have 1 minute? 1 minute, okay. So hopefully some insights in the debate and the ethical and societal implications of that. And some challenges with regard to the meaningful human control, but what's the way forward? Like, who knows? I don't really know what's going to happen, and Alex Karp was right. We cannot fully grasp what the future will bring, and if it indeed will be a future scenario of hyper warfare. But what I do think, at least for now, well, some very modest suggestions, is that we need to demystify military AI. So what I would say is that the whole narrative of killer robots and all that, those dystopian narratives, is not helpful. I think it's very important to specify and to have a nuanced debate about this, also integrating, you know, what's the context in which a weapon system would be used, what's the purpose, what are the risks that are involved, also the different types of weapon systems. So to have a nuanced debate on that, but also to include the public in those discussions. So it's easy to think, okay, they are scared and they don't really understand the military aspects and the strategic implications and all that, but I think it's very important not to widen this gap between political and military decision makers and the public. So to engage them as much as possible and to explain what the risks are. Also shaping public-private partnerships. So the role of companies will be important increasingly, I think. So we need to think about how you regulate that collaboration, how to shape those partnerships. So to make sure that as a state you remain in control over not only the military operation, but also the larger questions. And then regulating, not banning. I know that this is also still the Dutch official position. I think it will be very hard to ban fully autonomous weapons. And I think that the risk of keeping this focus on a general preventive ban prevents us from thinking about these nuances that I've just talked about, and to think about how we can regulate that and how we can build consensus in the types of weapon systems that we might think are allowed and which are not. And then lastly, I followed there was a little bit of a discussion also on LinkedIn. I think what is very important, and I love to focus in my research too on these new cool technologies, but I think it's important too that we don't forget more conventional and perhaps less exciting and exotic developments. And also in the sense of military ethics, I think that we should not let this that it keeps us busy so much that we do not focus anymore on what is also going on today. So this is also what you see in the AI debate. You know, we can think of all sorts of future scenarios, but we need to think about today the environmental impact, for example, of AI in general, and the bias and the privacy issues. Yeah, so that's it. Thank you. Zal ik deze even weghalen? Ja.
Thank you very much, Lonneke. We are now coming to a round of questions, so I'd like to see if there's any questions for anyone or two or three of the speakers in the panel on my left. So there is definitely one here, one over there, one on the left.
So, I'm Lodi Zandberg and I'm graduated in Applied Medical and Military Ethics. So my question is for Mr. Lonneke Peperkamp. The intriguing question you brought up is unfair asymmetry of symmetry. So my question is there ever been a fair asymmetry? And if so, why did we left that position? Make it more clear in Dutch, please.
So your question is whether I think that there is an unfair asymmetry, and the last part of your question?
Yeah, and what is then, if there is unfair thing, what is then a fair asymmetry?
Right. Okay. So in general, I think that this is what is just part of what warfare is, right? You try to be ahead of your enemy. So there's always, and that's usually a good thing, there's always an asymmetry. And whether or not, whatever the reason for that is, in this case, it's technological innovations that allow you to be superior in that sense and achieve your victory, whenever it's necessary or whenever things escalate. So I think there's usually an asymmetry, and what you see, and I don't know whether that's the case now, but you can think about radical asymmetry in, the military capabilities that opponents have. And there are all sorts of downsides about that too. So for example, if one party is at risk and the other is not, then this is also sometimes mentioned, there could be a civilian blowback. So if there's no reciprocal way of engaging each other, then they might take it out on civilians in the area, for example. And whether there here would be an unfair asymmetry, I don't think at this moment that it is, and I think that what you see in the world that we live in today, that there are a lot of countries actually that are developing these sorts of technologies. So in that sense, I think it's more, well, it will be cheaper, it's more widely available, it's also hard to control those developments because lots of this technology is dual use and developed by private companies. But I don't think for now, at least, that there is, in the sense of autonomous weapons or increasing autonomy, that there is a radical asymmetry here. And if there is an extreme asymmetry, I'm not sure whether that is, it might feel unfair, but whether that is an ethical argument that is very weighty, I'm not entirely sure. I don't think so.
Thank you. I enjoyed all three talks, so thanks to all three of you for three very different and stimulating. And I've got three questions. I'll be really quick. Mark, on swarms in nature are phenotypically homogeneous. It's all the same thing, right? Each starling is the same as the next starling or whatever. And that's not true with robotic platforms. I wonder if there are implications of that possibility, and if so, whether you or colleagues are working through those implications. Paul, you mentioned Jervis, and I got a strong sense that no matter what the technology is, the basic human psychology remains the same, and we've known about it since the 50s, and you're nodding your head in agreement. But we also know that the very act of thinking about intelligent machines or practicing alongside intelligent machines produces very different responses from humans in strategic situations. Concretely, for example, poker players are much more prone to escalate the pot when they've been playing against machines. Even thinking that the other side has a machine in wargaming scenarios, an intelligent machine, produces dramatic escalation. So I wonder, even if humans are still basically the same humans, whether there are some strategic implications to be thought about and worked through. And again, whether that's something that you yourself are thinking about. And then, Lonneke, really interesting, and I agree with you, and it turns out with the Dutch government on the prospects for a ban, I'm deeply skeptical. I'm also deeply skeptical about the prospects for regulation of any sort. And I wonder if you can do something to reassure me that that's a realistic possibility. Thank you.
Who's first? Me first? Okay. Well, if you compare swarms as we engineer them with nature, then there's a big difference, I think. In nature, all animals typically behave following very simple rules. And by giving all animals the same simple rules, then they start to behave as a swarm. And the big difference with, let's say, swarms that we engineer is that we can actually enhance this swarming capability of moving in a coordinated fashion with lots of entities with more high-level intelligent behavior that we humans actually have. So I think it's actually a kind of a multiplier effect that we see. Does that sort of answer your question?
Yeah. I was just interested if it's something you thought through, people are thinking through. Because it's an emergent effect that comes from a swarm. I wonder if there's a qualitatively different emergent effect that comes from what you might...
Sorry, can we just have the mic? Can I give it? Yeah.
Sorry, it's an emergent effect that comes from swarming in nature and with robots. I wonder if it's a qualitatively different emergent effect that comes from what you might call combined arms swarming, where the individuals look different.
Yes, yeah, I think that will definitely, there's a lot of research going on that topic, I think, to start to understand what is this emerging behavior. But it's very dependent on which type of algorithm you use, number of entities, which kind of algorithms for the swarming yourself use. So you're right, definitely you will see emerging behavior on this more combined arms level, I think. But what that means and what it brings out, I'm not sure yet. But it's definitely something that needs to be looked into. Yep. Perhaps maybe final note, our earlier speaker, Artyom, he showed that some of the solutions that his swarm or multiple ground robots, the solutions that they came up with, they did not foresee and they did not fully understand why they were doing that. So actually that's an example of what you see there.
All right. Thank you for that question. I think that's a very good one. So let me again, a slight throat clearing. So like Lonneke also argued, I don't think the killer robot thing is the main threat here. I cannot imagine the military being very predisposed, or decision makers being very predisposed to giving away autonomy on what they consider like crucial military tasks, and especially when it gets to the level of strategic stability, right? This is not just life and death, this is civilizational life and death. So what I think is the real risk, and that I kind of hope I made that point, is that it's AI and a whole suite of technologies are facilitating other kind of existing trends, right? The ability to commit to first strike, maybe kind of making it even more seductive again to believe you can do this, to even more seductive to think you can have successful missile defense, or you can have some kind of brilliant decapitation strike. Those are the things where the real structural risk is. And then I think you hit on the other point, so that's the structural one, the first strike stability part. Then there's the crisis stability part. And then the question is, do humans understand, even if they're not giving decision-making autonomy, which they might consider at lower levels of, the data speaks for itself. The algorithm is no longer kind of easy to kind of pick apart and understand the choices that it's making. That I would see as a real risk. And then I could also imagine that during a crisis, when it's unclear if certain decisions are taken by a human or a non-human operator, whether that makes actors more cautious or less cautious. If they're facing a machine, they might believe that the machine is going to make more rational choices, so therefore that it's less prone to be, intimidated or scared or something like that, which might lead the human, in the human-machine equation, or at least the human and the perceived machine equation, to think that they can take more risks, right? So it all sounds a bit abstract. I think it's hard to talk about it in a real way, but does that make sense, the way I'm phrasing it?
Yeah, absolutely. It's really interesting. And that, I think, was exactly the dynamic that RAND found when they war-gamed human-machine teams at the strategic level a year or so ago. They found exactly that dynamic. I'm not sure if the machine's taken that decision is it going to behave in a human rational way? I'd better get my escalation in first, sort of thing. They found a much more rapid cycling up the escalation ladder with machines than without. It's interesting.
Yeah, and the problem is entirely in our minds, right? The technology doesn't do anything, right? All the decisions, these are all political decisions. In a more elaborate version of these kind of talks, I talk so much about these technologies have become attractive because we have a set of geopolitical challenges. We have a set of fears about moving last and being taken advantage of. These are positioning us to select certain technologies and to focus our attention on developing them further. Right? Technology is not doing anything by itself.
Right, yeah. Great question. I think I agree. Well, I'm skeptical with regards to a preventive ban, but also see how hard it would be to regulate these autonomous weapon systems. So basically 3 options: either the preventive ban, which I think is unrealistic, doing nothing at all. We have some instruments, weapon testing, and you could say that is sufficient to regulate these types of weapons. Or to regulate it. And I think binding treaties are increasingly just difficult to establish agreement on those. So I think what is most realistic is to develop all sorts of soft law instruments. So it could be interpretations of existing law. We have a couple of manuals for cyber and for the space domain, for example, or just building I guess, international consensus, maybe describing best practices. There's, after the REAIM summit also, there was this, the US declaration on responsible use of AI, so different sorts of organizations. We have the NATO responsible AI strategy. I don't know what the exact title is. So I think generally in this way, there are certain guiding principles that sort of come to the surface, and hopefully there will be increasing agreement on those principles. And I think what is very important is that we think about how we operationalize those very broad, usually, norms and principles. So what does it mean for the different weapon systems that we are developing in the future? And I think, yeah, so this is what where I agree with you that it's probably very hard to come to binding legal instruments. And also you see that the discussions within the international group of experts in CCW, that is, whatever's based on consensus is just very hard to make some actual significant steps.
I understand, Paul, you wanted to come back in. Yeah.
Yeah, so just completely agree on this point, and I think it's interesting to stress that it does seem that, for instance, between the US and China, where China does not seem to be that interested in arms control, nuclear arms control in general, given the asymmetry of its capabilities versus the West, there does seem to be some interest to at least coordinate on AI, and that could actually help those kind of problems, right? At least to at least be able to tell the other side, we will incorporate AI on this and this level to make these and these kind of decisions. And legally binding treaties, for many reasons, are very unlikely at any time. At the very least, because the US is, given the current domestic context in the US, it's unlikely that anything will pass through Congress to be ratified. But other things might be, possible. And I think, especially on AI, there seems to be some interest. We had Track 2.0 discussions with the Chinese 7 weeks ago on arms control, so EU, China. And then one thing, beyond us complaining about the Russians, them complaining about the US, the one thing we could least agree on is that maybe AI was something we could find some common ground on.
Yeah, and just to add a quick note, not to paint it too bleak a picture, but even if you would come to certain regulations, well, in general, within international law, there is increasingly the idea that the current practice seems to be well, further and further eroding international humanitarian law or international law in general, but also when you would come to certain regulations or guidelines, it's very hard to control this. You know, we see that with nuclear weapons, for example, but this is just, it's non-physical, it's widely available, so it's very hard to see how you would control and enforce those limits that you might impose in whatever that way, however that could happen.
Thank you. I see a question there. Frans, go ahead.
Lonneke, thank you. I recognize the arguments. There's been a long-running debate on the use of armed drones, and now on basically extending the same lines of argumentation when it comes to autonomous weapon systems. One question, one comment. The comment on accountability. I'm not sure the accountability issue is different when it comes to autonomous weapon systems compared to the employment of other weapon systems in the West, at least. Because it's ultimately the commander who is always accountable for employing a certain weapon system. Mm-hmm. Whether it's an autonomous weapon system or not, he needs to make sure that the weapon system is being employed in a context that fits within the parameters for which the weapon was designed. And behind that, there's a targeting process that is well documented in practice within NATO headquarters. So in that sense, I'm not sure that the accountability issue is different than the targeting issues and accountability issues involved in regular bombing issues. Mm-hmm. But perhaps you can reflect on that. The other one is that so far, when it comes to autonomous weapon systems, we've been debating this more or less in an empirical vacuum. And these days, what we see happening in Ukraine, however, is we see an incredible lot of images on Twitter and social media where autonomous weapon systems are being deployed on the battlefront in a purely military context. So is this a time where we should be separating, or at least recognize that there are contexts in which autonomous weapon systems can actually be employed within the confines of the law of armed combat, versus contexts where autonomous weapon systems perhaps should not be employed because of the risk of collateral damage and civilian casualties? Do you think that the increasing number of data points that we see in the war in Ukraine, would it change our attitude towards autonomous weapon systems? Would it change the debate?
Well, I think that this war in general changes perceptions of people in general more favorable towards, you know, the value of having well-equipped armed forces. But also, I think when it comes to these weapon systems, of course, we have autonomous weapon systems, you know, the defensive systems, the Israeli Harpy system, you know, targeting enemy radar. But I think what worries people most is offensive use of these weapon systems and then directed against humans. And I think for the general public, it's also quite difficult to assess, or maybe in general, a couple of years ago, we had this official UN statement that an autonomous drone was used to hunt down one of the militias of General Haftar. And we don't know whether that was actually the case. And I think here as well, it's very difficult for people seeing the use of those remotely piloted, all sorts of drones or semi-autonomous weapons, which often have different capabilities, you know, and it's a matter of switching on the fully autonomous mode or not. I think that people also are not necessarily aware, but if so, that this conflict will probably change attitudes. I would need to think about that, but I think that that's not unlikely. And when it comes to the, I hope that's somewhat of an answer, and with regards to the difference, I think indeed that's the big question, whether it's, and with a lot of these arguments, is it a gradual difference of, you know, the commander having control and being held accountable for, you know, the fact that something goes wrong? And of course, this is what we know in the military context. So in general, it's seen as a problem if any form of legal liability is disconnected from any type of actual influence that you yourself had. So people are not blameworthy in any way. But this we see that more often, not only when it comes to whether you have a scary dog that bites someone, you're responsible for that too. You didn't have control over that necessarily, and we have command responsibility within the armed forces. So it's not an entirely alien subject. And I think that this is a gradual difference, but you can see the problems, especially when you look at it, which I think is interesting, from the perspective of the combatant, for example, or the operators that work with these systems, because we're asking them in the hierarchical organization that we are asking them to operate these systems and knowing that they can be held responsible and accountable, while they also know that they have no actual influence on the course of action. They will try to do their best, of course, but I think that this is worth considering, also because that's quite a significant implication for the people that are working with these systems.
Looking around the room, yeah. 2 more questions in the middle.
Hi, good afternoon. Wim Zwijnenberg from PAX. One question, one comment. To start off with a comment, since we're talking about nuance here, the PAX as a member of the campaign Stop Killer Robots, we're not against military AI, so the discussion before necessarily doesn't cover the subject, because I think the campaign is campaigning against fully autonomous weapon systems without meaningful human control. So yeah. just as a slight nuance to that debate. The question I actually have was around accountability for civilian companies. You mentioned Palantir, you mentioned also Musk's company in Ukraine. Looking forward, like how do you deal with this kind of accountability from private companies in terms of data use, analysis they make, states or other companies I work with? In particular, considering, for example, the role of Peter Thiel's involvement in Palantir, who's also one of the leading supporters for the alt-right movement and the Trump movement. So you can see how this sort of access to a large amount of data can also be misused by individuals who have a political agenda. So in the case of Ukraine, of course, in this case, we're sort of lucky they're on the good side, but we can also see how that easily can go wrong. So what kind of accountability mechanisms can we create in particular for private companies in the future, and how much should they be part of the debate around autonomous weapons or autonomy in general?
Yeah, well, there's so much in there. Thank you. Great question. I think that this is super interesting, and in general, indeed, because of the concentration of data within these companies and the power that they increasingly have, and the just crucial contribution to all sorts of military activities in general. I think that this is increasingly, there's an awareness with these companies as well, that the whole idea of responsible policy and everything. But I think that when the involvement so that's one thing, the power that they, and also how they use that in order to sort of meddle in all sorts of geopolitical dynamics and relationships with different countries. And what I think is interesting too, and I've read a bit about, is big legal discussions on that as well. What if these private companies offer significant military support, but how would you qualify that involvement, and what's the relationship, for example, with SpaceX and the US, and can the US stay retain their status of neutrality, for example? What's the status of these companies and the material and the services that they offer within the context of armed conflicts? You know, could they be liable to attack as well? They're dual use targets, possibly. So, yeah, so in that sense, accountability, I would focus, but that's also because I've now done some work on the Ukraine conflict. I would focus on how they would get involved and also how their moral legal status changes as a result of this involvement within the armed conflict.
I think we have time for a final question. Yeah.
Same topic. If there was an effort to integrate IHL in autonomous weapon system, how should those kind of weapons be used in context of civil war with militias, armed groups, etc.?
Yeah, of course, I don't know how that would be used, but you're assuming that, suppose that these systems would be designed in such a way that they would be able to discriminate between legitimate and illegitimate targets, and they would be able to make sensible proportionality calculations and all that. That's and then how they would be deployed. That's your question? Yeah. Well, I think two different topics here that you should detangle, whether or not you are developing weapon systems that are by character and nature able to comply with IHL, or whether they are by nature, you know, indiscriminate and should not be used. And then, you know, the specific use and deployment of those weapon systems, which of course, those can be all sorts of contexts, whether they are used in an international armed conflict in which you have an aggressor and a country that defends itself, or in an internationalized civil war, or a civil war, or resistance, or the whole spectrum in a way of the use of force short of war, or other types of armed conflict. And I think that you should distinguish that. So is the weapon system able to comply with IHL and jus in bello and moral norms and principles? And how is it used and in what context? And is that legal and justified?
Thank you so much. I think that concludes our last panel. Thank you very much to all three speakers. A warm round of applause is in place. I can tell you that as a final remark from the online audience, someone asked if any one of you still has PhD positions available. So have a think about that, but I think it only shows the interest that there is also beyond this room. Thank you so much. So this is almost concluding the end of the seminar today. I'm standing between you and the drinks. That's not a very comfortable position to have, but I have been asked to deliver some very final concluding remarks, and that's more easily said than done because the topics that we have touched upon are cutting edge and follow a developmental path not unlike that I have learned today, the orbit of a hypersonic missile that for the receptor is far from predictable. So maybe not three concluding remarks, but just three questions for us to take down to the bar on the ground floor where the drinks will be served. First of all, a topic, Frans, that you remarked upon this morning on hyperwar and a new geopolitical reality, an age of geopolitical rivalry where we're no longer living in a unipolar or duopolar world, but very much a multipolar world with a number of peer competitors, China, Israel, the US, Russia, but also private companies and big tech playing a role, following different rules and different ethical standards, and asking questions, for example, about the restrictions that might be needed on technology exports. I think that was also an excellent question asked this morning. And secondly, the question whether hyperwar is dehumanizing warfare with an increasing reliance on machines, but also, I think, Lonneke, you touched upon this earlier, a way to draw humans in, albeit in a different way. And thirdly, questions about data quality and data bias that sometimes make outcomes less reliable because of faulty data sets and bias that's inherent within data sets, but also can make decision-making by machines more reliable, especially, Kenneth, as you said, compared to a small group of people. And what does that ask from our judgment and our systems and command and control structures? Those are the three questions I would like to leave you with. What remains is a thank you to Leiden University The Hague campus for hosting us here today, for the people who have looked after the audio-visual support over there in the corner, and also the colleagues here in front who have facilitated the online presence today. And then, of course, especially the Royal Society for the Study of Warfare, the KVBK, and the very, very helpful and kind colleagues who have put together this program. Heinrich, who's there on my right, but also Jody, who is somewhere here over there in the room, and Roy, who cannot be with us today, but who has done an enormous amount of work in preparation for this seminar. I'd like to thank them very much, and thank all of you for being here today.
And before we leave, I want to thank Anna for chairing us during this entire day. She has me to blame for actually getting here and being the chair. I suggested it to the Royal Society for War Studies, and they wholeheartedly said, yes, that sounds like a good idea. Whether Anna actually agrees with that, I'm not sure. You had a pretty challenging task for today, but thanks, you did an excellent job. So, and now let's go for a drink. Thanks.